Ad streamer.
Okay, I am live on YouTube. Should pull up my YouTube chat on the
Hello.
side.
Okay. Wait, why isn't it going up on YouTube? YouTube. I'm waiting for the go live button to. Okay. There we go.
Yep.
All right,
I'll have
straight
my
up.
chat for YouTube.
All right, let me turn off the BGM in game. There we go.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do next too.
What are we going to play? What's the? Oh, it's monodrama. Whoa, it's the Honkai version of monodrama. $7.9 is the current one. Okay.
Oh wow! Oh, minus 200. Oh, 18th place. Ain't no way. I literally only did the side stages, and I think stage 2, I only played 3,000 points because I was so tired. I was like, I need to go to sleep, so I stopped exactly at 3,000 points.
Wait, like Abyss?
Yeah, yesterday in Abyss. So that I didn't even fight the last stage because it was a Sleepy Terry, and I skipped Sleepy Terry.
Oh my god. I've done that so many times recently. It's not good. I dropped to Red Lotus.
That is my
I mean,
goal.
I'm really.
That is my goal right now. Yep.
I'm back in Nirvana, but I have been to Red Lotus recently, so that's a bit of a
I had a few close calls, and I thought it was gonna send me back, and then somehow I scuffed into the top 10 in my lobbies and prevented it from actually happening.
Alright. Hello everyone. Oh no, my Twitch is someone's using like the surprisingly it's working. Oh, I gotta change the category and stuff for Twitch.
Yes. Set it to Honkai third. We got that streamer incentive going on now.
Yeah. So it's not Endless Tower. Wait. Honkai.
Hold on. Let me see if I can get this stream together thing to at least like on paper work without any of the other stuff. So hold on.
Whoa. Okay. It pretty much sent the wrong kind of message, I think, because like the wrong message. ZZZ. Yeah. People are saying like ZZZ. No, not ZZZ. Hello Twitch chat and hello YouTube chat. Yeah, I mean, usually I'm not. I don't always do like the dual stream thing, but because of the incentive, might as well just do it.
Yeah, so on this Twitch stream together, I turn off camera, turn off microphone, and unmute audio, or turn off audio, and just don't share screen. But that way, just so that our thing will be linked, I think.
That's so.
Because we're doing everything
That's
through Discord, anyways, right?
yeah. All right. So
Did it work? Did you get that link? Hold on. Let me copy
I
that.
think so. Wait, how do I do that? Do I have to? So do I have to already be streaming and then I join it, or like?
I think so, yeah. So, or yeah, you should already be live on Twitch, and then you click on that link. I posted it in the
Okay.
general chat. So it'll have like a
See what this.
mini lobby, but I just muted mic, audio, and turn off camera, and hopefully it doesn't crash my main camera. Oh, we're still good.
Okay, so camera's off, mic is off. That's pretty much my settings too.
Okay, great. So now we should be linked on our Twitch channels. You should be the chat should be able to see us. I think we can also do combined chat. Would you be interested in that, or do you want to just keep it separate for now?
I mean, I'm okay with anything. Hello, Toffrey, Siren, Hildegard, Hans. Nobody at all. Obito Gaming, Sati. There's a lot of Chuang Hong. Um, what it's always weird seeing two different chats. And then my Twitch like gave the announcement of like we're doing 100 floors in Zenless Zone Zero Tower.
All right, let me switch this over to the. Oh, I need to pop out the Discord stream. Hold on. How do I do that? How do I pop this up? Here we go.
Okay,
All
so
right.
we are pulling Sparkle. Have you pulled your Sparkle?
No, I still haven't decided if I want to top up for this yet.
Hello, Zap. Hello, Yun. So we were talking about this because of I mean, like everyone knows my favorite's Durandal, right? And
Yes.
so when on my ZZ stream, people are asking like, "Are you gonna pull
Triple S,
Durandal?"
right? Triple
Yeah,
S.
are
You
you
have
gonna
to,
triple S
right?
Durandal? Which I know it's like controversial because I'm supposed to be #1 Durandal fan, but I I don't know if like the kid version is like
That exciting. Yeah.
yeah, I it has to
Hey, you
depend on
finally
Johto.
got Desert Camo. Well, it was like 5 patches ago, right? When they finally put Desert Camo back in.
Yeah. Oh my god. And then you know what happened? We realized that I missed a costume.
What?
And this is the saddest part. This is the saddest part. I did the event and I forgot to claim it before the event shop went down.
No!
Oh my god.
No! No!
How does something like that happen?
Oh my god. No, ain't no way.
Uh, I am so sad right now. So the only thing, like, I'm just waiting for the time capsule.
Yeah.
But at least we know that it's gonna be in the time capsule. Unlike Desert Camouflage, you know.
Yeah,
So
right.
yeah, still sad, still sad. Okay, we're starting with this. Um, I did do some top ups to. So I was topping up to get the B chips, and I was like, should I pre top up? And then I was like, nah,
There's
you
probably
know,
gonna be a
I think
top-up event, right? Yeah.
yeah.
So,
So thankfully I kind of stopped.
I recently, within the last patch and a half, it was, I forget, I think it was 7.7 actually. I got my Elysia to triple S for sure of human. So
Oh,
so what do I do with my extra cards now? Do I just sit on those fragments? I don't want to just give away those fragments to trade it for golden witch orbs, right? Like,
yeah. But I feel like the pure witch orbs, they're not super useful. Like the normal witch orbs are more useful than the pure witch orbs.
yeah, I feel like nowadays, like the pure witch orbs, I'm just like spamming for affix locks and hoping that it works.
Yeah. I feel like they should give us the option to kind of like convert pure witch orbs to normal witch orbs. Because this like the normal crystal core, we needed so much more than like whatever the pure witch orbs can like provide. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's just whale talk, but
Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, like, I was actually looking at the Pure Witch Orb shop, and I was thinking, like, oh, I've been stockpiling a bunch of stamps, or Pure Witch Orbs to buy stamps, but now it's, Senti's now farmable in Legacy shop.
yeah,
So
it's
I'm
not like
kind of
super
stuck.
useful.
I'm kind of stuck.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
originally I was gonna save all these to triple S, or at least get the rank ups, but now those Valkyries are already obsoleted.
Which we will touch on when we do the tier list.
Oh
Oh my god.
yeah, they added a affix lock to the
Legacy.
legacy shop. Exciting.
Oh yeah.
That's actually
I'm
super
going there.
exciting. Oh my god. Well, it's exciting
That's a
for
lot of legacy points spending.
semi sweaty to sweaty players.
Yeah.
Not that useful for people actually trying to like establish their accounts and stuff.
Everyone else will be like, what is this?
What is this?
Okay, let's see what I can buy here. Oh, okay. That's good. And then I could actually get these, I just need
You've
to
been sitting on a lot of those actually. Have you ever
I
actually
have.
used those to finish the 23/23s on anything that you didn't already use like a 23 selector for?
I have never used any of them. So, and you know the funny thing is, I do have a 23/23, but I don't remember who it's on. It might be on like PE or something, but yeah. I don't even know how I got there, but But anyway, all right. So we're not gonna claim this one. But yeah, so I actually didn't have time to go in and see what she can do, Sparkle.
Yeah,
So
I'll be honest, I've been skipping a lot of the beta tests. I haven't touched the CN beta in probably a year or so.
me too.
I think I applied for one, and then I only played it like once during the V2, and then I was like, I think next time I'm just gonna skip when we get pinged for the application for it.
I applied for Sparkles and I was like super excited, but when the time came, I can't remember. I think I was like so busy with Yanagi, and I was like, you know what? Never
Mm.
mind. I'm just gonna do the Endless Tower. It's I love the gameplay in ZZ. Right, what's her triple S? During several outbursts, total damage and fire damage dealt by the character, so by herself, increases by 40% instead of 35%. It's not even a huge upgrade though.
But I think it's the cumulative effect of all the others, right? Because
Yeah.
nowadays it's not just like what's that OP triple S trait, but it's everything along the way, right? Like look at so S3 looks like the triple or double S3 looks like leader skill.
Yeah,
Um,
it's always leader skill, right? Um yeah, and this like double S2 is an upgrade, double S1 is an upgrade, and double S is the only like new skill unlock, if that makes sense.
yeah,
I
yeah.
am elation. So essentially we don't actually need the triple S. Oh, that's good news.
Wait. See what the S2 is, because like I feel like lately S2's been like the sweet spot.
Yeah, S2 has always been the sweet spot. Unleashing. Oh, okay. It unlocks a skill. S2. Okay, so it's S2 and double S that unlock skills. So
Yeah,
minimum, we're going for double S.
yeah. So
And
three cards. Yeah, three
I feel
cards.
like okay, I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. You know, yesterday we pulled for lighter.
Uh huh.
It was a nightmare.
Oh,
269 pulls for M0W1.
oh my goodness.
That's that's like people get double S with that amount of pulls, and I just barely got one copy of like character
I
and weapon.
haven't touched Zenless since 1.2. I started
Oh,
so I kind of fizzled out on Zenless to be honest because
that's
the
interesting.
story I kind of got stuck with the TV map and story just felt like too much of a slog. But
Mm.
I made a semi serious attempt in 1.2. I was like, all right, I'm gonna get Caesar, and we're gonna story grind, and we're gonna catch back up and play all the events, and do the Hoyo grind. And then I lost to 50-50 on Caesar. I got
Oh
Grace,
no.
and I was like, I think that's it. I think I'm done now.
But story is good now because they took the TV mode, like they took it away. So
They took it away for chapters after the chapter that I'm stuck on. I think story wise, I'm
ah,
still stuck on the Jane Doe side chapter, and you can't
wait, Jane
progress. Yeah, it was
Jane
like
Doe doesn't have TV anymore.
it did,
You
didn't
might be
it?
one before. One before. Jane Doe was the first one that didn't have TV. So you might be like
Yeah, I
behind
think
on
it's the
schedule.
one before Jane Doe because I had
I
to. I had there was like one like prelude chapter, or it was like the chapter 3, right? It was chapter 3 before Jane Doe.
Jane Doe kind of meh. I mean, Zenless kind of meh for now. Actually, I feel like Zenless's story is picking up.
No,
I
I
there's
would
a
say Star Rail is kind of meh for now. Uh,
But are
the
you
wrap up
excited for 3.0? Oh.
3.0 hasn't really like the feeling of 3.0 hasn't really caught on for me. I was definitely one of the semi like doomer. I wouldn't even say that I was doomer about HSR, but I was definitely
Okay.
a little bit like eye roll because of his flame chasers. There was at least
Yeah,
one
yeah.
Twitter user who like they made a tweet that it perfectly encapsulated my feeling. They were like, I'm a little bit tired of Hoyoverse recycling flame chasers and milking us with that. Uh, and
What
I
what else
felt
did they
like
recycle? 'Em? recycle? 'Em? Recycle them?
um, 'em? Um, 'em? 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 '
it's not so much flame chasers, just like their core characters, I guess, is what people felt.
No, no. I guess just the fact that it was flame chasers in mass, right? It wasn't just like one or two. Because I felt like Pinacone,
Oh.
I felt like at least in Pinacone, the presentation of the characters, you could see that like, Sunday and Robin were very like good deviations or variants of Kevin and Kiana, but in like a very
Oh.
like Star Rail way. Um, and it's cool because
I
like
never really
Fire,
saw them that way.
it was very obvious to me that they were
Oh.
supposed to be a Kaslana type. Um,
Okay.
and I thought it was great that like Firefly, she was a Kiana face, but not an actual Kiana in a way. Uh,
Interesting.
so I felt like the fact that I guess
Really?
with the Flame Chasers and Star Rail being so overt, uh, I don't know. I don't think I caught any of the hype around it in the same way. Cause like I saw UD's post and I was like, I knew he was gonna be super excited, right? Like I just knew UD was gonna be geeking out. I looked at it and I was like, okay, well this is just it's very straightforward, and I was like, okay, cool. It's the Flame Chasers, great. And then I was surprised that they had a Senadina type in the drip marketing. That was a
Yeah.
little bit surprising. But I think can I was about to say can Pardo's port
And
over was probably
it's
the one that
exactly
I
Pardo.
yeah, it's exactly Pardo, and I was like, this is cool. I'm excited for Pardo just because I liked Pardo more than some of the other characters from the Flame Chaser
Mm.
arc.
Mm-hmm.
Um, just her overall personality plus storyline was just more
Plus
palatable.
gameplay.
Yeah, gameplay
Plus
was great.
gameplay.
Yeah,
I'd say she probably stood out the most besides Alicia when it comes to gameplay. Like the rest of them are like, yeah,
I
you don't really need
still
them.
I still remember too during the CN beta test for Pardo, Ran was visited my one of the beta streams, and she was like, "Isn't it a little bit too simple?" But looking back now, like it's actually not that simple. It's just really fluid, and it's
Yeah.
compared to everything else in that time. It was like it's really cleanly designed, right? It's a very smooth
Yeah.
design in terms of gameplay flow. And probably the only thing that keeps her from being like ultra OP is the fact that her ult isn't time stop. It's just suspended animation.
Yeah. If they made her like an S rank base, then she would be super OP, I feel. Like with the current skill set, but like put it to like S tiers at S
And
rank
yeah,
level,
and
so they
then you
have to like
tune the
upgrade some
numbers
of
to be
it.
like modern.
Yeah. Then she would be like the most OP character. Probably like on par with like Azure Imperia kind of level. Or like Truth kind of level. But yeah. I do agree with you with the HSR stuff. On the but I feel like they can't do like just one or two of the flame chasers in that arc, because there are a few that cannot be done like one for one.
Yeah, they
Like
they
they
can't
can't
be
do
done one
Hua,
for one without each other as like additional context, right? Because like
but
even
also like they can't do Hua because we will never be able to tell because she's already supposed to be like rumored the marshal, right?
right, right.
Um and then they
And that's
also can't
definitely one
really
of the ones
do.
I'm definitely looking forward to.
Oh, I am looking forward to that one too.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a couple of and then they can they also did not really do Yae Sakura. They didn't do Sakura. They did Rin instead. I feel it's like that kid. And when I was looking at the kid, I was like, it feels more like a Rin than a Sakura. But
Yeah,
I
that
can
makes
see
sense.
that being like the Sakura like counterpart. So that's like I feel like that really hyped me up because like it's an interesting twist, right? Not only are we getting like an XP, we're getting like an like a what if scenario of like what if Rin were part of the Flame Chasers instead of like Sakura? Like what are we getting out of this? We That's like a total wild card. Like we've never seen she has never shown potential to be like in combat. So,
Higo
but
Kumaru.
also like
Higo
I feel
Kumaru.
like
Fire Blast.
but I feel like not all of them are going to be playable. Right? How are you going to do like 13 playable characters? That's
Right, right. And the drip marketing only had like what, six or so?
yeah.
6 or
Throughout the
8?
entire like Penacony, there isn't even like 13 characters. Even like Xianzhou doesn't have 13 characters, right? And we've already revisited it like 2 to 3
Yeah,
times.
multiple times for sure.
Yeah. So I feel like a lot of them are just gonna be lost in like in the abyss.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's probably gonna be like I feel like it has to be either one or both of the Alicia and Kevin one has to be playable,
Yeah.
or people are gonna riot. Like they're gonna they're
Do
gonna
you do
verbally
you
go to.
think they're gonna give the Kevin a baseball bat?
Well, he was holding a sword, but
Oh, he was holding a sword already.
but what if right? Because we always
What if the
call
sword
ourselves like
transforms
the
into a bat
galactic
during the ult?
baseball.
Yeah,
No, but
exactly.
like we always, yeah, right. We're always calling ourselves like, and what if like he responds like there's an Easter egg response to the nickname? It's like, oh, you are, and then like you introduce yourself as like the galactic uh, baseballer or something like that, and then he's like he has a response to it, and you're
Yeah,
like,
that would be a good
oh,
nod. Yeah.
yeah. So there's that. But yeah, um, tomorrow, yeah, we're only gonna pull Sparkle tomorrow, not now. We're just here to chat. But yeah, okay. I mean, I'd say number one for me is actually ZZZ.
Mhm.
I did fall off Honkai for a while.
Mhm.
Okay, and anyone who's like who only plays Star Rail, like when I say Honkai, it means Honkai Impact because Star Rail we just say Star Rail. I guess like I feel like if it's Star Rail, I say HSR or Star Rail. I never
Yeah.
say like I can see where people are coming from. Like people who've never played Honkai Impact, when they say just the word Honkai, they are referring to Star Rail, and I get it. But like personally, like it doesn't click in my mind. Like when
Yeah.
people say Honkai, yeah, I'm expecting them to like talk about Honkai Impact, and then like they start talking about like, oh, and then Sunday, and in Honkai, Sunday does this, and I'm like, oh, right, right. This person probably
It's
just has never
it's
played
when
Honkai Impact.
for me, like when people say esports and I'm thinking, Brood War and StarCraft too, but everybody's referring to, oh, Faker just won Worlds again.
Yeah, I actually follow it really closely. Like, oh my god, just way too much. So an
Someone
unhealthy
someone came into my,
degree.
I think it was Sagiri, he came into my chat and he was like, "Oh yeah, Faker just won Worlds again." And the first thing I thought of was like, I wonder if Faker ever met Boxer, and I went to go look that up and it's like, "Oh yeah, they actually had an interview together back in like
Yeah. Oh
2020."
wait, do you know Gumayushi's brother?
No, I don't
They
follow any of the esports anymore.
they say his brother is so he's like the ADC of the bot lane of T1, right?
Uh-huh.
And his brother is a pro StarCraft 2 player,
Wow.
who apparently has been world champion before. So I was like, damn, that's a crazy family, man. That's beyond insane. Okay, so we're gonna buy the tickets. Ooh, comes with
Nice.
crystals.
Nice,
That's good.
nice, nice. I
Ooh.
realize now too, these bundles, they want you to buy them in a set amount so that you end up back to an even 5 or a 0 as your last digit.
Oh. Okay, we're buying these. I wanna test my luck. Let's open one of them
All
and
right, this is the gotcha pregame. We're gonna open a few.
I have a wait. Oh no, that's not the
Yeah,
crystal
these are
gem.
these are the ones. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, we'll open two of them. We'll open two of them. So 70 is the lowest and 200 is the highest. This will tell us. This will be a foreshadowing of the luck we'll be
Wait, wait,
having
wait,
with
wait.
with
Did you buy 3 earlier, or did you only buy 2 when we were back in the
two,
shop? 2. Okay, so yeah,
two.
2.
Yeah. So, all right, we're gonna do this. First one, I actually need to go to the washroom, so we'll open it and then I'll run. Run. All right, the first one, 200,
Not
120. That's okay. That's middle. That's
Oh,
three
it's
out of
mid.
five.
It's just mid.
That's well, it's not 70. It's not
It's
70.
not 70.
Wait, we got 120 twice.
Wow, twice.
Okay. Above average. I don't know. I'd say we're smack in between average. Oh yeah, I also told my chat like one day if like I wake up and I decide like or if Honkai Impact story ends and like it's going to end of service, we will come to this inventory and open everything.
Open everything.
Just open everything. The
I've
last
I've
stream.
actually had to zero out my the dorm tasks, how they sometimes
Hmm?
give you the crystals. I've actually had to zero that out once or twice in the during part 2 because I haven't been topping up as much. So I actually had to dip into those
Oh,
savings. And then you want
this one.
yeah, funnier even funnier story. So Kronos on SEA.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
Kronos is my hero. I
So
use his
he
crap all the time.
hoarded all his crystals for every version update. He would just leave it in his mailbox, and he had a bunch of stuff like just unclaimed in Elysian Realm and stuff.
Me too, actually.
And
But I claimed a lot of it from the Elysian Realm recently.
he messages me one day. I'm in the middle of playing World of Warcraft. And he's like, "Fen, I made a mistake." I was like, "What happened,
Uh-huh.
Kronos?" He's like, "I accidentally hit claim all on my mailbox."
What? No! Kronos! Kronos is in the chat, actually.
Yeah, Raven, you were there. Yeah, Raven.
Oh my god. That's the saddest thing. Oh, I feel that, man. I feel that.
He had like
Yeah, I've been dipping into this one.
thousands and thousands of crystals in there.
They yeah, I've been dipping into this one, so I claim these and then convert them to witch's orbs and then
Mm-hmm. Affix mats.
get the yeah, affix mats.
Yeah, I've been sitting on a bunch too.
Uh
The other day too, was like maybe 2-3 weeks ago. I was thinking to myself like, oh, I need phase shifters. I need a farm more asterite for phase shifters. Maybe I should try to pick up some more phase shifter tasks from open world. Not then I went back to my inventory and I saw like I had so many phase shifter option boxes just sitting there, like also in the hundreds.
I okay, I just saw a super funny a super funny chatter. Are these streamers naturally that attractive or are they using filters? Well, hey chatter. Yeah, remember to DM me your PayPal? I think you forgot. Cash App works works fine. Okay, so I'll leave you guys for like 2 minutes. I have to run to the washroom and then I'll be I'll be back real quickly. All right. Sorry, Fen. I'll have to leave you to
No,
end
no
the
worries. No worries.
I'll be right back.
Is most of MG's chat are y'all on YouTube? I don't even have MG's chats pulled up. How many of you on MG's chat is actually watching on YouTube and how many are watching on Twitch? YouTube.com MG MG. Why is it so hard to find MG's Honkai channel? MG Honkai, there we go. Let's see here. I think most of y'all are watching on YouTube, right? How many are watching on Twitch? Oh, I have to mute that stream. Oh my god, you guys can. Why's my camera's like? Alright, hang on. Let me center this a little bit. So for those watching on MG stream, I had to use the second camera for the web app that we normally use. Let me pull this one up too. I have so many things on the tab. Okay. Okay, cool. Let me see here. But then how do I show my own chat? I need more monitors downstairs. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to keep up
I
with all
have
this.
returned.
Welcome back.
Right. Thank you, thank you. So for those of you who are just tuning in, this is fenrysk, and we are well, we've been playing Honkai Impact for a super long time, and we actually, used to actually we still always try to rank high in the Momo Arena and the Abyss. So yeah, if you're also pulling for Sparkle, I hope you guys have really good luck. We will be pulling. I will be pulling for Sparkle right now and her weapon, and then we will be doing a tier list, which I am quite excited about. That tier list will be here. It's all the current battle suits, and we will be ranking them from triple S to 100. So so yeah, and I think I've been thinking like there will be it's gameplay related, so it's going to be ranked with the meta. But there are going to be we'll talk about it later, but there are going to be like a few requirements to it, like I think like future proof is one thing, but like how I'm not sure like
Yeah, future
if we want to
proof,
do
how
it
smooth the
like
gameplay is, how reliant on external factors,
yeah,
right?
so it's probably not going to be like current, but it's also going to be relevant to the current meta. But it's also going to be like how much of like for example, Divine Prayer, one of the oldest, if not the oldest batch of battle suits ever, is still being used in the Memorial Arena today. So where do we rank her? We'll
Is
find out.
she still being used as much as she used to?
No. But
Yeah.
she does have that, like, it does represent, like, that one skill's ability to
Right.
yeah, it's like there's no
Yeah.
other skill that transcends that capability, like, the capability of her
Right,
ulti,
right.
right? So, there's also gonna be that kind of factors. I wonder, actually. She's the one that I'm thinking of the most, like, what are you and I gonna rank her at? Because what does that mean, you know?
Right, right, right.
Okay, but before we do that, we are going to start with Sparkle's pools now. Oh, okay. Is it 80? Is 80 like the wait, we start from 80, right?
0 out of 90.
90.
Yeah, so you've
Oh,
already
okay.
gotten 10 pulls in from the
Yeah.
previous banner, I think.
Yep. 10 pulls in from the previous banner. Okay. There's my Honkai
Oh,
Impact. So we're
98
already at
tickets
10.
and 119 ready.
Okay. So I think we are going to stop at double S. That means Durandal will be triple S. I remain the number one Durandal fan.
So does that mean if you're only going double S here, does that mean for the weapon you'll only get one refine?
What I'm thinking though, I might actually go for three of them. Because enemies take 22% more total damage from the character on the field. Because it's also like it has a support feature, right? And I
Oh.
do think like most of them have support features.
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm going for S1. You know what? It will depend on our luck. How about that?
Like how long it took us to get to double S?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
All right, let's see. All right, so I've pulled up Monodrama. We're gonna start with the first 10 pulls. Come on, first 10. Well, technically, this is the 20 pulls in. Okay, okay. Oh,
Oh,
okay. Well,
is
we got two,
is
but
that Yai
not great.
Miko from the hit game Genshin Impact?
Do we have a oh? There's no Yae in Sario yet, and they're doing Rin. They're doing a Rin variant, so there's not gonna be a
Oh,
there's not gonna be
Ken
a
says DP is used on Triple S Bull for the HOO team.
yep, yep, for the Memorial Arena. Oh, I feel like part two. Do you also feel like part two's rates have been more brutal than like in the
Yes.
past?
Yes. Nefer was saying that they got rid of soft pity or something like that. And I feel like all the anecdotal evidence from players in the chat, it's feast or famine, right? It's like they either get it super early, insane luck, or they, it's like 80 or 90 pulls.
Yeah. I hit, like, for Thelma, I hit, like, 280 pulls, like, back to back, which was uh, not great. Not great at all.
Kronos is recommending just get Refine 1 and just save for doo-doo.
Oh, interesting.
Or his recommendation for you in particular, I guess, is stop at double S and get Refine 1 weapon.
Hello, Mikasa.
Now, of course,
Let's
if you feel that itch, I think neither of us are gonna say no, but we know that you want to save for doo doo. So I
yeah.
think I think it's I think saving for doo doo is a good reason to stop at just Refine 1. Oh, Himiko,
Himiko!
Himiko.
Whoa! Oh, wait, are you gonna pull from Mavrika?
Yes, I am. I lost the 50-50 on Chaska, and I still pulled Chaska. So I'm back to
Dang.
140k primos, but I still have 30 Genesis.
140.
Yeah, so I started saving since the end of Sumeru, just doing monthly, just Welkin and Battle Pass, and then Get On Out donated for a top up back in Fontaine, so I put that on the $50 top up. Actually, I think I split it. I did like half because he was originally gonna give me. He originally donated a lot, and I think I split it between Genshin and Honkai Third or something.
Damn.
Or HSR or something. So
The Honkai is strong with this one.
yeah, so I before Genshin top up reset, I bought out all of the first time doubles. Right now, I'm slowly working my way through the first time doubles. Food Fight taught me this trick, which is called just having a Galaxy phone, right? So if anybody's
Uh-huh.
playing on a Galaxy phone, the Samsung store actually has like these insane coupons monthly. So
Oh.
you get $4 off on a single purchase, and now suddenly your Welcome Moon is only $1.
Wait, that's insane.
Yeah, yeah. And or if you use the 90% off one, like your Welcome Moon could be, I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but
Like
I usually
40 cents.
yeah, 40 cents basically.
Okay, so we uh-huh.
What I've been doing the last couple of versions is I use both of those coupons and I get like $25 worth between Welkin and the $20 battle pass for $11 with the Samsung
Whoa.
coupons.
Damn.
Don't even have to use
We,
VPNs or anything. Just straight up
we're not
Samsung coupons.
sponsored by Samsung, by the way.
Not
But I
sponsored.
could use one. But so yeah, so anyway, like we'll get back to like your Genshin because like I am very interested to see. Are you gonna like C6 her?
C6R1 is the plan, but Food Fight is also
140k is like crazy.
140. Yeah,
It's probably just an R5.
so right now it's I'm also sitting on 30k Genesis crystals. And that's
Oh my
I
god.
was up to 160k primos before I pulled for Chaska. Chaska might have been a mistake, but I'm enjoying the flying.
I'm going to C6 Chaska, by the way.
Okay.
Just throw it out there.
just for the heck
I got
of
a
it.
double. Yeah, I got a double after I got the first copy, so then she's already C2. So I'm
Okay,
like,
that's
you
pretty
know
good.
what?
Yeah.
All in. Yeah. Okay, so we are now at the final 10 pulls.
Okay.
That is insane. We're gonna hit hard pity. That's
Hard pity. Or
oh,
effective hard pity, which is like firm pity, right? Firm pity where
this
it's
has to be oh my god. 82 pulls.
82.
83?
Oh, 83. Yeah, that's definitely firm pity. That's not
That
90,
is
but you knew that it was going to happen on this multi because it was the last 10 pull
right.
of this.
Once you're past like once you're past 80, that's it, man. Like
Yeah,
okay.
classic 83. Like classic part 2 gotcha trolling you.
What if we get a double though?
Oh, yeah, what
Oh,
a oh.
my heart skipped a beat there. Okay, first copy of Sparkle.
Now we just need
Oh.
two more.
I'm excited. I'm excited to. I feel like this is working for me. Like not going into the beta, just going into the patch blind. It makes me more excited to play the
Yeah,
like
because
when
now
I'm
there's
playing.
that aspect of like learning on the fly, right?
Right? Yeah, yeah. I do feel that way. Like in the past, I'd be like, okay, we know what to expect. I've used this battlesuit like 1,000 times because I had to make a video. And
Yeah,
it's like
and it
now I'm
in a
just
way it spoils you from playing the beta,
it,
you know?
it kind of really does. Yeah. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Sparkle. They I feel like they upped the rate of a character card, but they lowered the rate of like an S rank. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah. I kind of wish that they would reintroduce like SP fragments into the pool,
Like
or
what was
I just wish that there was like a little bit more variety, you know? Like I feel like getting blues in the gotcha pool just doesn't feel good.
mm, I do feel like the gacha pool right now is less newbie friendly because of like in the past we could like a random like good battle suit or like weapon could pop up, right? Like a random like 5-star
Yeah,
4-star weapon could
I
pop up,
miss that for focus because that used to be a great way to jumpstart your account.
right?
Now you're
And now
just
it's like
now
what do you
the only
do?
benefit is like if you're going for weapon and you get a lot of stigmata dupes. Now
Mm.
now you have to farm in the mirage with those
Oh,
like
right, right,
converted
right.
prisms to craft what you're looking for.
Oh my god.
So in that regard, yeah, I do agree it's less newbie friendly. What I would like to see from character banner is less like natural A ranks and more SP A ranks because I feel like right now in the part
Mm,
2, SP A ranks are great for like jump starting a new account.
true. Whoa,
Oh, that's kind of early.
that's
Right?
40.
40. Yeah, 40 is pretty good. That's kind of rare getting
That's
it right at half. That's like our old. Remember back in the day in part 1 gotcha, it was like you wanted to target that 50 to 70 range. Like that would have been that's like
yeah,
that sweet spot. So
yeah.
getting a 40 is in my anecdotal experience kind of rare, but
I
kind of good.
I think it's super rare. Like all my pulls, all my drops in part 2 have been like okay, with the exception of Songche. So Songche the Astro Express. No,
Hmm.
not Astro Op. My god. Her Astro Op I got triple S in 70 pulls.
Wow.
So, yeah, that was insane. That was
That is
super
insane.
crazy.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But for now, I think for battle suits I have never gotten an early one. I feel like I've been getting like 80, 84,
Yeah, I
87.
that's been the case for me too, with the exception of Thelema. I got turbo lucky and I got a two in one multi. Oh yeah,
Oh,
Ken says that there is a code, Sparkle Impact Third. How many crystals?
Sparkle Impact third. Okay. I'll claim it later. Someone played elevator music from my Twitch
Doot,
side of things,
doot,
so
doot, doot,
I'm so
doot, doot,
okay.
doot, doot,
We're
doot,
back.
doot.
We're back. Oh my god. I'm kind of regretting having the Twitch side of things, but it is what it is. All right. So, Sparkle, we've got 2 copies now. If this isn't okay, if we
Oh, that
get like
code wasn't
one
crystals. It
copy in
was
like
just a trial
20.
card. It's a trial card
Oh my
code.
god. Trial card.
No,
No.
it doesn't even have the other stuff with it. But yeah, I feel like all these A ranks that you get, only the part 2 A ranks are any relevant, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like every banner should always have Helia and Coralie on it, instead of just one or the other.
Mm.
It should be Helia, Coralie, and then like a rotating cast of one old school A rank, and then one SP A rank.
Yeah. I feel like why don't they just put the SPA ranks in like the banner as an offering? Like have at
Because
least,
we're not getting
Golden
SP banners
Diva.
back anymore, right? We're not gonna have those
Yeah.
anymore. But they're
We
still
need at least
great
like Golden
for
Diva,
yeah, Golden Diva,
reverse
Kira,
Calico. Yeah.
Prometheus is still pretty popular. Both
Right?
Griseos.
True.
Susanna, one of the most like OP.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie,
And they're
Susanna was
only
kind
A
of a
rank.
sleeper hit in terms of like. Well, we knew from a performance side she was just busted. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
but yeah, she turned out to be great. She's just
They could also introduce more A ranks, just saying.
yeah, not wrong. You're not wrong. Introducing more A ranks. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Mirror Caps was saying like reducing the cost. I know that was a point that Kronos brought up for the survey. That
Reducing the cost?
so
Interesting.
so
Oh, like not 280 per pull, like
right.
250 or 200 or something.
250 or 200, yeah. Kronos wanted 200. And I know like one of the counter arguments has always been like, well, there's no
I see which one.
50-50.
Oh.
But it still doesn't feel good, sinking 90 pulls at 280.
Yeah, I feel like the rates should go up, right? Like, it doesn't make sense that, okay, fine, we take away, like, at this rate, I would take a 50-50 because I feel like even though I'm losing 50-50s in, like, ZZ or, like, Genshin, at least it gives me something useful for the account, right? Even the standard 5-star can do something for the account.
Yeah,
And if, say, like, I had a 50-50 here and I got, like, PE or something, at least that's going to boost my account's, like, viability. If it
right.
were, like, the Hush of Thunder, or the... I mean, even as far as, like, the Vermilion Knight, like, that would do something for the account, especially if I'm a new player. But having to go hard pity and only getting that one S rank, like, they've somehow managed to make it look good on paper, but made it, like, the worst gacha right now.
Yeah, if
At least,
I
like,
I
that's the
remember
way it
that was
feels.
like that was a huge feedback 7.3 and 7.4, right? Like on paper, the only thing that really did improve was I would say equipment because it's easier on a per count, per pull basis to full gear. Um from equipment side rather than saying, oh, we need 200 pulls to guarantee 404. Actually, now you only need 60. Mathematically, that's just amazing compared to what it used to
Yeah.
be. But on the character side, it definitely just doesn't feel as good.
Exactly. It just like it's so bad to be honest. All right, this is 67 pulls in. This is 77 pulls in right now. And yeah. I mean, that 40 was actually super lucky. Like I
Yes,
count
all
this
things
to be...
considered, yes, I agree.
Oh my god. I count this
Okay,
as like a pretty lucky pull because we're expecting at least 80 pulls per card.
yeah.
So, you know, okay, let's use the... Oh,
Well,
do I use this
I
again?
feel like if you use cards, we just do singles the rest of the way, right?
Yeah. Okay, this is 68. Come on, it's got to be in here somewhere.
Old system
69?
feels
It's
more
always a
FTP friendly
69.
due to soft pity being a thing, as far as I know. It definitely
This is
felt that
79.
way from a feels craft sense, right? Like anecdotally, the old
79.
system definitely felt more FTP friendly. But the old
Mm.
system also, what we were talking about earlier, Ken, was like, oh, not it. What we were talking
Oh,
about before is like, yes, Foca was expensive, but if your account wasn't established, like if you weren't already like a dolphin or whale player, your off rates still improved your account.
yes. They always will. Like now the off rates are just not useful. Unless you get like Helia. Like if you get Ritual or Yakshin Miko, you never use them. And even if you wanted to use them, you need like top tier equipment to make them even like do some decent, somewhere close to decent damage. It's not even gonna be decent damage. I don't know. What do you
Well,
think they could do to make
I
this
would say for that, that's gonna scale dependent on the player's like target content, right? Because like if their target is just Agony 2 or Agony 3, I don't think the gear requirements are gonna be that high, but you're probably not gonna outscore the
mm,
the retired whales. Oh, congrats.
86?
86. That
86.
is very firm pity. Very firm
Oh
pity.
my god.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd say no to a triple S just because of how
Brutal that was.
how brutal that was. That was insanely brutal. Holy crap! All right, now, what do we like? What's the recommended Kronos? You and Kronos were saying just S1.
I would probably go S1 and just call it there and just start saving for doo doo. I
Mm,
even feel like Kiana Divine Key kind of backfired on me, right? Like, yes, the benefit of the Divine Key at least is that it's like account wide, and no matter what game
mm-hmm,
mode I'm playing, I'm always gonna have that bonus attack.
mm-hmm.
But I also felt like 1-to-1, like I don't think I used Kiana as much as I thought I would. Like, yes, Vita gameplay with Kiana definitely feels way better than without. Um, oh,
Okay,
congrats.
we got
T
T.
piece, T piece. Oh, another
Oh,
T piece. Okay.
whoa!
M piece. So, this is the thing, right? The new gotcha for equipment feels great for like the first 2 or 3 multis because you're getting the fresh stigmata. But once you start seeing that third or fourth dupe, you're like, okay, well, I guess I'm just stockpiling prisms for the upgrades.
But the prisms are, important. So, all right, early weapon, early weapon. We could go back in for like an extra. Oh, B. Oh,
B.
well, we
Okay.
got the entire set.
All right. So 3 out of 4 in under 20 pulls, right at 20.
Yeah, right at 20.
So that
Okay,
would have
that's
been
not
a
bad.
dream on the old system.
Oh
Definitely,
yeah,
that
for
would have been
sure.
a great dream on the old system. Because like on the old system, like if you got anywhere from 30 to 60 pulls, you were doing great for full set. And then like anywhere from 70 to 110, you're always thinking like, well, at least I didn't go to 150, right?
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Okay, so we're guaranteed. Wait, no, 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 no. We might have to dip into like 10 pulls for crystals if we're trying to get
The weapon.
if we're yeah
Yeah,
if we
so
want to if
let's
we hard get hard PD the weapon. Ah,
so we may have to count pulls actually. See where it left off. Was it at the last one? I know this is not generally your
what?
style to count pulls. Okay.
Now we're just gonna do it. We're just gonna 10 pull it.
Just gonna do it.
Weapon. I like multis near the pity because sometimes it triggers that double drop
Yeah, that's
occasionally,
that
rarely.
that's that like I'm feeling lucky. I'm gonna go for that double drop.
Yeah.
Okay, so this time it's
Okay.
on an 8. This time it is on an 8.
Oh. Okay. We're doing singles. Full gear. Yeah. Full gear for Stigmata. We haven't full geared with we got no weapon.
I thought
Oh.
about that too. I was like, cause like I was tempted slightly to use one of my Dawe cards for Sleepy Terry's weapon, even though I don't have Sleepy
Whoa.
Terry. I
Okay.
thought, or that, or use it for the Kiana third rank up for the weapon. And then I was
Hmm.
like, no, I can't give it up, man. I can't do it. I
Yeah.
couldn't do it.
Neither can I. Wow, we are 54 pulls in a 60 pity banner. So
So I think our hard cap is gonna be 58, right? Because that's we
yeah.
we got the guarantee on the last multi at on the 8.
Oh my god. I've gone it.
It
I've
would
gone
be
like
nice if it's here on 57. 57 would be really good.
nope.
No. All right. So the
It
next
could
one.
it could just be a stigma. I'm just saying, with my luck with part 2, it could just be a stigma, which is going to be heartbreaking.
Oh
What
my
did I tell you?
god!
What did
How?
I tell you?
Ain't no way!
Come on.
59?
Did we do a 10 pull? Did we do it?
I
Okay,
I
let's go
wouldn't
to.
I wouldn't I would not. No,
I want
you
to
need
see
to
that one
save.
pity. Ah, there we go.
Oh!
One.
Kronos said it. Absolute hard pity. Wow, actually trolled by mihoyo here.
Oh, whoever made the new system, you suck. just put it out there. Oh my god.
Unbelievable! The 8 was the guarantee, and the game said no. The 8.
Oh, it's happened so many times. Oh my god.
You
Okay,
know
this game
that
is
never would have happened on the old system. On the old system, like if you did singles, you
yeah.
would have gotten the last piece.
On the old system, we've almost never seen the number like 10 in like the remaining drops to your guarantee. It's like I've never even seen like it's always been like 27 is the biggest number I've ever seen, and it's always like, okay, here you go. Get your card. At least for me. And that same account has been hard pitying so many times over here, which is it's insane. Alright, let's have Sparkle on the bridge. Your time is over, Vita.
Oh,
Yeah,
she's so close to max affection.
she is. Maybe I shouldn't switch her out, but you know, just for the fun of it.
Just for today.
Yeah. Okay. So Sparkle is she is DPS, right?
I think part 2 is like they're gonna be DPS slash sub DPS while also being support for Astral Ring types.
Yeah, is what they said when they were announcing part 2. But judging from her triple S, which buffs herself,
Mm-hmm.
that's why I was asking, like, you know,
Oh
because
yeah,
like
yeah, as on field DPS, yeah. I get what you
yeah,
mean.
even though like a lot of them they play all roles, like you know what I mean? It's like they still at some point take up that like how would I put it? Like Felma, oh no, actually Felma now has become sub DPS, especially with the Astral Ring. Like the
Yeah.
who is it that she supports? You know, like she does the triangle one. Oh my god, that's so OP. You were expensive, Sparkle. You're very expensive. So the purely
Chronos, pity equals shock value. Hidden game feature.
I don't know. Like I don't know how I'm feeling about part 2, man. Like with
It's
Gotcha.
hard for me to keep wanting to play. I'm not gonna lie. Like story has not been catching me. The events have been okay-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Abyss, it's Abyss has not always been fun. Some cycles are more fun than others, but a lot of times it's like if it's a part 1 cycle, I'm enjoying it a little bit more.
I see what you mean.
Having skipped Sleepy Teresa has actually forced me to like skip certain cycles on Abyss just because it's like, okay, well, I know I don't have this, so it's fun to try to struggle a little bit, and then I realize, well, my cap score with this non top team barely gets me maybe 9th or 10th, and maybe I scrape by for the cycle in the lobby, but it's not gonna get me anywhere
That's
on the board.
insane.
Yeah.
Barely 9th or 10th. So you're what?
Yeah,
So
like
what I'm hearing is
the Andrea cycle. I molded that. I pulled up your Honkai Cross Genshin, Master Lord of the Boreal Wind, had it looping on the side, and I'm molding that fight with Vita, right? No, it wasn't the Vita one, but the other one with Luna. I remember I modded that one so much because like there was one version of the Andreas Abyss that you had to use Sleepy Terry for support or something like that, and I didn't have Sleepy Terry for support. I think it was the Mobius one, right?
yeah.
Yeah, so it was the Mobius one, and a lot of people were just using Mobius with Luna. I don't remember if I used HTR or Eden. I think it was like Mobius, Luna, and Eden was what the team I ended up using. Starless Weather with Mobius. Yeah,
Mobius,
so
Luna and Eden. That's actually not too bad.
was it that? No, I think I might have used HTR because I needed to get more damage. I don't even remember, but I just remember that if you didn't have sleep,
Terry that powerful?
yeah, if you didn't have Sleepy Terry in that team, it was like an automatic minus 20 to 50 points.
Well, that's insane. So what I'm hearing is, in your eyes right now, like part two is like a hard sell in terms of meta. It's like
It's
it's not like in the past where, you don't get this character, it's fine. You have like a few substitutes that
yeah.
you can put
I
in.
feel like I've gotten away with skipping Sleepy Terry because the rest of my part two cast was built, but like what How to Be Mad Life 2 is saying in my chat is like barely have any P2 characters. If you skipped the first three patches of part two, your Abyss experience is not going to be that enjoyable. I feel like if you're a mid spender, it's gonna be okay as long as you're pulling like maybe in my mind it's like if you pulled the first three patches, got 4 of those characters, and you topped up a little bit for Songchue double S, you're probably
Hmm.
good enough to handle Red Lotus and do Nirvana bouncing just okay. Anything less than that, you're
Okay.
probably looking at like probably okay for Agony 3, where you could still brute force some of the new content with old characters if your
Hmm.
account's old enough. But if your account's not old enough, you kind of like building from the bottom up.
So that kind of like, I feel like it's a huge contradiction to the way they're trying to market part two,
Mm-hmm.
which I've been like pretty vocal about recently. Like they keep saying it's supposed to be like newbie friendly, but nothing seems to be like very newbie friendly in that sense. Like
Yeah,
even if you're looking at it from like a story standpoint, it's also like not really.
yeah, and it goes back to the one thing that I felt like they did really well with the SPA rank system was that it was very easy to start up because on launch patch you would get at least guaranteed card and enough fragments to get to S rank, right? And you could easily
Yes.
finish farming the double S, where they were like that the double S sweet spot where it's like they're not maximized for their utility, but they're like 70 to 90% functional.
Mm.
And they were just really good value pickups. A lot of them, even if they were support, they functioned fine in a triple support team. Um,
Hmm.
a lot of them were just overall good value. A lot of them released with OP stigmata that a lot of whales would pull multiple sets of.
Yeah, like official.
Fischl, Haxor Bunny, both of, and even what's her name? I just said it earlier. Susanna, yeah, because Aladdin was just
Yeah.
cracked. The stigmata
Yeah.
sets that could just stack on each other for infinite buffs, right?
Yeah.
triple Zenyi, double Aladdin. Let me get 3 sets of Turgenev for MA, stuff like that. Um, I think if they were to go back to something similar to that, I probably wouldn't release as crazy OP stigmata in the way that they used to. But Kronos and I have talked about this too. Is like they just need to make some of the older stuff easier to farm, whether that's old
Mm.
weapons or like old stigmata. Stigmata is like yes and no. They automated it a little. Oh, that's a
Jesus Christ. Oh, this is so sad
so
that it's not
nice that
Javelin
it's
Drive
the
Core.
wrong. Yeah, because she's a drive core user, right?
Yeah. Oh my
Take a
god. And I
screenshot.
always just
Take a screenshot before you
oh my god.
re-roll. Post that in Central. Let them know. I can't believe this
That,
happened.
oh, that's so sad. I always just remember like the first weapon of the line, so I don't have to like my brain doesn't have to like look for the word and be like, "Oh, did I get the right one?" I'm just like, "Okay, javelin, javelin." Like if you're drive core, javelin, javelin's the right one you're looking for.
Javelin or Quantum, right? Because she's Quantum type.
Yeah. Javelin quantum. I also take like generic attack actually,
If it's high enough, right? Do you have a
if it's
cutoff
high.
for
Like I take the super high ones, like 17.
17 and up? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 17 and up.
Are you trying? Okay, so
Ooh.
right now you're trying to naturally roll like a 40 plus.
Yeah, like a double line. I
That's
know it's like
hard.
a tall ask, but I usually am okay with getting it. I'll like rotate between like all the other oh, this one. Oh,
I think for this,
okay,
okay,
go.
there you go. Yeah, I was about to say like I feel like a lot of times opening up that second line, I'll actually just use the item to unlock it.
I've never really struggled except for one character who I can't remember, but like that one took me like uh wow, like thousands of crystal cores. But other than that, usually like under 10 rolls I get it, which is kind of weird, but yeah.
I would probably use
Okay.
Affix Lock on that on your T Stig since you had a
Mm.
22.7 on that one.
Yeah, I would too. We're just gonna have to take some of these. All right. Ren.
Yeah,
Two.
yeah, absolutely, Ken. There's no rest patch because like that was another thing that SPA ranks were great for budget players was they could if they didn't have enough to get their full set for the SPA rank with the cracked support set, they could still
Mm-hmm.
use like old meta support gear on that SPA rank and then just use that as a way to save up for their next target S rank. And then they can still get value out of that SPA rank. I remember I did that on my NA account a lot where it was like, okay, Haxer Bunny, I'm saving, but I'm using like I'm farming JST on that character. Or I'm using like Irene TB on my Haxer Bunny, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah, yeah. I remember that. I did that a lot early game, like when the game first came out.
Oh yeah.
Um, yeah, that was way easier to
Way
do.
back
Like
when
it's like
like if you were F2P you had to farm even the crappy Foundry Stigmata because it was like it
yeah,
was essentially free. Yeah.
yeah. Oh my god. But now it's like it's so hard to I don't know. Like I'm looking at the state of the game right now and it's so hard to even build like a new account. Like I don't even know how people do it. And I feel like that's one thing that kind of like drives people away
Yeah,
from
especially
wanting
if
to start the
story
game.
isn't enough to hold them, right? Like I feel like
Yeah.
if the player's playing and they're okay with sitting through all the story and actually doing the whole visual
What's
novel enjoyment, that's not bad for support. Yeah,
That's
it's like
crazy.
that's almost like the
Old school support.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just like, as much as I love Honkai Impact, and as much as like I want the game to do well, I feel like the decisions that have accompanied part two have been very questionable in my personal opinion.
I agree. I
And
agree.
right, yeah, and it's just like it's a little bit sad to have to see the game like struggle. Like it's how do I put it? I feel like maybe the like the overall like we don't know how much communication there is between like all the teams, but
Right, right.
maybe they kind of like overestimated the pool that like HSR would have into like, oh, you're interested in HSR, like let's go
Try
play Honkai
Honkai
Impact,
third. Yeah, exactly.
yeah. And I feel like they might have been banking on that, and then it's not like I feel like they should never like that should never have been an expectation, if
Yeah.
that even makes sense. They should have just stuck to the old one, made it like as friendly as possible. So,
And
at least you
that's kind of
keep
where part one was headed towards between like the end of part one going into part 1.5. I felt like that was probably one of the most not in terms of gotcha, but in terms of like infrastructure and like release characters, right?
mhm.
If you started in that time frame, you had a very wide option of SPA ranks that you could pick and choose from to build, at least to get started. Um, and you just had, like A ranks were still somewhat useful. I feel like at that point, in most cases, like you would just do triple support with the available SPA ranks. But you could still target an S rank or here and there, and that can help solidify that team for that element. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's like unfortunately like that's the oof. I really hope like they revise the way they've been doing part 2, and I don't know, man, like kind of like revert a little bit to the or kind of like merge the two. like have the new system merge with the old system. Like keep some of the old things that we used to have, and then that might actually save the game. Sparkle. Okay, we're not gonna do Sparkle's Elysian Realm today. We are going to head into doing a tier list. Wait, let me share the tier list with you. Okay. All right, so now we are going to switch to doing a tier list, and let me change the. Let me go. Let me go to Twitch and say. I don't know. What do I say? HI third. Can we say veterans? We'll say veterans. Or like
Veterans tier list.
veterans. Uh, making meta tier list. There we go. All right.
Can you
I think
can you
at the
put the
very
tier
least
list
I've
on
earned
your
that.
Discord share screen?
Yeah, I was about to switch it.
Okay, sweet. Let me go get some coffee.
All right. So, chat, this was supposed to be in order of release, but for
Be right
some
back.
reason the tier list maker, okay, the tier list maker kind of jumbled it up, so it is not in order of release. But I can kind of like rearrange them. I just gonna have to take some time, and then it's gonna be if you go in game and you check out the in order of release, like this is the order that you're gonna give you. And so we're gonna go with that.
way.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Oh, it's a lot to shift. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Oh my
I
goodness.
always do release order, and like when I scroll down, I just see the passage of time.
Yeah. Oh my god. That's deep. That's deep. Just do this. Switch this to. Oh wait, maybe I could do that. Let's see if I could do like a recording of this. Audio properties. Recording does not pick up 2, I think. Wait, how does that work?
What do you mean? I don't think I
Oh
need any
wait, no.
audio for the screen share or anything.
Oh no. I'm just thinking about like my recordings.
Oh, okay,
Never
okay.
mind. It doesn't matter. All right. I'm going to have to switch that setting back. All right. So, we're going to start with this tier list. I don't think I'm going to rearrange them because now I'm going
Yeah,
to have
no,
to
don't.
look
I
for
wouldn't
like,
worry
oh,
about it.
who's where, what where. But we are going to if you're new to Honkai Impact, this might be useful to you. I'm not sure, but we are going to arrange a rough, like by experience, right? Like where these battle suits are going to stand. And we're going to I think the criteria is going to be like how useful they are in general, their skills, like how applicable they are in like the battlefield even today. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a bit like this tier list could tell you if you're a new player which of these battle suits have like what where their value stands, if that
Yeah.
makes sense. Okay.
We can try to be as brutal and realistic as possible too, because it's we could say like, oh yeah, Songtrea is really strong, but she's very reliant on Serapium, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. And then that doesn't put her at triple S. I think I think like if we want to start, who do you think can go into like the triple S category? To be honest,
Triple
if we're being
S.
honest here, do you
Um,
think? Okay, would you say Hasha of Truth can fit triple S?
Hersher of Truth. I would say Hersher of Truth definitely. I would probably put her at double S now. I think if we did this a year ago, Hersher of Truth would have been triple S for sure. I think now
Mm.
because of Astral Ring, her her functionality is a little bit diminished, and they also designed her to not work for ice teams unless she is the DPS. So I would probably rate her as a double S at this point. But she does provide like so much. I think for triple S, I would probably say Luna, right? Because Crimson Vow, she's insane on field DPS. She provides breach, has a like she feeds SP to the team, buffs lightning damage. At S0, she is the full package.
Interesting.
Definitely though, if you play at the high end, you'll feel the gaps where you're like, oh, I wish I had S2 instead of S0. And that's kind of where I would say FOV would also be double S instead of triple S, because the second dodge attack only comes in at double S, which is a very like pay to win design, right? If her double evasion was like a base skill, or like she didn't have double evades on double S, I'd probably rank her higher, even though the double evasion, the 2 charges of evade attack is like, it's sick to pull off. She's such a fun design battlesuit, but like we have to be strict in this grading, right? And
this is where I really need you, because if you look at my I like, because we're going by like, you have a lot of experience with like using them at lower ranks, right? And like for me, my brain will be skewed to like, I thought she always had that ability, and when we look at it, and it's like, well, you know, triple S, it's like, sure, you know. So I think there are some things that like I would naturally expect the battlesuit to have, and if I were to like another person's account who didn't have them at like, for example, I know like Ash of Rebirth, she has a huge SP steroid with certain ranks. Like I think it's like double S1, if I remember correctly. There is something that provides like a huge SP boost when she, you know, simply like,
oh no, it was S2 on
oh,
Rebirth.
it's S2?
Yeah, it was S2, because I played S0 for a long time, and after like a few patches, I was like, okay, I just have to get S2 because it's so painful.
But then also at triple S, look at that, like an additional like, wait, unlocks new skill, 15 SP. So you basically get like, tons of SP, like 70-ish SP funneled into you. And if I were to play on like a lower ranked House of Rebirth, I would die, because I'd be like, wait, I thought I was gonna have like 175 SP at this point, but like I only have like 100 SP, you know, something like that. So that, like, I think like I really need your help to like factor that in. But I will also like offer some counterpoints of like, I think of like how the character feels. I think like control of the character is also something that I would rank. Yeah,
that's huge.
Luna, I don't know if I agree with like, if Luna is at triple S, would you say Sentience is at triple S?
Yes.
Even though Sentience need like she's being a DPS kind of is reliant on her having her new gear.
Yes. But historically, I would say that even before she got her new gear, she was
already a DPS.
She was already like amazingly designed, a lot of tech with cancels, and she had a lot of like historical research on her, right, with different tech, cancels, weapon swaps. How do I put it? Like, she was amazing to play from S0 all the way to triple S, right? Like, you watch those videos of the triple S only HOS runs, and it's like, wow, that's amazing. But you watch, you know, players like Fragile or Rhino just do like completely absurd things with like an S0 or even like an S2. Like, remember when we still had double S Pig as in MA, and there was like a whole series of runs where you had to get the shield break with HOS. And it was like a huge thing where like if you had even S2, suddenly you pass the damage threshold to break the shield,
Yes,
and then
I
that was
remember
like
that
a
one.
that was an easy 1 to 2 second score increase. Back
Yeah.
before
Or
the
also,
time when even getting a 31,840 was hard to get. Not nowadays, like everybody 946s, or you just go home, right?
yeah. Also, one thing I want to mention, historically speaking, HOS has been my, and it's not like I can't make a video out of it, so like even though it's the biggest deal for me, it's not as like, I think like the biggest deal on my channel would be like the E6S5 Acheron, because I never paid a cent for it, right? Like it's
Yeah, yeah.
all
Pure
FTP.
FTP no pull up until
Yeah.
Acheron. Yeah,
But for Sentience, actually, I don't think many people know this. I think my record for her is like 105 pulls to triple S.
that is insane.
That is the cost of one
And that was
copy,
on the
but I got
old
like,
that was on the old system too, where each
yeah.
each card was only what 30. Well, it was a 70, right? Because she was an SP
Yeah.
type. 70
But
fragments, but it was like 150 just for one sub rank.
yeah, and like I was telling my chat, like I don't think I can go all out to like get her like to triple S in one go at the time, but like I was saying, like every time her banner does a rerun, I will try to get one copy, and for two of those reruns, I got her in 5 pulls,
Wow.
and one of them was that the what do you call that, the one where they give you, like, if you pull a certain number of pulls, they give you fragments as well. Advanced
Advanced
supply.
supply, yeah, ADV supply.
Yeah.
Those are so good.
And so the advanced supply and the BP actually contributed a lot. So
Yeah,
technically, it's kind of a cop out, because it's like, yeah, sure, like other battle suits, you purely got their fragments from pools.
yeah.
Thanks for the follow. But also, like, at least I only ever did 105 pools, and then that's the craziest triple S ever, who has not been in like the shop, in like any shops where you can buy, like, wait, is she in any shop right now? No, right?
Who, HOS?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's in War Treasury now, as of this patch.
Oh,
She's in War
well,
Treasury, so
as
I'll.
of this patch.
Yeah, but her
Ah.
stamps were in Gold Witch Orb shop for a while. And
Mm.
we did have her in a few option boxes prior to that. I'm pretty sure from top up
I'm
events.
pretty sure I got her to triple S before her fragments were added to the war treasure, to the gold witch orbs. So I think, like,
Yes,
to
yes,
me,
that is
that's
accurate.
like an
Yeah,
insane achievement.
yeah,
105 pulls for triple S. She is the crown. Anyway, that was a huge segue, but or not even a segue, just a huge I digress. But triple S. Okay.
yeah.
Um. Okay. Who do you think they're the only two triple S's?
I don't think that the only two triple S's. I think Hersher of Thunder would be another, like, she was amazing before
I
her
would.
divine key, and she was amazing after her divine key. And it's only like the passage of time that she's not utilized as much anymore, right?
I actually agree that Hush of Thunder is triple S.
Because you remember all the insane tech that was involved back when we were playing Domain of Sanction. But
And
then
even in part two, she was actually used in some runs for like cap score. I think
Triple S
especially
Doodoo, right? Triple S
against,
Doodoo was
yeah,
for a
against
while.
BKE,
Uh
yeah,
huh. Uh huh.
because of her, like, her switch out and then her switch back in with the finisher.
Yes, yes.
Like,
With the
that was
divine,
always like a
yeah,
core part.
with the divine key, there was like so many like time stop tricks and tech that was like refined over so
Yeah,
many runs, and that was
and
insane to pull off and so much
the
fun.
crazy part is, like, her damage actually holds up, which I'm like
Yeah, because she could
mind blown.
compress so much damage in a game score 0 second because of the time stop.
Like as a lightning DPS, even with Mobius out and people having triple S Mobius, there were times when it was just like, nope, it's Shadow Thunder. And I was mind blown to be like, how can a battlesuit like 20 versions ago still beat like the current reigning like lightning DPS?
Yeah.
And I think like that alone places her at triple S. Like, I would totally agree with you. Like, I 100% she ranks at triple S. Okay, let's see. Someone said, like, if people have requests, please put them up there. It can be any battlesuit. Someone said Hersher of Rebirth.
Hersher of Rebirth. I would definitely just put her at A. Or no, not A. At just regular. somewhere between A and S, I would say. Um, a lot of
Mm.
people were not fan. I was not a fan of her visual design. I think the fact that she was a Sailor battlesuit kind of carried her, and then like her raw numerical advantage kind of carried her. I don't think her gameplay design was that good. Some of the fights with DPS mode felt okay. Um, and the sound
Yeah, the
design was
DPS
great.
mode
Yeah,
is like a gimmick, right? It's like, when do you ever use it? You know
there
what I'm
it's
saying?
like yeah, it's like the two Padrino or the two Judge Council mech fights, and that's it. Where you actually have to bring HOS back out as a support for her. So yeah, total gimmick. They should have designed it where you should not be able to switch modes in combat. How many of you accidentally switch modes in combat and you're like, oh, that killed my run. Now I have to
Oh
restart.
my god, that
That
has happened to
was
me so many
awful
times.
design. That should have been a toggle, and maybe they should have made it where if you tap alt, it's the alt, and you have to hold alt to transform.
Hmm.
But
True.
that's all retrospect, right? They could have done so many things to make it better. Um, but
Okay, wait. Hey, go ahead, go ahead.
what
Finish
I
that point,
didn't
and then I
like
want to
was
clarify.
that all her animations felt sluggish. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I had this
Yes,
recurring
I
problem
agree.
with floating characters in Honkai 3rd. None of them feel as snappy as HOV did. Because at least with HOV you had that cool animation cancel, like 1 2 3 dodge, 1 2 3 dodge, right, or something like that.
Yeah.
Um, and I felt like Rebirth, you had a lot of gimmicks and tech, but it was always to get around some design problem, like some issue with her base design. Like if you played
Mm.
S0, you had to do some wacky wind up at the start. S2 kind of smoothed things out, but you know, that's another, slightly pay to win factor that counts against her in my opinion.
So if I were to, I'm totally down to put her at S rank, honestly.
Yeah.
Because so here's the thing, right?
Mhm.
I feel like if we based it off her triple S, she's a triple S character, or maybe like a double in between triple S and double S.
Yeah.
But that paywall is just too massive.
Yeah.
If you get the same value at like S1 and S2,
Mhm.
she goes into double S right away.
Yeah.
But like the fact that like you need triple S to sort of like fully unlock the character's potential is a little bit too much of an ask.
Yeah. I
So,
feel like
but
also because she's recent, her numerical advantage gives her that she's not A rank, right? Because she's new
yeah,
enough where her numbers are tuned to provide more value.
because also like we are talking from a bit of like an old player's perspective.
Yeah.
I feel like if you were a new player and you pulled her and you were lacking a physical DPS, I could see people using her physical, like her DPS form a lot more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if I were a new
Probably
player
good
and I just
enough
picked
all
up
the way
Honkai
to
Impact,
Agony 3, all the way through
yeah,
Agony
and
3,
I got
even
this
low Red
character.
Lotus.
Yeah, exactly. Because like her DPS is not exactly weak, but it's just not great compared to the other
Mhm.
DPSs that
Mhm.
we currently have. But if you had no other options, it can still carry you, like pretty much. And I think that she definitely is not in the A rank category just because of that. Like her S0 still brings value, just not great enough to be put in double S. Which I feel like would be surprising to a lot of people. And also someone asked, is this based on current meta? It loosely is based on current meta, but we are also factoring in things like how much value the character can bring to your account, how much of their abilities are locked behind a paywall, and historically, like at which points, if you had like a graph, like at which points did they like peak, and how many points of peak do they have? And I think like that one factor puts Hash of Thunder up there at triple S, because Hash of Thunder, look at like we have the list in game,
Simser
I'll go
brings
through
up a
like in
good
order of
point,
the list,
though.
right?
Simser brings up this excellent point about Rebirth that keeps her in S rank and not any less than S. No more crit
Oh,
mauled. No more crit mauled.
that is true. So for players who don't know, Hash of Rebirth converts your what does she convert? Like your
she
critical
gives
damage
you.
to
She
critical
gives
rate,
you.
right?
Yeah. She gives you she essentially gives you 100% crit rate, and then she
Yeah.
converts excess crit rate into crit damage.
Yeah,
Something
so
like
there's
that.
a conversion to fill up your crit rate all the way to 100, and then excess will give you extra critical damage. So basically, with the Hash of Rebirth, as a physical party, you will never lack critical, and that I do agree though. I feel
That's such a huge
both you and
quality
I
of life.
overlooked that point. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes her like S tier. Like that even puts her in that could put her in double S, but I think her paywalls are one of the biggest I've ever seen, if that makes sense. I don't think there's another battlesuit that has been put behind such a huge paywall. I
Ken brings up another great point too. Rebirth could use Shattered Swords if you're a budget player. Well, budget player back then. Nowadays, I wouldn't even say for most players. Like if you're a new player, you wouldn't go for Shattered Swords. But at the time, yeah, that was a small nicety, I would say. I don't
mm,
think that weighs as much for me though. I feel like for me, it was definitely the gameplay feel that negatively impacted how I viewed that Herschel release.
mm. Gameplay, like my opinion for gameplay, I think she does take a little bit of getting used to more than like any other battlesuit. But I think like once you're familiar with her, even in the DPS mode, she does feel pretty smooth.
Yes, I,
But
I do I do agree. Like once you've practiced the rotation a bit, especially with the Prometheus in the team, like once you've practiced the rotation, it's actually really smooth. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
yeah, but also like the issue is like what you mentioned, like the accidentally switching forms is a
Accidentally
big
switching
issue
forums,
even
the
for me.
animations take so long, and you're just
Yeah.
watching your abyss
You can't
points
even
trickle down
right?
while you're
Oh
waiting
my
for that
god.
next slash.
Exactly. So that just does take up some points. Do you also
Yeah.
consider their performance at S0? Yes. So that is one thing that is why she's not at double S. That is that paywall just kicks her down so so bad
Yeah.
because Rebirth has too many skills locked behind and you could say the same for Sentience, but we're also considering like Sentience, you have more access to her fragments now, but
hmm
then also like at her S0, I think many people, like including myself, just left her at S0 and she could
She was feature complete.
function the way she
Yeah.
was. Yeah.
Apart from the
She
players that were doing like the triple S high SP start off runs in MA, she was
yeah.
essentially feature complete.
And even then you could sort of circumvent it with like, Avogadro and stuff like that, but yeah, kind of copium. You lose like a second or two, but essentially like the fact that you could bridge that 10 or 11 copy difference is insane. So I think she still stays at triple S. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's why Fen is here, because like Fen and I like I'm insane with like ranking, right? I just like, except for
So
Somshira, everyone else is
I
yeah,
just
double
to
or triple S.
expedite this process a little bit, 'cause there's a lot of Valkyries. Are there any
Yeah.
standouts from old A ranks that you want to put above B tier?
Whoa. I'd say Hawk of the Fog,
Hog of the Fog, yes. Hog of the Fog, I would
A
probably
tier.
put A tier.
Okay, let's
Um,
knock out the A tier because I think a lot of them sit in A tier. Night
I
Squire is in A tier.
Yeah, Night Squire is A tier. Just because of the historic value. I would say there is a bit of a learning curve, and there is a bit of a gear slash rank requirement, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
double S is when she really starts feeling good.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately for newer players, that's gonna be a it's probably gonna be too long to farm. You're probably gonna get access to a easier physical battlesuit by then. Um,
That's true.
but that's just the nature of like old A ranks, right? Like, and that's why they're still in A tier. But the reason they stand out from being B tier is just their historic value in a lot of ways. I would say a lot of the Himikos are still A tier just because of Blood Dance.
Really
Um,
interesting. Okay.
because there are still a few double SMA fights where you can still cheese it with Blood Dance.
Okay.
And there are still a few abyss side stages that you can still execute with a blood dance if you have it. Now, new players, you're probably not gonna have a blood dance. It's probably not even gonna be worth your time to try to go out of your way to get one. But
Yeah, so
that was a
it's
thing that
invalid.
I forget if it was like a couple patches ago. It might have been like towards the end of 2023, early 2024, but um I think it was Fire Stage 2 with FOV. I messed around and you could still clear it if you brought a Blood Dance instead of like proper modern
Oh,
support.
okay, but then okay, I feel like we need time. I need time to process that before I can actually think if they're A tier. But I do agree with you. So then we need to figure out like I think Blood Dance is a solid A tier. I mean Blood Rose. Sorry, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
Blood Rose is a solid A tier.
There
The
are
rest of them
sim battle too, right? If you're ever doing if you're trying to do cap score on sim battle, any time it's like Argent
they
Knight.
give you the trial.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
they give you the trial, any of the great
Oh.
sword wielders, they can use the dark the DXY sword for the time fracture.
Oh, okay.
So
But
that's
that's
like
also but that's farmable. Okay.
yeah,
That's super niche though. I can't
that is
imagine a
super
new player
niche.
being like, "Oh, I'm gonna go get this super niche dark sword and be
It's
like
super
time fracture
niche,
the thing."
but it's slightly more added value that keeps them from B tier, in my opinion.
See, that was another conversation I wanted to have, but like maybe that's a conversation for another day. But
Mm-hmm.
I wanted I wanted people's opinion on like how much gameplay do you think new players like if I were picking up Honkai Impact today,
Mm-hmm.
like I think a lot of things to do with like time fracture and everything will not be explored by the
No,
current.
because if you're playing modern Part Two teams, the character is either going to have it or not, and then you either
But
take
you
it as a
said the
given.
time fracture is still like part of the. Oh, I get what you mean. It's
Yeah,
like it's built in, right?
it's just gonna
It's
happen,
not
and
some
you're not gonna
consideration anymore.
exactly.
Uh,
You're not gonna
that makes
explore
sense.
like crazy time fracture chaining like we used to do. Um,
Do you feel like that widens the gap between like the old players and the new players because of the like sure
Functionally, I
you
don't
like
think so.
like say
Because
say you are a new player and
uh
then you
huh,
got into the meta, you even understand like how to score and everything, right? But then we hit like a roadblock, and then it takes like the old player understanding of time fracture to like get past that.
explain. I think
Yeah.
that's gonna. I think for the new player, they'll only really need to look into it as it comes up in the rotation, right, or in that reference
Oh,
run. They
so it's gonna be
won't.
like a very different understanding of how or like
Yes
rudimentary
and
understanding.
no, right? Because like all they need is a rudimentary understanding to be able to
That is
copy the
true.
timing.
Mm.
Never said it one time. I just copy the ref. I don't. Yeah. I just copy the
But
ref.
you can copy the ref if you have all the parts. But if you don't, and you're a new player and you're like, but I still want to clear it, then that's where you need to start to understand
Yeah,
what's going on.
I would say understanding the time fracture can help you freestyle better. And that's kind of how I do my
Mm.
last minute MA runs, right? Like I freestyle it using principles that I
Basic.
already known
Yeah.
from playing so long, but I'm not trying to replicate a cap score run anymore.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly what
Anyway,
Blood Raven says. Start at the ref and adapt based on my hand speed, which is very slow nowadays.
I'm going to do some B tiers as well.
Sure.
So extremely underwhelming. Danzai Spectrum.
Yeah, I feel like Danzai. Yeah, I there's not much to really go into it. There was a few fun times with Danzai where Danzai saved me on Bloodbane Abyss before I got
She should be
BKE.
an F tier.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like even old A tiers that we will put in B tier, they had their uses at a certain point in
Mm.
time. Like you have to think back, right? At the time when BKE was released and when Danzai was released, we didn't really have good AoE mech DPS. That
Wait,
was
but even then, I've never used Danzai like ever.
because you
I
had
agree that
BKE.
she.
Because you had BKE.
Wait, but you were using Danzai as your DPS?
Yes. I had to use
That was
Danzai with Mag Typhoon and Paralyze gear. But
that's
she could
insane.
provide AoE mech DPS against those like the bio zombies.
Mm.
Because Twilight Paladin was single target.
We had Reason back then. There were runs where Reason could not rage.
Reason wasn't gonna do it on that one.
And also, like, if
Cause
you encounter Jizo, you're dead because like Jizo has high
Jizo had
elemental
elemental
resistance.
resist,
Yeah.
but that particular stage was like you just couldn't brute force it with elemental teams.
Mm.
Not even back then, like because I remember I tried mech with Reason. I'm trying to
Void
think
Drifter.
too.
Okay.
I'm trying to think too.
Void
Well,
Drifter
Void
had more
Drifter had
use
already
back then.
fallen off. Void Drifter's damage had already fallen off by the time Danzai was released.
I would
But I would
controversial
put
maybe. I would put Void Drifter at S.
I would say historic on an older meta. I would say she was S, but I think looking back now, I'd probably put her in A tier.
If you were if okay, and like this is one of the lenses that I'm qualifying them with. If I
Yeah,
were a new player and like I got Void Drifter, right? I like how much am I gonna be
storyline would
using it?
definitely storyline wise, yes, I would put her in S. Just because like what Void Drifter represented in the story, it was huge.
Yeah. Okay, so there are certain times when we would not like Reason would just not work.
Yeah,
One would be if you're dealing with the kind of enemies, the one that needed melee instead of range. If you do range attacks, they will evade everything. And the other is like against high elemental resistance character
yeah.
enemies that
Physical. I remember it was like physical on that weather had like plus 50% buff, and then
yeah, and
lightning
also
elemental
elemental.
damage or lightning damage was down 50%. So neutral damage, which would have been fire and ice, it just didn't
Hmm.
go far enough. Because for whatever reason, not only did the old Bloodbane stages like require you to use physical, they also required you to farm the dodges to do. It was like Evadion farming, but on Super String, because you had to dodge to build your charges to use that gravity gather. So this was a
Hmm.
time where you playing Danzai with CH. All right, imagine playing Danzai with CH. Well, who's my third support back then? Starlit Astrologos.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah.
it was right before HOS's release, when that stage was a real pain in the butt if you didn't have Bright Knight. But if you had Bright Knight, you had the damage. You had the AoE damage.
Actually, you know what? I think we should do a C tier.
Okay, yeah. Well,
Because okay, look at this, right? Like I feel like A can be split below, and like because as you mentioned, Astrologos, I would not put her in A tier because she is above all these Valkyries in terms of like usefulness. But I don't know if she could join S tier.
okay. I would. So okay, in this case, I would probably move the Blood Dance carriers to B.
Yeah.
Um, I would probably put all the great sword users in B tier at this point. Like I love Vermilion Knight, and I was able to clear side stages with Vermilion Knight in 2023. But if we're being brutally honest, like
She
uh,
has fallen off way too far.
she's fallen off way too far, and the fact that she can even get to B tier is a testament to just how powerful Blood Dance is with the snapshot damage. Um, And I think in this case, like C tier would be the really old battle suits and the ones that just had like you use for niche utility. Well, niche utility would probably be
Oh.
for B, but C tier would probably be like
Yeah.
desperation DPS. In which case, Danzai fulfilled that, right? I remember I've cleared triple S Jizo with full crystal rewards with Danzai, but that's another situation where it's like, if you don't have your Twilight Paladin farmed up or you're missing gear for that, you don't have a Bright Knight with the required gear. Your physical, you're basically bare bones at that point in time. Nowadays, you would skip all of it and just farm for the next available new thing.
All right. I'm gonna put an E tier just for the fun of it. Well, if we need that, we will.
Okay, yeah, that would be a
Someone
desperation one.
someone said like May slowly going down to F tier.
Delta isn't B,
Ah!
is she? I would probably put Delta. Yeah, I would probably promote Delta up a bit, but um,
Delta is A rank. Delta is A rank for sure. even till today, her damage is like
Yeah,
so. Okay, I'd say like there is this class of DPS that clearly outclasses every DPS in their time.
in
Like
their
they
time.
are the
Yeah,
meta changer.
yeah.
And Luna
Delta
is
was the
definitely one
reason
of
they
them.
stopped. Yeah, Delta was the reason they stopped doing augment course because they couldn't. She was so imbalanced in the sense
She was
that
way too powerful.
she was way too powerful. Exactly.
She is like a battlesuit of the future. And
Yeah,
like her mechanics and her SP cost and everything, I think they were expecting people to not be able to do the counter. And like all the top tier players were
would
already like
just do
so
the
good at doing
counter. Yeah,
FA. Yeah.
exactly. And her
It's just
priarm
like,
was
oh,
so good that like the double sleeper strats with blueberry, right? Like that's how good that
mm,
priarm was.
oh my god. Blueberry, I feel like I want to put Blueberry at A though. Blueberry had way
Yes,
more
she had ice
functionality.
utility. The freeze
Yeah.
utility was quite nice.
Oh my god, if you guys were like playing that era of Honkai Impact, remember the Schrodinger? Okay, so this is the craziest thing people have ever done, but it was at the time the cap score. I don't know if you have started playing back then, Fen, but like there was a cap score where
What's it on Jizo?
yeah, on Jizo,
Yeah,
where
I
people would do,
remember.
I think it was Schrodinger B, if I remember correctly. Was it B or M that
I
they
think
do
it
like
was
that
M.
cooldown?
M was the ult cooldown reduction because T was the crazy
Yeah.
damage.
So for people like we're just like going down memory lane a bit while making this tier list, but also like there is a oh my god, do I have it? I think I had it though. I think I did. I attempted that strat
I
and
remember
to
watching
protect my
Charuri.
sanity.
Yeah, I remember watching Charuri mauled that one time, and I was like, I can't.
Yeah, to protect my sanity, I chose to just not go forward with it. But there is a stigma that has a 50% chance, as you would expect, because it is Schrodinger. 50% chance to either wait, let me just go to collection. It should be in collection. Wait, no, not emblems. Stigmata. There we go. And then Schrodinger is right here. Whoa, I have it. I have it maxed out. So yeah, after using an ultimate or triggering an evasion skill, gains a 50% chance of reducing cooldown by 51%. Otherwise, cooldown is increased by
Yeah.
20%.
Uh,
So so that is like this is why to be honest, like I feel like it seems like nerdy and like people are like why is it so convoluted, but like these are the things that make me like Honkai Impact.
yeah.
That level of like nuance and like how it like this can lead to that and that like can make a
hmm
character suddenly OP or like an old up like an old like a very obscure stigma like suddenly the meta is like
Yeah,
what
like
was the
the
magic for me
beach
with
party
hoyoverse
ones, right?
series.
Remember the beach party?
Yeah, oh my god, May Beach M, oh my god.
So
But yeah,
maybe Jam, but
so
then that short period where Kiana Beach T was used on HOS for the uh, Harsher of Domination body.
yeah. Okay, but so for this one, cooldown is 15 seconds. If you do the ultimate, if you do a perfect defense, then you get 9 seconds off. So then it becomes 6 seconds. But then if you trigger the 50% chance, it becomes a 3 second cooldown. So essentially, what people were doing, which now that I think of it, is just beyond insane. I think you had to do like 3 or 4 ultimates back to back, which means you had to win 3 or 4 50-50s. Essentially, that is what is happening,
we put some.
and you had
Yeah,
to crit.
we heard you like gotcha, so we put some gotcha in your gotcha. Why you gotcha?
They are testing their luck like to insane levels because you not only had to get the 50% chance, you had to crit. And it was like beyond insane. And I saw the person do the run, and I was like, yeah, no, no, no. Like even the top tier players that of the time were like, no, almost no one was like, yeah, no, I treasure my sanity more more than getting that run. I think that was the most impressive run for me to watch. But it's also like you have to understand the game to understand how great that run is. Like if a new player would watch that run, they'd be like, "Is that supposed to be impressive?" You know.
Yeah.
But anyway, I digress again. Well, what the heck? I turned on Copilot.
Oh, you know who would be an E tier?
What is Copilot? Anyway,
I thought of who would be an E tier. It's the
not Danzai.
not Danzai, but the other Mei.
Danzai's not E tier.
Not
Like
the other
Shadow
Mei.
Dash.
Not Shadow Dash. Um, God, the name is escaping me. I'm having the biggest Mei brain fart right now. Valkyrie
Okay,
Blade
wait, let me.
Strike. Blade Strike.
Okay, Blade Strike
What was
does
the
have historical value, but
Yes.
I can agree with you.
What was the augment name? Striker
Uh,
Fulminata.
Striker
I
Fulminata.
think the
Yeah,
only time Striker Fulminata was fun was Threshold Breach.
that Fulminata is a B rank for me though. I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna fight you on that one though. Fulminata carried a huge portion of the meta. Um, huh. And she had
But
this one.
that was before Night Squire, right?
True, but also she had this one strat that Night Squire could not beat because when she does her ulti, the first hit has a high multiplier. And there
Interesting.
were strats that like you just throw all your support skills out, like buff her up so much that that multiplier just destroys the enemy when you use it. So
Interesting.
I would, I don't know, like phew,
Yeah, she was in ER, but they changed her too much in ER compared to her Threshold Breach version.
3 times 100 plus 550%. So it's like, yeah, it's like a solid like 1.5
Okay,
1500%.
so but over time, right? I
Hmm.
would argue that because even though she had that DPS value, she was so quickly
Replace?
replaced. I would put her in C tier in that regard because C tier is like your desperation or like old, really old with niche value DPSers. Because
I remember
I would even
leaning on
put
her for a bit,
I would
but
even
I could.
put yeah. So if you lean on her, so I'm gonna name off a few just to help speed this up because we still have so many to go through. Crimson Impulse, right? Crimson Impulse had a lot of like early meta strats with her double jump, but
Mhm.
it didn't last long enough to warrant because eventually there was better options. I would even
True.
say, um,
However, the base trio, I would say they are a solid C tier,
yes,
but then also like actually Chariot can be like a B tier.
yes, with the missile stacking, I would
Missile
agree.
stacking
Missile
and
stacking,
easy bleed. Like she's
easy
relevant today because of the easy bleeding plus easy
bleed,
pull.
gather,
Yeah,
and time fracture. Right? People used to dodge farm
yeah,
with her all the time.
yeah. And she
Um,
has stun in her QTE, so she's utility. Like her utility is maxed out.
yes.
So
I
okay.
would put Flame Sakitama somewhere between B and C. Like as a DPS, she would be C, but she still provides great time fracture and like fire buff.
Utility, and if you have her sword, she is
Yeah,
an
she
elemental support.
yeah. Well, you could do it to a lesser degree with charge with her charge combo, her hold A combo.
Hmm.
It's
Okay,
just
I would say B.
yeah, but it was like
I'd
you.
say B.
But she also had a great mechanic that I wish they would.
FS should be an A. Really? I could see that
Listen,
argument though.
I love FS and I would love to put her in A, but I don't think she held up enough over time to be in A.
This
Um,
stream has become old Honkai players fighting for their favorite Valkyrie.
I use so much FS and I love playing FS. The the peak FS was getting that triple lantern slash on Rhyme Star Abyss in 2021. That
See,
was
she could go against Rhymestar. That's insane
yes,
though.
she could go
Like
against Rhymestar, but it was still a steep DPS loss as opposed to if you just
very.
use DA, right? And that was
Yeah.
kind of the crushing moment. Was like once HOS was added and HOS could just fight, you just brought FS along for the support. And then once the cross was added for the Pink Judah Pry was added, they changed Rhymestar's knockback specifically so that you use Sakura Rondo's ult instead of FS slash.
Mm. But that's like a design targeted against her. So I feel like
Yes.
she still gets the point though. I feel
I
like
just feel
I
like
feel like
over time she didn't hold up as well as I wanted her to hold up, and that's the only
I
reason I would put her in B as opposed to A. Gameplay
so
wise,
my
I
reason
definitely feel like she should be an A because of like insane dodge mechanics. She has a combo extender that I don't think too many Valkyries got, but it's
yeah.
irrelevant now because there's so many range Valkyries that could just manually extend their combo just from hitting from range.
So my reason for fighting for her to be A is because she even at this point in time is one of the easier ones to obtain.
Yeah, okay,
So
I can agree with that. Yeah, it's she
right,
shows up a
like
lot in the
that
off
level of
rates.
power with that ease of like obtainability
Oh yeah,
that puts her at
her
A rank.
weapon is farmable.
Yeah, and it's pure like
even
you can
though
try
it'll
arm it.
even though it'll take a while if you're a new player, but you can completely 100% fully build her.
I do think
F2P.
they give us like early boosts for like your first one or two priarms. Right now, like as a new player, you come in, they'll have like this newbie shop, and then they'll give you like materials. So your first one or two is like an easy forge.
Interesting.
It's relatively easy, relatively
Yeah.
easy. So I'd say she is a solid A rank. I do agree. I do agree with with Ken saying fighting for her A rank. Yeah, Sakura fans. Okay.
one
We gotta
last
move
bit
this
about
along.
Flame Sakitama. Who was here when I challenged Sakurama to fight Triple S Andreas
Oh,
with Flame
I
Sakitama?
watched that one. I watched that one. Oh my god, that was
Uh,
insane. He was like, "No, you can't do it. No, impossible." And then you
and
just
we
like
did it with Blood Dance too. Do you remember?
I remember I saw that. Oh, that was crazy. Because I think it was like no, it's like mathematically impossible because she just doesn't carry enough damage, and you're like, no, it's a skill issue. Like I can do it, and then he was like, never in a million years,
Oh,
and
that
then you
wasn't
did it,
even
and he was
MA
like,
too. It was it was MA because it was he had the armor that you had to break at the start.
yeah.
Oh god.
Oh my
Okay,
god, because like
yeah. MG, pick the next one. Pick the next one.
okay, let's see, I am going to pick Miss Pink Elf.
Miss Pink Elf. I would probably put her solid double S on account of she's farmable.
What?
She
Double
was.
S? Does her damage even hold up?
I wouldn't say her damage held up now, but one, she was completely farmable. Her gear was the first G4, and you could get her weapon for free the following year from one of the mini spending events. And she had that really cool tech. Now, yeah, I would say somewhere between S and double S. I'm not gonna fight that desperately for her to be double S. Um, Senadina in the chat probably will. But just on account of her being free, I think was the biggest
I can
deal
agree with
winner
that.
for me. Um I do remember that it felt not that great if you were behind on ranks. But at the
Mm.
same time, I also valued that on release, like if you didn't have the resources to craft G4 right away, if you still had a Kafka set from Twilight
Mm.
Paladin, that was a viable placeholder. Just on
Okay.
account of her being charge attack. Who was the main Psy physical up until her introduction?
Psi physical?
Oh, Delta. It would have been Delta.
Okay.
So
So you're
it was weird, right? Because Delta's technically farmable at that time too of her release, but
yeah.
she kind of brought range damage back into the spotlight in a way, right? Because
I would say like
they added a few
ease of
weathers to
use,
ease of use.
right?
Yes
Like
and no.
because she ranks higher than Delta because she's easier to use than Delta. I think.
Yes, easy to use, but still had the tech if you wanted to min max. Like doing the whole there was that whole thing about like you wanted to charge attack before you did your thing so that you could skip the basic attack before the following charge. Yeah, charge before ult so that you skip the basic attack on the follow up charge once you were in ult. Stuff like that.
Okay. All
Um,
right. Let's speed run a little bit here.
yeah,
Reverse Calico. I would put double S. I don't know if you would agree. Wait, I would put S rank.
S rank.
So
I think S
I would
rank is fair. And we kind of talked about this earlier, right? Like her gameplay design was just fluid. Her pry arm was kind of cracked for ice teams. I'm not
yeah.
gonna lie, that
The
was kind of
issue
cracked.
if she wasn't so dependent on her weapon, I would put her at double S. But she is a strong base support, but she does require equipment to kind of like max out her potential. And
Yes,
that
and she
could
also
even
had
drop her down to E.
skills that kind of like you definitely needed double S farmed on her.
Yeah.
Not double S on this tier list, but you needed to farm double S rank for her to feel smooth because you'll definitely at
Yeah.
A rank or at just S rank you do notice the SP issues a little bit, even though she has
Yeah.
so
I
much
do.
SP farming built into her kit.
So to that, okay, then in relevance to that, where do you say Haxer Bunny stands? Do you think she's above Astrologos, or do you
I
think
would probably put Haxer Bunny at A tier, just because.
really?
So you let's
But Haxer, okay, in comparison,
so let's
reverse
separate let's
Calico.
separate this a little bit. I would say
Okay.
her stigmata is S tier, but she herself was A tier because her design format
Ooh.
follows Starlit Astrologos, and in that same way, right? Starlit Astrologos' stigmata was also S tier, but she herself was kind of A tier because you kind of had to do
But
manual
okay,
SP farming.
I have one argument for Haxer Bunny. Haxer Bunny, like because of her, like she is easier to summon than Astrologos, right? In terms of like when we're triggering their QTE. And
Yes.
the thing about the two of them, and why I think like Haxor Bunny beats her is like I just like feel like the application of it is better in the sense of like if you do not
Yeah,
have their
uptime.
stigmata,
Yeah.
a beach party Newton B torts
Or
on them.
yeah, I do agree in that regard. Flexibility
So
with
she
stigmata
increases
was
the
definitely
uptime.
better. Yeah,
Yeah.
because it
So that
Irene,
bumps her up in
yeah,
the tournament.
it wasn't just relying on May and Newtons too, right? Like you could do all sorts of
Mhm.
like wacky combos. I remember I used Irene
Yeah.
TB a lot. Irene TB with JSTM was like a great filler. If you had
Mhm.
it, Candy with any other B piece was okay. Um,
Yeah.
JST two piece with new or even three set on Haxer was great. I will make this a statement though. Like Haxer's stigmata was more relevant than Pardo's. You could skip Pardo's stigmata and still get insane mileage out of Pardo. Um, I
Interesting.
don't know where I'm going with this though, but in a
I feel like
way
Pardo is like weapon dependent though.
that is true. And I feel like in
If she weren't weapon dependent, I would have put her at double S
I
because
felt
her
like
value is just like off the
Haxor.
charts.
I know we're kind of dwelling a little bit too long on this.
No worries. Yeah, you could go ahead.
On my F2P, I used whatever I could for Haxor's weapon, but at the
Hmm.
high end, you definitely notice the gap without Haxor's weapon. But I do. You're right. Pardo was more dependent because of the 30% cooldown reduction on Ice Team alts.
Mm. Okay. Wait. Okay. Where would we put Blazing Hope?
I would put her in C tier now.
Blazing
Okay, so
Hope
Nefer does give an
Asuna.
argument about Pardo at double S. I'm inclined to agree, but I don't want to fight that envelope any further. I would put Blazing Hope at
Okay.
C tier, um,
All right.
where she was good if you triple S'd her or even double S'd her with weapons. She was functionally good, but where she excelled was if you had that full like HOS and Astrologos team. For me, the most memorable fights with Blazing Hope weren't so much the actual end boss fights. I used her a bit
Mhm.
on Jizo, but it was actually clearing high temperature ice psi type enemies on that desert stage.
Hmm. Okay. What? See. Okay. I would even put her at. Wait. Why did I put E? D tier. Oh my god. I feel like she could qualify for a D tier because of availability, but I wanna because she is a very special case in the entire hoyoverse. I want to just discount that. I'm just gonna not even put that in view, right?
Pardo was literally
And
HTR. Okay, yeah, okay. Ugh. Kronos. Okay,
what
okay.
are people fighting for Pardo? Is that
People are
what's
fighting for.
happening?
Okay, I will make a few arguments in favor of upgrading Pardo one rank. She gathers, she feeds SP to the team, she freezes, reduces ice team cooldowns, but that's dependent on her weapon. Um,
I feel like the weapon dependency is
the one
even a
thing
little bit
holding her
overblown.
back, right? This is the one thing
Yeah,
holding her
because
back.
okay, so many people might not know. I actually like made a sub account at one point in time. I think it was like close to when they were gonna give PE for free. I just wanted to like I wanted to make a video about like talking about like the entire user experience, but like I played the account for like 40 days. The reason I didn't make that video is because I feel like there's so much nuances and like a lot of stuff like it's hard to express what I wanted in a video, so I scrapped it. But I did get the new player experience for that point in time, and I made it a priority to acquire Pardo first and even get her to double S like
Mm-hmm.
as soon as possible. But it was very hard to make her like as functional as I was
Thinking
thinking
that
she
she
was
was
going to
gonna be.
be.
Now, was
Yeah,
that
because I
specifically for
did
Ice
not have her
Team?
weapon.
Was that specifically for Ice Team, or was that for all elemental teams? Because
I
that's the
mean,
one
naturally
point.
she did shine more with an ice team, but
Even in all
I think
elemental
like
teams, you felt that
yeah, I
gap.
think like not having her weapon was very very prominent. Like I even was not expecting how like prominent it was or like
Okay,
how much of an issue it was for me.
let's go from Blazing Hope to Azure Imperia, because that was kind of the big thing with Pardo, was that she was a soft power creep on Azure Imperia in a lot of situations, right? SP feed for the team, gather,
Mm.
and then just raw buff. For
Wait, so
for not
are we
comparing the breach component.
wait, but before we move on, are we agreeing that Blazing Hope is C tier?
C tier only because she was like kind of a, she's niche DPS. Doesn't
Mm.
hold up well over time because HOS was literally right after her.
And
Uh,
lances are hard to acquire.
Lance was hard to
Ish.
acquire. Well, if you had some of the Durandal stuff later on, like it was fine. And then I would I could go further, but for what it's
Okay,
worth,
C
her
tier.
damage is, yeah,
We're agreed she's
yeah.
C tier. Okay. Then Azure Imperia. you're
So yeah, so
you're
and this kind of again ties into Pardo's argument for Double S, was that she was a faster Azure Imperia without breach, right? But she made up for it by buffing total damage. So
I could see where you're coming from.
like it was like a similar end result
Uh
without formally being breach.
so switch to her B charge attack and do that, and that's your instant buff right there, is what you're
Exactly.
saying.
Exactly.
Mm, I could see that.
All the senior players in my chat are like AE on Triple S or Riot. I would
Uh
actually
You know, I could see that, but I
I
feel like with the current meta, she does
yeah, the
fall a little
over
bit to double
the
S.
yes, the overtime comparison, characters like Pardo, battlesuits like Pardo and HTR, where the
Wait, where's
SP and
the
speed of action definitely hold her back a bit. I will say though, like it was very prominent in my mind. At the time when I started playing, it was like right after AE's release. A lot of the old heads in I'm forgetting so many names now.
I think her longevity is the reason for her triple S. True, but like I feel like Thunder's
So
longevity even like
there
beats her. You know what I
there
mean?
was a time when a lot of veteran players felt like AE was just going to be luxury. And I skipped AE, but then one of the other people who were streaming with me at the time, they pulled for AE and they were instantly able to retain one level higher in Abyss. Um
Mm.
her power level definitely is there, but her design is definitely like it's an older design, right? It factors in having SP farming rotations. You had to
Yeah.
animation cancel. She didn't have time stop on ult, and she didn't even have like your buffs were running when you ulted, even if you fast ulted. Fast ult was cool tech, but your buffs are still running. I feel
Mm.
like there was a lot of stuff too that she had in her kit that was underutilized. Like her QTE auto ignites. Did you guys know that?
Yeah.
But we oftentimes skip that because there was not a lot of use cases for it, and the majority of her use cases needed her to not QTE in so that you could speed up the rotation. And
Mm.
so I I agree from a heart perspective that she would be triple S lore wise, triple S. Uh, from gameplay over time, I would probably D rank her, not D rank, but like down rank her.
Yeah, D rank.
Down, I would, yeah, I would probably down rank her a bit. Um, I would probably
Yeah.
put her around double S. Yeah. At
I
time of
would.
her release, she was definitely less gear dependent, but
Yeah.
over time she became more gear dependent. Cosmic was pretty nice though.
I would say she is a very solid double S, and there can be cases made for her triple S. But the reason why the triple S's are where they are, okay, with the exception of Lunar, but like, it's because yes, they did get a Divine Key upgrade, but they kind of like were able to fight with current meta, which is AE has never been able to like step back in. And one could make the argument if she were to get like a divine key, wow, like they could, or like a super upgrade, like some of like she could be back in the meta again, but it's like she has the parts, but as long as she's not getting that boost, she's not getting back in the meta,
I
and
will
that
say part
factors
of the
in.
argument that she stays high on the list though, like she was very feature complete even without her stigmata, or even if you
I
only had
agree.
two pieces, right? A lot of
I
there
agree.
were a lot of times where we just ran Margrave top and bottom, and we didn't even need MPs, and she felt great to play. Um,
That is true. That is true. And
and
even without signature equipment, she can prove
yeah,
to be like a really good support even
yeah,
till today.
and her breach is why she stays ahead of Pardo, even though Pardo, like at the time of Pardo's release, was just faster in a lot of
I
ways.
do also think that her SP regeneration increases her rank, but I don't know if that's enough to push her from double S to triple S. Because
Oh,
in
for
terms of
yeah,
like
it's
yeah,
weird, right? Because it's like it only affects the on field character,
that yeah, and Pardo can give it to you in
and
terms of
a lot of SPA ranks after her were for the whole team, and then and part of the reason like HTR like kind of replaced her forcefully was because there was just more stuff in the kit.
yeah. Also, can I just say though, I do really appreciate that there are veterans in the chats to like kind of like help us with this. Like the like arguing for your character is like funny and all, but it's also like it's really good that we get more views on this. I mean, like more like people like more perspectives, so we can actually do the character justice when we rank them.
Oh, Blood Raven says
So I
can't
do
remember the
appreciate
last
the input.
time used Margrave. Oh, Cupcake says can't remember using Margrave M. There was a handful of times, right? When you fight
Yeah.
Husk and Husk hits hard, you take a hit. You actually needed the healing from Margrave M for your whole team.
Yeah. I remember using it though. A couple of times. A couple of times. Okay, let's rank. You know what?
Yeah, go
I'm
speed
gonna
speed
speed
through.
run D ranks. If you're a Cullen
Agree.
fan, I
Okay,
am a
okay.
huge Cullen fan.
I would put Sundin Jaeger in C instead of D.
What? Okay.
Yeah, we can explain. For those that have watched my stream, you know. Just trust me, bro. I hate to be
Okay,
that way,
okay.
but go
But
on.
the issue with Thunder Jaeger is that her ulti just requires too much SP, and she doesn't have like a
But she
target
can
spare.
still
Like,
clear. That's that's why
mm,
she's C tier and not B. I would make that argument. I would say D tier
okay,
is like absolutely unless you're forced to play, you don't play, right? Like it.
okay, but Okay, let's look at it here, Ben. Like
I would
if she
put
were
I would put Sundenjaeger in C tier, but probably ahead of Blazing Hope
oh,
because
that's
she
crazy.
can take advantage of range buffs. She can take advantage of G4 physical that buffs range. I can clear Nirvana side stages with her.
Okay.
You know?
All right. All right. Then we're gonna speed round these two.
Yes, I think
Yeah,
that's fair. They were great at their
Yakuhiko and Umbra
time
Rose.
if you had their gear, but I think over time they just didn't hold up as well.
If it were on release, Umbra Rose could have made a B or A tier. She
Yeah,
was a really strong DPS for a slight amount of time,
yeah.
but once they phased out like the RPC from the Memorial Arena and stuff like that, she just dropped because she was the hard counter to RPC. At the time, we didn't have like a psychic as strong as she
I
was,
think I remember that.
but
Yeah,
after that,
but
yeah, after that, she just fell off like hard.
yeah,
They had something going with like that minus HP mechanic. When you do her charge attack, she loses 50% of HP. But I think they kind of felt it wasn't going anywhere, and they're like, you know what, let's scrap this whole concept.
yeah.
So she kind of got axed with that as well. Then controversial. I don't know if it's gonna be controversial, but I think Wolfston could go up to A.
I would probably put her
And
in B just because of the how long it takes for her to actually feel useful.
so my argument with Wolfston
Mm-hmm.
is I love that if you can get her to double S and she is farmable, right? And
Yeah,
her farm and with the current way they're shoving random A ranks down our throats, like at some point you'll double S her like pretty quickly.
yeah,
And that like lack of a need to switch out for that extra elemental damage is very newbie friendly in my opinion. You know,
yeah,
like if you have like a current generation DPS and it's not like a specific element, it's like general elemental damage, right?
yeah,
And it's free by just having her in a team. And I mean obviously at double S, but like as I was saying,
yeah.
like
The
farming
reason
her.
that the for me it's just the time to farm or waiting for that right banner where she's on it and you're pulling for that S rank. So
Mm,
that's kind of why I would probably lean more towards putting her in B rank. Just because she's kind of
mm.
like she's not one that you would prioritize nowadays. I think like A ranks is like uh I feel like the other A ranks that we have in the list stand out a little bit more for me.
Mm. Okay, wait,
So
let me just
I would probably yeah I would probably categorize her more in the B lean.
I do. Okay, one of the things that does. Okay, it's a 30% boost though. One of the things that does take points off her is the like it might have been seen as a positive by some people, but her Project 19C, Project Bunny 19C lingering on the field actually is a has a detrimental effect
Oh, does
because
it
it
hold
just
aggro sometimes?
it not only that, sometimes it pushes people out of position and then
Oh
your
yeah,
skill
yeah.
misses.
You need yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, unfortunately, that is a bit of a downside to her. So I think like with your argument and me remembering that, yeah, it's a bit of a B tier for me. Okay. But I like as a new player, just looking at games in general, like even outside of Honkai Impact,
Mm-hmm.
for a 30% elemental boost for just having the character in your party,
It is pretty
I feel like
nice.
that makes a strong argument for like A rank now. If it were like a 15%, maybe like solid B
I
tier.
think if it was like an unlocked skill before double S rank, I would agree for A rank. But I think
Mm.
because of the time gate on that, and you don't know if you're ever going to be able to allocate those resources towards it. I feel like there's just better options. Like you could be farming for Pardo, or farming Asterite to farm Pardo fragments.
I mean, there also could be a case made if she were in. Never mind, she's not. Because from what I know, like some new players, they get. Oh crap! Did I just open that? No, never mind.
Okay.
They
Whew.
get like boxes or like got the dorm gacha type thing. You know, like the
Yeah,
eggs,
yeah, the eggs.
and that actually no. You know what? I'm gonna put her at A rank just because I remember. For if you're a newbie and you just started playing, they do. She's one of the battle suits that they do boost. I think she is an easy double S. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if like there's anyone, but like if you really disagree, we can keep her at B rank. But I do remember that they start giving us like these like specific boxes
Did they replace
that
those
do
though? Because I think
I don't know.
they change them out every now and then, right?
I think Wolfston is one of the like Yamabuki armor in Wolfston would be pretty much of a constant. I don't know, but like okay,
Yeah, I
given
don't know.
how
I feel like some of these older supports I would probably
like
leave at B rank.
unsure.
Yeah,
Okay,
I would probably put
then
Yamabuki armor.
Yamabuki armor would be at B rank.
Yeah, she had some great utility at certain points in the meta, but I just feel like compared with all the new tools that we have, um, that
So then
and
drive
I
drive
would even
Kometa would just be
I would probably agree for Drive Cometa, but Drive Cometa to me would be like a high B, right? Like she's
mm,
almost like at the time of her high when she got her pry, definitely almost A, but I feel like there are just better candidates for A rank, if that makes sense.
okay. I can see that. Um, let's see. Okay, wait, Carol right now, sweet and spicy. Where does she stand?
Ooh, well,
I
definitely.
could see her as a double S, but
I
I could
could,
see
yes, I could, but I feel like there should be better candidates for double S. I think it's either high A or low S for her, just because she brought so much utility. Her Stigmata set was great.
she has like a free time fracture.
She has a free time
Like
fracture, low SP cost ult. She's still
she's a
used
shield
in.
breaker.
She's a shield breaker. She's used in a lot of modern 0-second double S
Yeah,
fights. We used Carol DPS against Jizo on occasion, and it worked with
yeah,
mostly okay results. You guys remember that?
yeah. Oh my god. I don't know. I feel like a case could be made for her to be double S, but because she's also really versatile with equipment, like
I think
uh
so. I would argue in favor of that, but I would also argue against her in the sense that like she's fallen off only because now there's better physical supports.
but she could also support elemental teams with 0-second
Or
runs on,
yes, and
you
she
know.
can also triple support, which is what we're doing with a lot of those double S MA fights now, right?
And that doesn't push her to double S?
Well, it's
And like I feel like even newbie
I feel like it's because she's now reliant on the rest of the team for the rest of that.
but even for like newbie viability, she has
That's
damage. Right?
true.
Like
That is true. But see, now it's
Byron
kind of blurring the
charge attack.
line. It's now kind of blurring the line. We drew a line when we kept Pardo in S rank.
Okay, okay, that's fair. That's
Now
fair. Okay,
the
so he's
soft
being grounded
counterpoint
by
and the last thing I'll say before we move on to the next character is that you are
okay.
right. She does have a lot more fist weapons available to her. I think
Yeah.
it was a huge advantage that like when Carol was introduced, she had access to all of the Fuhua arsenal.
Fuhua's weapon.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is true. Okay. Um my honest opinion, I think she could be like a low double S, but I'm not gonna fight too much. I think like she's just like high S rank if we're gonna settle on that.
yeah. We
In
could even put if we were to rearrange the S rank row, I would probably say like Pardo and Carol are at the top of the S ranks and other direction, right?
just because of like
Yeah,
availability,
availability
where it
and
kind of drops.
they if my chat's getting on me about Pardo being S rank and not double S. So high S is the concession I'll make.
If you put Pardo at double S, I'm going to put Carol at double S. So
Right. They both go together in that regard. They were just both just really solid SPA ranks. That
okay. In that vein of SPA rank support, where does Raven go? Where does
Raven is like a B minus, almost C tier because of she's the last she's
because
the
of
last part 1 A rank. I feel like they fumbled her design. I feel like they fumbled her design greatly. I had to figure out a way to She has like CH levels of SP farm. Like you actually have to sit there and SP farm. At a
you
time
know
when she was released, nobody was doing that anymore. All the SP A ranks, all the other elemental supports had a perfect SP loop already built into their kit. And she had to
you know
sit there and slow farm.
like I once mentioned in a stream that like I actually like her gameplay, and like people actually commented like, "Come on, MG, like why are you
Well,
like?"
the
But
the
to me,
headshot part was awesome.
now I feel like some of her like fights were pretty elegantly designed, if I might say so. Like her like she was support for Flame Scion against like the tank, right?
Yes.
And I feel like in her farming phase, yeah, sure, it's convoluted to learn it, but once you get used to it and you're like resetting for a good run, it felt very fluid. I like the like, oh, do this, shoot here, dodge here, and then hold the attack for like her combo attack was kind of satisfying to use. I don't know, that might be a personal preference, but like I feel like eventually she did the her gameplay felt kind of like intentionally refined to be that like there's that level of fluidity if that
Yes
even
and
makes
no.
sense.
I felt like they missed the tuning on a few of the SP gains for her, and it
Okay, I can
always
see
felt
that.
like you were half an attack short, or like you were missing feathers to get that extra SP gain.
Mm.
And that
Okay.
was always the thing that disjointed the fluidity. So then that's when I came up with the let's just do like 1-2 spam and then charge. And you had to
Interesting.
land your headshots for the extra feathers to make up for that SP gain.
That is true. It's like she makes the fight like more. She puts more tension on the fight. Like you
Yes.
have to perform at like higher levels for like a
Yes.
longer
For
period of time.
yes. And the reason she's not in C tier was that like she had a little bit more flexibility as a budget DPS for fire. Um
Okay.
especially
Okay.
after
I can see that.
HTR's release. I remember we did a few meme runs with Raven DPS with supported by HTR and iChan, and it was actually somewhat viable at the time.
One thing I'm remembering is also she was the first ever imaginary character. And that kind of like puts some
Yes.
more value on her because she was the only one who could
Yes.
execute
She was
and
the only
expose
one who could
core.
execute and expose core at the yes. Especially at a time when they started ramping up the side stage difficulty.
Wait, doesn't that increase her like current ranking even? Because as a new player, you don't have access to like
Mm,
many execution
I would
characters,
weigh
right?
that. I would weigh that advantage against time, right? Because I feel like at the
Okay, I can
time
see
that
that.
that might have put her as a true A rank because of that utility, but I feel like now that utility is what's keeping her from C tier.
Oh no. Okay. I can see that. Okay. Where do we want to put one of the ones that I'm quite interested in is Night. No, not Night Moonbeam. But okay, we can go Night Moonbeam since I accidentally said the first word of her battle suit. Night Moonbeam to me is a solid A rank.
I would say low A, high B, just because like there was a lot of utility with her at triple S, but you had to farm her to triple S, right?
But
But
even as a
but
base,
SS0, I would say she's a high B because of on demand time fracture. But
yeah,
I
it
would
triggers a
definitely
lot of
say
CCs.
that at once you get her to triple S rank, she's like a lot more fun. Especially if you
Oh,
have the
for sure,
positrons.
yeah.
But I'm
No,
okay. I'm okay leaving her at A just for lore reasons too, right? Because the factor of lore, it's kind of like the iconic one from the was it the Reburn trailer?
Reburn, yeah,
Yeah, the
the
Reburn
first Reburn.
concept. Yeah, so she's got, and it's a Kiana, right? So because it's a Kiana, we'll let her get away with the promotion.
Wow. In that vein, would you agree that Salto Phantasm is a solid A rank?
Oh yeah, she is like the epitome of A rank DPS, kind of in the same vein as like Night Squire. I'm maybe not that high on A rank, right? I probably put her right next to Night Squire.
Really?
I probably put her next to Night Squire ahead of Flame Sakitama, just because she was that quintessential burst type, but for quantum, the same way that Night Squire was for burst. In that you had your SP farming phase, but once it was time to stack buffs and go, it was go time. And
Yeah, yeah.
even
And she
old Dirac Sea Abyss as well as a little bit into Super Stream. I was clearing S tier Chronos. Are you
S tier?
No,
Wait,
no. I would argue
I could
against
see
S
that
tier.
argument.
Okay. Yes and no. Right? Yes and no. Only because I remember having to fight Coatl with Swallowtail, but everybody around me had their Nyxes ready, and they were cruising through it with Nyx.
But okay,
So I
Swallowtail has just one weakness. If you can solve it, she becomes. I could see her being like a low S tier. Her biggest weakness is her SP regeneration. She, as an A rank, like with how easily accessible she is, her damage is pretty high, if I might say so.
I would even argue that the reason she stays A tier is exactly because she had two S tier battle suits concurrently, even though they slightly filled different roles. But sometimes there was role overlap, right?
Mhm.
Um, that
And
those,
she was one of those
but
that like
yeah,
you would choose her over the S rank, right?
she
Thank you for
no,
the follow.
I would argue that
No, like there were fights where she
so
was like above the S rank. Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
she was great for AoE situations, which is why she shined in Dirac
Mhm,
C. But when
mhm.
it came to Superstring, Nyx came in.
Mm.
Um,
And she was also the first battlesuit that had the kill mechanic, right? It's like with each enemy that you defeat, it gives you like more bar.
more
She
bar,
was the
yeah,
first one to introduce that. And I feel like that is something that could be utilized by a new player even now. Like in the abyss,
yeah.
she could
I
really
would
beef
say
up it.
that her S ranks and A rank battle suits are exactly that, right? Like the way that they were
That's
organized
true.
in her like battle suit list suited it
Oh my
perfectly.
god.
And I know people are
Are there
saying like Nyx is F tier, but you have to remember that at the time of Nyx's
Nyx is
release,
F tier? No
so
way.
so let's go ahead and look at some of her other battle suits while we're here.
Okay, let's do Nyx. Let's do Nyx.
I
With
would
currently
definitely
formal play.
say so. I would definitely say Nyx didn't scale well over time, but Nyx on release had some insane runs. Right, Nyx versus Helmaru.
It
Don't
was the
tell me
first
you guys were
Second
not
Hamaru.
malding that for like that new high score and stuff. You guys remember there was even like a Phantom Iron support run for. Well, I might be misremembering.
Let me Nyx though. Nyx is hard to place. Like she's hard to place because of how low do we go? I'm not sure any Zilly fans or Bayonetta fans,
No,
but
I would definitely give Nyx more credit than that on account of the fact
okay.
that like at the time of Nyx's release, like they made a lot of content catered specifically for her, and if you didn't have her, you were looking at anywhere from 50 to 100 points less if you tried to clear it with Swallowtail.
And just to clarify, like this, like because it sounds like we're this is like a nostalgia factor or like a oh in the past, but this does carry over to like even current days because like if we do encounter like a boss that was specifically built for like a certain character, you can still pull them out to like be a counter to that boss. You won't match the current meta like battle suits, but it does like if you have that knowledge, it does give you that edge if like this is your only option. So as much as that might sound like a oh in the past, but it actually is relevant to now. Like not that anyone was challenging that, but like I feel like that just struck my mind as like that there's relevance to that. However, however, in Nyx's case though, what are Nyx's like flaws?
She was
Like
relying on Haxer Bunny and hit count. That was huge. That made it where like once we
mm,
moved on from Haxer Bunny to supports like Pardo and Kira,
I'm
uh,
also like one of the things I would like to consider is always like if I were playing now and like I randomly pulled on like Dorm Banner and she was the one to pop up, like how would I utilize her as a new player and how far would
right?
that get me? Is one of the things that like I'm not talking about Nyx alone. Like with every battlesuit that we've placed in the tier list, that is one thing that goes through my mind.
Yeah.
Thank you for
So
follow.
Kronos is saying Nyx B tier. I would probably put her in that B tier by virtue of her being a base S rather than C tier in that regard.
I
Yeah,
I could see her behind the Bronya battlesuits, but like above, the blood dance carriers.
yeah.
We say that like there's some kind of virus spreaders. But anyway, okay. Let's not go on to Stygian Nymph. You know what? You know what? Since we're in the quantum zone, let's go
So
with Stygian.
Stygian Nymph, I would probably put as
I can see her being A
higher
tier, if I were
higher
to be
A
honest.
rank. I would probably put her higher A tier than Swallowtail, especially from an MA perspective, right?
Yeah,
Um,
I think she
but
has ease with like accessing some mechanics, like her ulti and stuff like that.
yeah, but she wasn't that good in AoE, was she? Because a lot of times in DRXC at the time, players were just playing Swallowtail
No,
for
but
AoE.
switching to Valeona, she does have a gather, which is pretty massive. I mean, in terms of like not massive as in like the gather size, but like in terms of utility. And then she does
Everyone
have like,
apologized to Nefer for the Nick slander. Oh my god. Yeah.
and then she does have like quantum implosion on command, right? With that
Yes.
ease of
Yes.
like
You are
instant
only
no
limited
SP
by your ult
cooldown,
cooldown. Yep.
and she could utilize Schrodinger M because of that.
Yeah.
So, oh my god, do you remember the Schrodinger M strat?
A few times, yes,
It's
because
like,
I think I
do
might
the
have tried
ulti,
it.
no reset. Do the ulti, no reset. Also, it's like evasion, right? Oh my
Yeah.
god, she is such. Oh, and I would say she's a solid A tier just because of like
Yeah, I would
time
say
factor
over
on
time,
demand.
because definitely on release,
Yeah.
I would probably put her at like S or even double S on her original release. Because
For sure, I can see that.
you remember, like back then, whenever it was a Tona cycle, people were just zipping through like 31.3, thirty one point
Yeah,
four runs
yeah,
with that battle suit.
makes so. Yeah, so solid A. I don't think there's a lot of even till today it still stands. She's very useful. She has time factor on command. She has implosion on command. Her damage is decent. She can take care of like mobs in the abyss if you need to. So not much of a contest there. So in that vein, where would we put the Hesher of Reason?
Oh, somewhere between double S and triple S, I think. Or I would put her any of the high S ranks, I would say. Um, I have a lot of fond memories with her, and I still use her on a lot of the side stages. I felt like even before her Priarm, she was holding very well in her weathers, even though ice was kind of like slowly dripping down.
Mm, that's true.
Um,
She still packs a punch till today,
she still
which is
packs a punch
pretty
till
monster.
today. Um, I think there's like maybe a handful of drawbacks that keep her from triple S, but I also feel like there's enough arguments to place her at a double S, right?
At a low, like a super low double S, but yeah.
Well,
Like a
I
lot of her
yeah.
arguments are in the same vein of Hash of Thunder, but Hash of Thunder just does it better.
Uh,
Yeah, I
how do
mean, that's
I?
my
So
opinion.
I would say over time, her divine key didn't do enough for her. I feel
Yeah,
like
I agree
that's
with
what's
that.
keeping her out of triple S was the fact that her divine key was designed around a very particular gimmick, whereas Hersher of Thunder's divine key let her just be completely like a beast.
That's true. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Since we named the second and the first and the third Hasha, what about the second Hasha?
I would
The
put her
Hermit
as a
of the
solid. I
Void.
would put her at a solid like A plus S minus. Um,
Wow.
so going back to Hersher of Reason, one of the things that Hersher of Reason was really nice about was she was out of the box great. You could use her with budget gear if you had to, and more budget gear opened up later on, right? You could use Thales
Mhm.
TM on her. She was very FTP friendly in that regard. I feel like HOV. I remember when. Do you remember Defi? Defi like wailed
Yeah.
early on Dorm Banner just to get HOV. His first S
Oh.
rank was Sixth Serenade, and we all and like Defi dropped like hundreds of dollars on that
Oh my
uh,
god.
when Defi first started. But I would say that one of the drawbacks of HOV, she was very dominant at the time of her release. That we know. But I
Yeah.
remember
She
when I
binded the
started,
meta, to be honest.
everybody around me was saying like, "Oh, HOV, you need double S." And
I can see that.
later on, when rank up like sub ranks happened, it was like, okay, you just got to get to S2 because that was where her like major crit damage skill unlocked. Oh no, it was S3 because the first two characters with rank up, their leader skill wasn't on S3. Their leader skill was actually on S2. HOS and HOV had their leader skill on S2
Oh yeah,
instead of
yeah.
S3. They changed that afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The crit
Tim.
rate thing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. And then double S had the hash charge on entry. Ooh. I will to double S because of at the time the tournament was actually the first ever like international tournament for Honkai Impact was up,
Mm-hmm.
and our team was trying to qualify, and you know one of my teammates was going to will for her, but the banner went down,
Oh no. I will
and then
say in the same vein too, right? Like G4 physical also brought her back in a way
oh that's true.
with the range damage. Yeah.
Okay, so I think I don't know if you noticed, but if I'm not mistaken, she is a 7-day login for any player who creates an account now, from even a year ago.
That's pretty nice.
So yeah, so she that puts her a solid
Easy
S rank
easy filler
because of years of
DPS.
active.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she does have a time stop on command, but not a time fracture.
Yeah.
So, strong AOE ultimate, not too hard to charge her SP. Not extremely weapon reliant, so I would put her at a
Uh
solid like low S rank,
low
S
S
minus.
rank, yeah. I probably leave it on there.
Oh yeah, she was my 7-day login Valkyrie when I started current account. Back in HOS patch. That's insane. Back in HOS patch, she was already 7-day login. Damn. Okay, let's knock out one of them that I've been wondering. Black Nucleus. Low C? High C? Thanks for the follow.
I would probably say high C. I
But she's
remember
really niche,
she's very
right? That's the
niche, and you
huge
needed to
issue
get
about her.
her pry arm right. That you needed either
Yes.
her pry arm or you needed the Briareus EX. So you needed a pry
Yes.
arm for her.
Or initially it was Flint Sonata.
Yeah, and then she
But
got
that
her
was like
Star
super
Destroyer.
early.
She got her Star Destroyer pry at some point too. But
Yeah.
that was like pure gimmick. It was fun. There was a few like high scoring runs with that, but it was like, yeah, I'd probably put her at C.
She's a solid C. She could, you know, like I know this sounds a little bit bad, but she could even qualify for a D rank, to be honest. Just because,
If
not
you
because
didn't
of
have the
power.
gear.
Yeah, she not. It's like it's not because of like attack power. She has attack power, but the steps it takes to get there
Yeah.
is so demanding that you know, like gameplay wise, equipment wise, it's just like wow, where is this? I wish like she was one of my favorite battle suits early on, design wise,
Yeah,
and I
and then
really wish they did more for her.
the outfit from the Rosemary event was great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do wish like as an early S rank, she was so cool. I so wanted her, but by the time I like obtained her for the first time, she was already out of the meta, so that was kind of sad.
Do you mind if we take
Uh,
like a quick break?
yeah,
All right, I'll be
yeah,
right
yeah,
back.
yeah. Alrighty. So yeah,
Sorry, Chad, I gotta go use the restroom.
hoping this tier list would actually like at the end of this, I'll probably like you know keep this tier list because I think it's gonna be very useful. We are we are inadvertently putting a lot of thought into this. Anyone still keeping the Sonata cannon? I mean, I have it. There's no real like reason to get rid of it, I don't think. Oh, that was the reason we use it. Because of the attack speed steroid. I never have it. Damn. It was good. I don't know if this was the meta set. Yeah, this was the meta set. Oh my god, those were the days. 205% total damage multiplier. This could still be useful nowadays. The next basic attack, including combo and charge attack, has a 50% chance. This was what made her like super strong. 256, was it 256? Yeah, 256% boost in damage. I mean, total and physical combined, but still. Goddamn. I personally think that's too much reminiscing of the past rather than thinking how they hold up to today's standards. Uh, yes and no though. I think we're also considering like how easily available they are today, which is something that we just can't consider with like past knowledge. Um, and I think for some like even the Hash of the Void, I have used her in current maps. I've seen Lyos use her in certain maps, even today. So I that's how I'm like kind of what's the word? Confident that their damage does hold up. Just because of how like I've seen them in like current like today maps and being like, okay, it's surprisingly, their damage is good or bad.
Okay, I'm
Hello,
back.
Ven. Welcome
I'm
back.
back. Yeah. All right. Next character. Next character.
All right, next character. Let's see. Let's go with Palatinus Equinox.
Solid. Solid S. Solid S or high A. I think she's her mechanic was kind of OP, but I feel like right now she exactly fits the role of like if you have her and you have her built, she's just solid on her maps. You're not really gonna be using her outside of her weathers or outside of her, specific content unless you're on a not established account where you're forced to. Um,
Mm-hmm. Early game though, she is good against imaginary types because of that access to like the cores, even
yes,
without breaking their.
yes.
And there is a newbie banner that guarantees her within like a certain amount of pools.
I would
It used to
definitely
be Hash of Thunder. Uh huh.
I definitely say that she had a lot of really fun min max elements as part of her rotation that made her really fun at the time. Because I remember like back when Fragile was kind of like coaching on my channel for those Abyss cycles, like we would
Mm-hmm.
get really into the nitty gritty. Like, okay, this rotation you need to do exactly this many taps on the gun lance into charge, and that's how
Damn.
you have enough like that's how you can go fast enough to break to the next threshold or whatever. And like that
Mm-hmm.
part was really fun. I just don't feel like that aspect of her gameplay has held up nowadays just because the content has shifted. But definitely like very, very solid for what she was designed for, which is just to be a main DPS.
Yeah. And to deal with like kind of give you a bit of an edge against like imaginary type enemies.
Yeah. Like
So
I feel like if she had a handful more mechanics that made her a little bit more universal, I'd probably gear her more towards double S on this list.
mm-hmm.
But in my mind, she's just solid
I
at
think
what she
she's a
does.
solid S.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you have her a triple S, which like is impossible for many players, but I feel like she could be in the range of like double S, just because her attack power is insane.
Mm-hmm.
But because it's same issue with who was it that with Rebirth, right? It's like too much of their capabilities are locked behind a paywall, and that just
Mm.
drops their rank like way too much.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah. So it's like if triple S up there, but without, nah, no way.
Yeah.
Not gonna amount to that much. Okay, let's knock out a few of the ones that I feel like we can. Where would you put Darkball Joan in? Solid C,
Oh, yeah, solid C,
low B, like low
solid
B.
C, almost B. But I would say maybe B tier just because she also can take advantage of Seven Thunders.
Oh, and like Mag Typhoon and stuff like
Mag
that.
Typhoon,
So,
yeah. So and she was kind of like our only solution on Husk for a long time.
hmm.
Like Husk was designed in a way just for her for whatever reason.
I'll give her B also because like her gameplay is actually fun, right? And like
Yes.
I feel
The
like
the only
throughout the
reason
late.
that she doesn't go to A is because her design was still very archaic, right? Like there's like a
Yeah,
farming
yeah,
phase.
yeah,
There's even a
yeah,
manual combo buff that you have to reapply to yourself.
yeah.
Um I actually on the during the Elysia cycle, the side stage was the Paralyze. It was like the Arc City Paralyze Highway.
Mhm.
Um and I ran it with Dark Bolt Jonin. But the fact that Dark Bolt Jonin can take advantage of
Even
Seven
further.
Thunders with and you know modern supports like Eden and HTR, but like
Hmm.
you bring out old Stigmata like Fushi M, even Cleo B if you wanted to. I should have done that, but I left it Zen ETB with Fushi M. You can do some like wacky paralyzed damage that way.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like um yeah, solid B. The gameplay for me just pushes it up because,
Yeah,
like I said, throughout the tier list, I'm thinking of like if I were a new player, if I were to get this character, how hype would I be? And I think her gameplay compared to like all the other like early access, like early easily accessible characters, does put her like up there. You know, like it'll make me excited about the game. I'd be like, I want to use this character more. Plus the fact that her damage does hold up, and she is like a good vessel for like certain strong pieces of equipment that could make her like carry you if you were to somehow get access to that.
and she
I
just
think
got an
that
XP in HSR. I digress. I digress. We'll just leave it at that.
also that.
If you get it, you get it. If you don't worry about it.
Yep. Okay. Um I'm gonna say low to mid C with Valkyrie Exhibitor. Can we agree on that?
Yes, I so Valkyria Scipiter was my desperation impair back on my F2P account when I
Oh.
had no other impair sources. So like yes, I think C is warranted. Like
Oh.
at time of release, she
I
probably would
see.
have been. I would probably leave her at middle C just because of like over time her damage didn't scale well. I think you know
But
maybe.
she wasn't really meant to be a DPS. No, she was a shield breaker. She was the first version of a shield breaker.
Interesting.
Her ulti would increase your shield break.
Yes, that's
So
right. The B, yeah, yeah,
infinity
increased
wise.
shield damage taken by like a huge. I remember we even
Yeah.
used that at some point before Carol's
Yeah.
release. On
Yeah.
do you remember it was like it was the Fire and Ice Yai Kasumi fight. And for a little bit
Oh
we
yeah.
use it on the MA version too to break the shield.
Yeah. Because of the increase, like
Yeah.
the increase that she gives us is like insane.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
solid high tiers, high
High,
C.
high C, high C. Almost
And
B.
then I would yeah, and then I would say in the same vein of like uh Wolfston, Rondo can go to like a mid to high B
Yes,
because it's also like
especially after her
upon cross
prior.
deployment,
Yeah,
yeah, upon cross deployment, elemental boost to the team.
yes.
So that in general is pretty
I
useful.
remember like even before her priarm with Pink Judah, I always thought like, man, it'd be really cool to have Super Sonata just to get that elemental buff stack, right? Cuz Super Sonata was
Yeah,
like on use elemental damage, but she also had one that was like on cross deploy elemental damage.
yeah,
So
exactly. Yeah,
that was like a fun like old meta concept. But she
yeah,
definitely after the Priarm, it was like a perfect storm because not only did she get her Priarm, but Turgenev was released. So if anybody's you know looks up old footage, and a lot of the veteran players probably remember too, when Flame Scion was released, like at the time, if it wasn't an
oh
imaginary fight, you were before Raven came
yeah,
out. We were doing a
it was
lot of like Flame Scion AE with Sakuno Rondo, and
yeah,
that was
I
the team.
remember that.
That was the team.
And so that speaks to her viability even now because like if she could be pulled from like the past to support someone like Flame Scion, then like you know that capability. I feel like any like percentage boost to elemental damage, like Wolfson's shield and like
Oh,
Rondo's
oh yeah,
deployment, it always
Kronos.
withstands.
Kronos always brings this thing up. Um, that I came up with like a DXY 2 second run just off the cuff one time, and I have the hardest time remembering it. But it was no wait. That run I used the Vampire Terry, didn't I, Kronos? Because that was the one that I used the I had to do some
Which
other.
I was about to rank. Where would you put Luna Kindred?
Luna Kindred was a lot before my time.
I feel like Luna Kindred can almost go into D tier because she needs to charge her bar, and then without her bar, her attacks are like the slowest in the game
So
possibly. Oh.
So Nefer is citing quite a few like old meta cases for both of them. For me, I think I remember I used Luna in conjunction with Pink Judah, but it was also reliant on her using a charge attack for something, right? Right? It
Yeah,
was
Luna's strengths are like she has time fracture on evasion, which I know is a little bit irrelevant, but also like um strong shield break on charge attack. But
mm-hmm.
then her charge attack conditions are pretty strict, which is why I would not give her. And then she doesn't really have like an easily accessible ulti, which
Mm.
could
But she's
like if
also
her
an
ulti
ER,
costs
so if you needed an ER character, she's available. Hmm.
so if her ulti cost were to be lower, I would rank her higher. But
Yeah, I think
if
I think C
it's
is
like
fair.
yeah, the ability to play the role that they're put in, if it's like hard to access, then it will lower their rank,
I
right?
think yeah, I
And
think
like
and if we were to judge it closer to their time of release, they probably would be one tier higher, right? That I think that's also like a fair assessment for both.
I would say even for her, I would not really put her back. That's the issue with her. Like, yeah. Okay, then what about Valkyrie Pledge? This one I really
I
want to know.
would
Where
I would definitely say that somewhere between B and A. Right? If
B
you
and A?
if you were a brand new player, and this was the most common use case, was you were going to use her for time fracture.
Okay.
Um, she was an insane time fracture support for early MA. If you, because I that was my account experience playing Hawk of the Fog and Flame Sakitama in that late
Okay.
2019 through early
Mhm.
2021 period. You
Did she have
needed.
an impair, by the way?
I don't think so, because she was mostly lightning damage. So here's a couple things, right? On the vein of support, she was insane for time fracture support. You could put the
Oh,
the water
paralyze.
balloon.
Never mind. Why did I think
You could
impair?
do water balloon on her. You could do
Wait,
fireworks on her.
impair target. Her ultimate can impair the target,
Her ultimate.
reducing their defense by 80%.
Her
And her ultimate was the first like off field. So she casts the ultimate and you can switch her out and the ultimate will continue to rain on the enemy.
interesting. I've
So
forgotten
I
all about
think
it.
yeah, I relied very heavily on Valkyrie Pledge when she came out. And you
Yeah.
know, it was always the meme of like the Valkyrie is Judah and
Yes,
not
yes. So
Ballista.
that was the other point, was that because Judah existed, she had a place as main DPS in a lot of situations because the Valkyrie was Judah, and she was just the
And
she
she
was.
was also run with auto B for that. Like when you do the
Oh
charge
yeah,
attack, it'll lay a lightning field on the ground to let
yeah,
enemies take more lightning damage.
yeah,
But if we're gonna disregard because that is very obscure equipment. So even as a new player, even if you do somehow obtain it, you would not
yeah.
want to
So,
upgrade it.
but see, I think that adds to the dimension of why she's B and not C, right? Because she has that utility where if you needed to use her as low budget support, that exists. But if you had the gear,
That's true.
she's also old meta
She
DPS.
can go up there. So
Yeah,
she probably goes middle B tier, I would say.
yeah.
Like I think 80%
It's
impair
a
is
good
is
historical value,
crazy.
good balance of historical
80%
value.
impair is crazy even for today, to be honest. Like accessibility is kind of to be debated because it's locked behind a high SP cost. I mean, it's not super high, but like for what it's worth, it's pretty high at 75.
You know what else she
So
had at Triple S? She had bonus cross TDM on evasion, and that was a whole
oh,
thing on Rhymestar. And I always remember I would always try to get Terry Magic M because that was the closest thing to simulate that.
yeah. I'm okay. 80% that only lasts for 3.5 seconds, but because of the way her ulti is cast, and like if you're
It
comparing
self
her to Celestial
refreshes a
Hymn,
little bit, right?
yeah, and also because of how easily accessible she is in comparison to the Celestial Hymn, if you're comparing her to that, then she retains a little bit of value. I wouldn't say she's up there with the Celestial Hymn, but like she B is fair, right? A mid B
Yeah.
is fair. And in that vein, where do we put the Celestial Hymn?
I think on release and for that period of
On
time,
release, she was triple S, but she definitely has fallen way down after
yeah.
that. I think
she
she
was
can remain
definitely,
a solid mid A rank.
yeah, I would say A rank as far as like desperation physical support. I definitely remember like Toki and them would
Okay,
tell
maybe
me
higher A rank. Maybe higher A rank, considering
because
current.
yeah, because of support utility. Um
Yeah,
support utility gather, her cross also did
gather
something too,
like
didn't
her
it?
ulti. Like for
It was
today,
crit
her
rate,
ulti
didn't it?
takes way too much damage. Yeah, crit rate buff.
Yeah, so yeah, her
Uh,
her ulti definitely is way too slow for modern gameplay because you
yeah,
had to do a lot of SP farming.
yeah, and that her priarm was somewhat of a
Okay,
band aid for
okay.
it,
So
but it's
Sakusuke
not.
Sakusuke makes a good argument though. She did have a long time in the meta because she was the only one who could do what she did up until HOS's release.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good argument for her to be one tier higher. And she, because of her kit, gather and impair, she was utilized in both MA and Abyss. So like, so wide utility, you know, she was the only battle suit for what she provided to the degree that she provided it at the cost of
Mm.
SP. She was also one of the earlier ones to get a Priarm, right? Not the
I'd
first,
say
but
she is
within the
weapon
first
dependent. Yeah, within the first batch.
within the first
I'd
bat.
say she is weapon dependent because even before her priarm, she was kind of reliant on her weapon to give her SP. Like the priarm just boosted the SP charging, and I think it gives SP to the team, which makes that even more OP.
Yes, I
SP
do remember
regeneration to the
that.
team.
I do remember that they wanted me to Priarm her weapon right away.
Yeah, if you don't like, she was top priority, but she is very heavily reliant. Oh, okay, she's not super heavily reliant on her weapon. She can, like, in most cases, a lot of these battle suits, their ranks get dropped because of how reliant they are on equipment. I would say her reliance on equipment is not as high as like many battle suits that exist in this list. Um,
I think I may have used her with Silver Reaper at various points.
so is someone making a case for her to be S rank? I don't think she's S rank though. Not like with today's standards. I can't
Uh
really see her as rank. She
not
has
by today's standards, but definitely if it was on time of release or in the years when she was like the impair.
on time of release triple S, even for the next like couple of years after her release. But then like uh, considering all that, okay, hmm. Okay, what does she have in her kit that makes her S rank? The
Impair on
ease of
QTE is one of the things that chat has cited.
impair and QTE, impair and charge attack. Um,
Impair
I
on
guess
alt.
cross is a
Yeah, cross is a good one. Impair on
cross
alt
is a
that's
good.
sustaining. It's like self refreshing, right? The impair on alt is self refreshing up to a
Oh,
point,
okay, I
and you
see
could
that.
use that to reapply buffs from off field. Uh,
Hmm.
and that was good for both AOE and single target.
She is a tad bit harder to obtain than HOS right now, though. But I will put her in low S rank,
And oh yeah,
just because.
and Ken does bring up a good point. Was like when Hecate Pry was released, we saw the double Hecate strats
Oh,
come
the
up.
physical vulnerability. Okay,
Yeah. So that
but
was
like,
kind of it was kind of nice to see that, you know, the
see,
double
that
sleeper
is like,
strats relied on her as well.
hmm. But those are like old strats that are very niche. It's hard to like pull out now. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, but the fact that double sleeper still
Well, we
gets a, you know, zero, still as a 946 means that
yeah.
it doesn't go away until double
Well,
S
like
goes
while we
away.
do factor in like their past achievements, we also want to be like how much of that past achievement can hold till today, right? And like
Yeah.
I always like go back to like the House of Thunder. It's like that's how she got the triple S spot because even till today, her time stops and like her damage can like put her up there. Um,
I think that that edge of S right above A is fair. Cuz she can still do
oh,
her job. Just not just nowadays there's just better
just that
options.
her like just not as good a job as like the better options, but it's
Yeah.
not hard to access what she provides to the team.
Yeah. And
Okay,
I would even say that 1 to 1. Oh, not
mhm.
to delay this any longer because I do want to move on to the next character. But
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah, of course.
within the framework of needing an SP rotation, I felt like she was more fun to play than Rebirth. Now, Rebirth, the hardest part at S0 is just the wind up. Because once you get
Yeah.
past the wind up, the rest will flow. But that wind up still is like anywhere from 20 to 50 points lost in Abyss, which sucks.
I do agree that she's more fun to play, but I do also think that Rebirth is more. It's just like
She just
it's
has so
easier
much
to.
more tuning
Yeah,
in favor of
it's
her
just like
too.
slightly easier to use, and not even slightly, like a lot easier to use in terms of like to get to where you want to in the fight. Like easy, like
Yeah,
just
kinda,
evade
yeah.
out of nowhere. Yeah,
Yeah,
stuff like
yeah.
that.
Evade,
So
time fracture on evade. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So okay, then the next one is Phantom Iron.
I would definitely put her low B, high C on account of she's like desperation utility for those elemental buffs, but you have to play Circle Impact, right? It's not like Wolfston where it's an easy passive. You actually have
Yeah.
to roll. Like is the enemy gonna move out of the circle? The only advantage is that it's low SP cost activation, but the problem with that is that the lower SP that you activate it with, the shorter
She
duration.
also has slight reliance on equipment. She can't like she has a bare bones like
Yes.
zero equipment
You
run,
needed
which
at
I
least
feel like
double S and some stigmata.
yeah. Her ulti is strong. Like the strength of her ulti is in the low SP cost, but there also is an SP drain after that. So I'd say she's lower than like high C, maybe like close to mid C, if that. But she was really strong in the meta though. She was the first like when she came out, Benares was just gone. Like
Yeah, I
early
would
day
but
Benares.
I would definitely say a solid C. Like she's exactly what you needed her for, which was like a progression elemental support unit.
Mm. All right, and then the next one we'll do is Infinite Ouroboros.
Solid, I would say solid S almost, or even double S, right? Just because like when she
What? Really?
let me think about that. Let me think
Wow!
about that. Hold on,
Wow!
hold on, hold on. Let
Bro,
me think
that's
about that.
higher
Double
than what I would give
double
her.
double S is kind of high, but
Double S is way too
I
high.
think double S on time of release, S now. Just because
I wouldn't
now
even say double S on time of release though. She's clunky. Gameplay wise, she's clunky. I
she
would
was
say.
clunky, but she enabled so many like 1 second kills and 0 seconds if you had it high enough ranks. But like
Okay,
she
that's true.
completely invalidated double SMA on time of release because Carol happened right after, right? It was her patch and then it was Carol, and the two of them just destroyed double S arena.
That's true. Which gave way to Triple S Arena. But then, okay, how relevant is she in Triple S Arena?
How relevant was
That
she
will
in Triple
that
S
will
Arena?
that factors into
Andreas.
where we place her.
Andreas, right? Because you remember when
Oh wait,
Andreas
yeah,
first came
most
out.
recent. Okay, wait,
When
that's
when
true.
Andreas first came out as a double S fight, we were kind of fumbling around with VKE and Dea Ancora on Andreas fight. But then
Mm,
soon as she was released, like they made Triple S Andreas for her in a way.
that's true. I can agree with that. Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
she also
But
had she also had like one of the most insane things in Elysian Realm. Remember the old Infinite? It was literally the Infinite
oh my
stacking
god.
build. It
Yeah.
was really annoying, but it was also one of the most consistent ways to end the run or to complete a run. Back
That
when it
yeah.
was a nightmare to play Elysian Realm.
Okay, I wouldn't factor that into her ranking, but that was a funny thing to have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Oh, someone
I
asked.
think it is a fair point just because like in the sense that it relates to your crystal income, ease of performance in Elysian Realm. Um, I don't think it should necessarily. It could be a tiebreaker factor, right? Like if they're between two
Hmm.
tiers.
Okay. Wait. Also, someone asked earlier. I don't know if you're still here, but like, would you recommend a newbie to pull for Sparkle if they already have Vita? Yeah. I'd say yeah. If you have saved enough resources to build the current like part two meta, then Sparkle is going to be like a bit of a key
I
from
would
her when
say
you're building stuff.
Sparkle is favorable if you skipped Sleepy Terry, because you do want a modern quantum.
Hmm.
Like
What if two
yes,
quantums? Two
yes,
implosions.
two quantums would be good. If you have time to farm for Susanna, yes, but Susanna is. I'm starting to feel the pain on the side stages with Susanna. Some of y'all who watched me fall asleep on that side stage, like I was struggling a bit with Susanna to keep up with the damage. Um,
Hmm.
Snake rank, yeah, snake rank.
But I'd say Sparkle is a solid unit. We haven't ranked her in the tier list yet, but I don't want to go there yet. We'll go there shortly. But
I
I
would guess that
okay. Let's just
Sparkle.
rank
Yeah,
Sparkle
I
right
would
now.
say that she should be at least a solid S rank based on the current patterning of at part two releases.
I would put her at a double S. Let me wait. Does she have the
She's double
instant
S
push
because
out?
you rolled double S. She's double S for you because you rolled double S.
Yeah. Well, there's a case to be made about that, but
Yeah, I kind of agree with Simser. She's kind of too recent to really
to be
judge.
ranked,
Yeah.
right?
So, but because she's new, I would put her at least as an S rank.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. High S rank. Yeah, high S rank.
Yeah, just because of recency bias.
Yeah, it's very hard to rank the newer characters. Like anyone from like Felma and above, I think is like it's
I would say
hard,
that
but
for part two characters, we can make a for all the ones that have released so far before Sparkle, we can make like a gameplay judgment, like how
mm,
smooth of gameplay, like mechanically, how well. Like in that
mhm.
regard, like I feel like Lantern would be on the low end of S, whereas Thelema is like higher on the S rank, just because Thelema's kit enables so much stuff. I didn't like Thelema's gameplay at first, but now it's like it's very fluid for me because I've had more time to practice on it.
Yeah, I could see that.
Lantern in a way feels like how you remember when Silverwing released and people were like, "Oh, you're just spamming A the whole time." Lantern is very much in that same vein. I feel like Silverwing is more fun now because she has more supports available than she did at the time.
I don't know. I don't know about that, but
Yeah, because when she
uh,
released, we didn't have Susong out yet, right?
no, we didn't.
Yeah, so
Wait, did we? No, we didn't.
we didn't, and we didn't have HTR out yet either, right? So we were playing like Pardo Haxer Bunny with Silverwing, and it was just a
Mm.
lot of like it was almost too straightforward in terms of her gameplay.
Isn't that good though? I feel like if you're
Uh,
trying to pick up a character and you're like, "Where's my damage?" Like that would be ideal.
yes for new player friendliness, no for skill expression.
Okay,
I feel like
I
Silverwing
favor
was.
new player friendliness
Yeah,
instead of like if
I
you were
feel like
ranked.
Silverwing. Since we're on that train of thought, I feel like Silverwing is like a low
Low S.
S in the sense that she does too much to be A rank. They're still making Abyss
Yeah,
Weathers for her,
yeah,
but easy to pick up if you have the infrastructure. Yes, you can push in very far. If you kept up with like top up events where they were giving out her rank ups, then yes, most players who played at her release that got her on release should be at double S or higher. I think mine
and
is
I
already
also
double S two
yeah,
now.
I also think like one of her biggest downsides is that you need her weapon. Without her weapon, you can't do like the aerial weapon skill, right?
I wish I could say because I haven't played her without her weapon.
I remember it being a thing. Without her weapon, uh, her weapon skill is not uh I think so.
Yeah,
Weapon
but
skill can
I
be followed
didn't like
passively.
that you could get swatted down on by Husk when you play Silverwing.
Because was it like I think so. Let's see. I don't know, but I mean, I could
Yeah,
just
so
honestly pull up the.
I can see Simser's argument that her her amplification field can be really annoying to play around, especially if the target is moving around a lot, or like if you're trying to dash into a different position, you have that lag time before the amplification field resets. But that's why she's like on the low end of S rather than like I still feel like she's numerically relevant enough to place out of A tier.
Hmm. Yeah. Oh, I remember people running a Reason's weapon on her.
I
But
think
you
I've done that at one point or other.
you can't do the weapon active when you're in the air. So
Uh,
so that is a bit of a downside, but I think for most of what she's built to be doing,
yeah,
she can still do.
yeah,
Like her ulti isn't hard to get charged to. Like I mean SP regen to. Her charge attack isn't inaccessible. Her barrier can block melee enemies for whatever reason you might need to.
yeah. The blocking husk they were saying in chat,
Yeah,
blocking husk.
that was
But the problem is
so
husk can
satisfying.
still hit you through the shield, right? So like if you're
Yeah.
hugging the wall, like he can just
But
still
if
swing and knock you
Husk is
down.
in that dashing phase, then you kind of like it makes you a lot safer than you usually would be. Okay, so
Yeah.
she's a low S rank. Where would we put Memento?
Ooh.
I think Memento is C for me.
Yeah, I want to give her like on release she'd probably be rated way higher. I feel
Oh
like
yeah.
now her biggest advantage now is the fact that she is a flame chaser and she gets 2 starting signets in ER, right? Um,
Okay.
but yeah, so for me C tier is kind of like either really old DPS that just doesn't hold up numerically, or you used her as a desperation unit at one point. And like for a brand new account, I could see her being a desperation unit. Like, in the olden times, there was a phase where like if you didn't have her sure reason, you were probably using Memento for that select weather.
Oh,
You know,
even then her damage kind of like fell off a little bit until yeah.
but I
And
do
then
know that there was a time where she was the dominant one too.
yeah, there
So
was. Oh my god, her damage was off the charts back
I
then.
just think that time and place, like we're just too far removed from that. But
Yeah.
that still garners her like a solid, C instead of being in D tier.
Her damage right now is actually very low. That's the reason I give her low C, because she becomes
Do you remember when G3 Ice came out? There was some hope that it would bring her back.
and it still didn't. Like her
Yeah,
consistent damage, I think it's her inherent multipliers are just way too low. And that translates into her just not holding up even till now.
yeah,
The outfit though.
and
I
that
give her a
in
higher
that
rank for the
raid.
outfit, but
Oh yeah, she had great outfits. Even her
her
base design is like it has that mecha feel that like
it was my favorite. Like
yeah.
I was so desperate to get her and I didn't. I was so mad, but the past is the past. But yeah.
So while we're on the topic
Um
of ice, let's put Sixth Serenade in the D tier.
I'm this wait, Kronos. Oh yeah, oh my god. Straight up D tier. Kronos, I'm the storm that is approaching at B tier. Really? You would rank her at B tier? Oh, wow. Monster Kato, maybe B or low, maybe low B or C. Okay. But I still stand by where Fen and I put her at, like slightly mid to high C.
Yeah, like I feel
Uh,
like if so for my chat, we always argue like if Sundon Jaeger just had built-in SP regen,
D
she'd be
tier
so
Memento
much
is really
greater.
good
And I feel like Memento's in that similar vein where like
in that
if
same
she
vein.
just had
That's why they're a couple.
one or two, yeah, exactly. They're together now, kid. If Memento just had like a little bit more, either mechanics or something in the kit, that would probably elevate her into B tier.
It's just because Memento was the reason I played the game. Mine was Moonbeam, but Memento made me stay. Like, it increased my passion to the game. I was like, I want this character. Someday I must get it. And I did. But when she was out of the meta, it was kind of
Froti
sad.
YOLO, yeah. Froti YOLO.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I had someone in mind. Valkyrie Ranger. D tier?
Mm, unfortunately, I would probably say yeah. It's very much that sense of like I felt like at the time when you unlock her on a new account, you're excited because you're not playing melee Kiana, right? You're playing ranged Kiana.
Yes.
and
Oh, that's
that
so
is the
version
absolute
one.
novelty of Valkyrie Ranger, and that novelty wears off very quickly. You know.
Yeah, yeah. It was a bit of like a gimmick for like when the game first released, but she has long fallen out of relevance.
Yeah, and it's good that Void Drifter existed as an evolution of that
Yeah, yeah.
character battle suit.
Definitely saved that Kiana archetype
Yeah.
ish. Okay, then we're going to Lightning Empress. Lightning Empress, I feel is a solid A. I feel like she's right next to Night Moonbeam because her
Because they're a
leader is
couple. Yes.
true,
No, no,
true,
no,
true.
no.
So
Yes. Talk about it. Talk about it. Because I'm
her
gonna.
leader skill, right, is an easy like
Her leader
even
skill
even
was
with
like S tier for
is
the longest
relevant for
time.
today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I feel like yes, there are other battle suits nowadays that can give us initial SP, but the amount that she gives is pretty good, and her accessibility right now, even for new players, is still relevant in some sense.
I would say
I
her relevance has diminished greatly.
true.
Definitely if you were on an established account between 2019 through 2022, you were getting a lot of mileage from Lightning
70 SP
Empress.
though. Woo.
Yeah, and that was a huge thing. Remember at the time when Hersher of Thunder came out, it was like, but we have Lightning Empress with HOF. No, we just started running two Lightning teams after that. You know,
Yeah,
like
that was
like
crazy.
Psy type Lightning had such a strong dominance from that 2020 era, late 2019 all the way through like 2021, 2022. It was just Psy type Lightning. You were just playing that. You would have, Hersher of Thunder with Phoenix or Hersher of Thunder with AE. Well, not AE so much in MA, but you would have Hersher of Thunder with Divine Prayer, or you were playing like Lightning Empress with Hawk of the Fog, and it was like it was
Hmm.
it was such a devastating time
Yeah.
for Lightning.
Yeah, and psychic because of
Yeah,
her triple psychic
Lightning
gives you
Psychic. And
yeah.
Lightning Empress back then when we had the Awakening linked characters, linked battle suits, Lightning Empress was an easy way to get extra damage out of your S0 Hersher of
Yeah.
Thunder because you could rank Lightning Empress up and get all the, the triple S skills on the shared
Wait, is
skills.
that relevant right now?
Not
They took
anymore.
out
They
the
they
link,
took
right?
they took out the link now. Some
Oh,
of them
damn. So
it'll still show the linked icon, but um so I think
oh, they still have linked skills though, like
they still
here.
have linked skills, but now it's like certain things just don't apply. Like you still can't you can run them
Hmm.
in the same party, but they won't. They specifically made it for Lightning Empress and Hersher of Thunder that their leader skills won't stack for something.
Oh, okay.
Like you
Okay.
can't run Lightning Empress and
Um
have it stack with and they made that too with Hersher of Thunder buffs. Like you can't stack their one of their debuffs.
to be honest with your argument though, I almost am going to downgrade her to a high B. That's but I don't know, like I feel
Under
like
I would agree with that only in the context of over time, right? Because now we are
yeah,
quite a bit removed from her era of dominance. Getting the swords necessary to run those old strats is a little bit
because
harder to get to.
yeah, and initial SP is sort of like Griseo just covers that right
Yeah,
now.
Griseo,
So,
Prometheus, both Griseos.
yeah,
Um, So in that sense, yes,
it's
she
hard,
she
right?
is
In that
kind of
sense.
like in that sense B tier being like the old
Oh,
supports. I
I
can
really don't want to
I
bring up
don't want to
B-tier, but
don't separate the Kiyome. Just leave her there. Just leave her there. Don't separate them. No.
okay, let's make a case for her A-tier. Come on. What she got? What she got? I
you
don't
can
know.
you
I
can still
like
well so
we can't even
Magtype
say like the ease of like okay, there is okay because it's 55 SP for a triple S cosmic expression, but it is if
70
you
is
get
still
one lightning
huge.
empress,
Yeah.
yeah, it's already 50, right? So there's that. like if you it's just like this goes down to like availability. It really like it becomes subjective to an extent
Yeah.
of like if this then that, like so.
Right.
But I think in terms of like quantity, especially when it comes to the SP, I think yeah, low, super low A. If we were to put our A, it's like super super low tier A level.
Yes, without equipment, yes. But I think once
Yeah.
you factor in equipment, um, I think Mag Typhoon just enables her to do so much, right? You can use her to paralyze. You can use her to do all sorts of quick swap strats.
Yeah,
Um,
and I want to say just this one thing about like the old battle suits is that it was very wacky, right? Like
yeah, it
it
was
seemed
very
a
whack.
lot.
But see, she's also part of the reason that Mobius was S tier. If you think about it, right?
Oh yeah, yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
Lightning
Because Matt
Empress
Typhoon really
Mobius
like
with Carol. How many
yeah.
times did you run that at during their release? You know?
Yeah. Unfortunately, like we can't factor that into the tier list. So, but it is a very yeah. I do agree because it's worth bringing those points up because we could find like some advantage in the battle suit. But for her specific case with Mobius, it's too irrelevant because it's like the build is so hard to get to, and many of those pieces you wouldn't really try to get as a new player.
Yeah,
So
not as a new player, no. I would say
yeah,
the one
unfortunately.
advantage for like not new players but mid-level players is the fact that if you were trying to get gold witch orbs and you did already have Night Moon Beam and Lightning Empress farmed, their first fragment is cheaper. But I
Oh,
think someone
that's
in my
too
chat did the
funny.
math like 2 years ago, and they were like, "Actually, it's not that much willpower that you save." I was like, "Oh, okay, whatever."
I'm still buying it. I still buy it all the time. But okay, that is outside of combat. Okay, let's trio spirit again. Let's rank Dimension Breaker. Dimension Breaker, I'd say it's a low. It's a high C. High C.
So I remember hearing about a time when Dimension Breaker actually was relevant DPS,
Yeah, she was.
but by
She
the
was.
time when I started playing, she was already for me D tier. Like they would
Oh.
always say, "Don't farm Dimension Breaker from Legacy because you have all these other battle suits that you needed to farm first because they were just more important, right?" Like that whole old progression was like, you need to get Phoenix to double S, you need to get Night Moonbeam, you need to get Lightning
Yeah.
Empress, you need to get
Yeah.
Delta, right? Any of those four, like you that used to be the farming progression, and Dimension Breaker, on paper, you would say, at least at that time, it was like, okay, farm to triple S so you could get your shared skills on HOR. But there was never a good enough argument for the merits of Dimension Breaker on her own to do that. Whereas, like, Night
So
Moonbeam had the time fracture, Lightning Empress, you had the starting SP, and the Dorm buffs at the time, too.
the only oh the only thing I remember about Dimension Breaker that was kind of useful was like her switch in skill. Not even like QTE, her switch in skill was an instant time slow.
Oh
You
yeah,
see that and she does like
she
the
did like
thing?
a
Yeah.
downward punch, right? On
No,
sw-
she like raises her hand and like everyone gets enveloped with this like black pillar or something, and then they get like time slowed. And I think there's another debuff that gets pushed on them, but I can't remember what it is. Oh, oh my god, where is it? It's the switch in skill, but I don't know like how do you get to the switch in skill? Like where is it?
Oh, Nefer was saying
It
that she
doesn't
got
even say.
nerfed, and that's why she fell out.
Oh, that's crazy. There we go. Wait. She can paralyze. She's the most wacky of everyone. She has physical damage. She has paralyze. She has fire damage for some reason.
Yeah, that was back when they wanted like the cannons or the heavy weapons to have like rapid fire, and they
Yeah.
wanted that to simulate like burning.
Oh, I cannot with these battle suits, man. The
Yeah,
old meta is so wacky. I love it. I love it. It is what built the entire game, though. So,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, solid D. Unfortunately, I can't make a case for you, Bronya. Not with this one. Solid mid D even, I would say. Uh Like if I were to get her and the Six Serenade, I would see the Six Serenade in more of my teams than Dimension Breaker, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So in that vein of like forgotten S ranks, where do we put Violet Execute?
I think Violet Executor would probably be.
Next to Memento, I think she shares a lot of the same floor.
There
Flora.
was one time we actually needed her as Violet Executor and not Twilight Paladin. Do you remember this?
Oh, I do remember
I
because of
I
the
want to
bleeding. I
say,
think.
yeah, I think it was either the bleeding or something.
With the current meta, if you by chance get her and you have like a Lunar or like a Lunar Vow or like a Susanna, I could see some form of relevance. But again, like highly situational. So it's hard to give her like a higher tier just because of how situational it is. Imagine like you just miss all the bleeding characters and you somehow got her. Then like she has no relevance to the game at
There,
all.
no. There was one weird abyss that we actually ended up using her for, or maybe it was like a side. I don't think it was a side stage, but there was one specific thing. It was like we needed to use her as VE and not Twilight Paladin
I
within the last
so her
like
title
within the
her
last
title
two
when she first
years.
came out
Yeah.
was a QTE slave. That's what everyone
Yeah,
said.
well, see, that was the thing that was like such a huge advantage of like all the Terries, right? They were just really
Yeah,
good for QTE and
yeah.
using
Her
QTE time
QTE had
fractures and time
high
fractures.
area and super strong. Like it was one of the highest damage ever. But everyone was like, her on field is not even half as strong as like just switching her out with a QTE all the time. So
Yeah,
and I think like that's extremely hard to like get used to if you're, especially if you're just picking up the game and like it see that goes into like ease of use, right? And it's
yeah.
like it becomes hard to use because your mind would be like, I want this character to be fighting. Even her ulti is like a burst mode, so she has to be attacking constantly. But like, why is she? It's like
Mm-hmm.
you have to figure out gameplay, and even after you figure it out, it's not like it doesn't give you like high tier like benefits. So I feel like she could even go to D tier, but I think
Yeah,
like
Nefer was saying put her in D tier.
oh
But
no.
see, here's the thing, right? Like for me, I would say that if you did get her as one of your early dorm picks, she would be a good desperation DPS
Yeah,
at
she
least to
can
start out with.
carry to like a low extent,
And
right?
the fact that you can upgrade to the augment core afterwards, it's like
Oh, that is a bit of a
it
plus.
can smooth out your progression path a little bit.
So
Not
with that, I
much.
do think she is C tier. Like she falls below Danzai because she is way harder to obtain than Danzai,
Yes.
and like I guess eventually like even harder to build. So
Yes.
I see like very very like on the edge of C falling into D, but still holds up as D for a little bit. I think the aspect of like Twilight Paladin
Yeah.
just holds her up there.
I would probably put
Yeah.
Twilight Paladin in A just because like once you unlock her, like it's a
A I'd say high
A
B.
high B. High B is fair.
High B.
Um I would
She's
say
not
high B.
super equipment dependent, but she is a like the damage difference is like significant all
Yeah,
of a sudden.
between star ranks and then whether or not you do get her weapon, especially with the Prion Arm. The Prion Arm definitely added so much more to her gameplay as far as like
Hmm.
smoothness.
Also, like, can we do a bit of a like, can we rank the Himekos? Like, we can leave some of them up here because of Greatsword, but like,
Yeah,
can we look
so
at their abilities?
so VK and Blood Rose would definitely be leading of the pack. I would probably say after VK and Blood Rose, Kriegmesser would
It's
be third,
Kriegmesser
and then after that,
because of ice support.
I support.
So mid C for
Battlestorm had
Heimdall.
heavy trauma, right? We were using that on
Yeah.
like the old DRXC version of Heimdall to break the shield. And then
I do have DXY sword.
Scarlet Fusion
Also
had
good.
time
Yeah.
fracture, which was really nice in MA
Scarlet Fusion has time fracture?
on QTE.
Fusion has no time fracture. Oh, on
Uh,
QTE. Okay.
was it on QTE?
Yeah,
I might be
it's only
misremembering.
QTE. Her evasion and ulti does not have time fracture.
Yeah,
But I feel like she's a solid like mid C. Her and Triumph. Triumph's issue, see, Triumph's ulti is one of the most powerful ultis I feel in the
Uh
game
huh.
because it entirely like stops what's inside it. The only issue is that she is extremely slow with attacks and charging SP, and it
Yeah.
takes 125 SP. But if you have her at like double S, she can even heal your team, which is not relevant in today's standards. But in the past, I feel like it did help some people a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would reposition. For the most part, the three Himikos like Kriegsmesser, Vermilion Knight, and Blood Rose do hold
Yeah,
pretty
and
well
I would even say like in
for what they
favor
do.
of Blood Rose and Kriegmesser, the fact that they were a side type, you could always run them with your Lightning Empress for those like that
Oh yeah,
starting
that's true.
SP, and you
Yeah,
can run
for
them with
that kind
Hersher
of
of
like
Thunder. So like
slave
you
play.
know those that were doing the crazy Hersher of Thunder strats early on. I remember was it Hephaestus, right?
Yeah,
HT with a Blood Dance, one of the two
yeah,
side type Himikos, and then Divine Prayer for that
yeah.
ult.
And in that vein, Divine Prayer, mid A,
Mid A or high B, I think. Again, it's a utility thing, right? And the more
she
gear,
is useful
I would
for like
say though that some of that utility that really gives her that A spot is reliant on having Kikaku Thunder. Uh,
mm, low A.
I would say low. Ooh, look at the Kiyame sandwich. I I would definitely say that she is a little bit reliant on weapon in that regard and stigmata because a lot of those strats at the time assume that you had Beethoven B or some other like you had to have really refined SP affixes. I think in a budget player context, you're using her for the off field impair more so than her her ultimate time fracture not ultimate time not absolute time fracture but her time
Yeah,
fracture ultimate
I
um
do think she holds the A spot because she's also relevant to high end gameplay.
right with the most recent bull strat, yeah.
Yeah, with the most recent strat. So that is one of the factors that holds her up there.
Yeah.
And she like intermittently has always come back and like in and out of the meta.
Mm-hmm.
Just yeah. So
And
I
for
think like
those SCA players doing the bridge thing, we won't talk about that further. I remember Toki used to be so mad about it. He's like,
oh my
uh,
god.
cause
Akayuki
he,
hates that. He's
yeah,
like that should be banned.
yeah, because Toki and Akayuki would never do it, and then like people who did it would like get that extra score on the leaderboard, and they would just balk at them, you know.
They'd be so mad. Oh, it is a huge imbalance. Okay. Um Valkyrie Gloria, solid D. I'm sorry, I love Durandal. She's my
No,
number one.
I would put her at C, and I'll tell you why.
Oh wait. Okay, okay. I yeah, make your
She
case, make
has
your case. Go
so
ahead.
much time fracture in her kit, and from a gameplay
Mm,
perspective, if you master her dodge counter, you can get 5 in a row. It is actually one of the
mhm.
most satisfying things. She's great as an entry, especially at the time of her release. She was great as an entry level DPS. Not from this. It's like all the other A ranks in C tier, right? You still have to get the rank ups.
Mhm.
Um, but I remember very specifically around that time period, like versus Flame Sakitama, like you could do gear for gear and get similar results on the double S Argent Artemis fight, which was probably like the closest thing to compare the two on 1-to-1 as A rank fire DPSs.
Okay, so higher like
And
sort of
she
like
had,
mid tier,
yeah, I would probably say middle
mid tier C
C,
rank.
middle C.
So
She,
the thing why I feel like I almost like instantly put her on D tier is because she is a quantum, right?
mm-hmm.
But in some sense, she is a quantum that doesn't feel like a quantum
Yeah,
because it's hard to access her ulti.
yeah,
And
because
you
she has
want
a
quantum
100
like
SP
the
cost. Yep.
yeah, the big thing about quantum is their implosion. And yes, I feel like the idea that they had around Gloria is that because her gameplay is based so much around evasion, they wanted her to be the natural imploder of like, oh, evade the quantum implosion hit and then like implode them with your counter
Yeah.
dash, you know? And that's why they made the ulti like so inaccessible to be fair, the ulti is pretty powerful in terms of damage, but it's just like way too
Do you
inaccessible.
remember when they like released her? You know, do you remember
Oh,
the
I
trial
do.
stage that they tried to sell her with? It was like use her with AE to breach Jizo's elemental resistance, and you can
Oh
just
my
throw
god.
Jizo to cancel his uh
Yes, I remember
SP
that one.
drain.
Oh, Jesus
But
Christ.
then it turned out that the throw mechanic was actually not good to use because the animation took so long, which is that
Yeah.
became a recurring bad trend.
It
Was
was
they
only ever used with like BK's ulti because it was
Yeah,
faster.
because it was
Like
faster and
snappy.
it was huge damage back then for
Yeah.
BK's ult.
Okay, so let's rank BK. BK is a
BK,
B.
yeah. So there's a lot of things surrounding BK's release, right? Like she was slow ramp time to get to the damage that you wanted to, and she needed a lot of external support to get her,
I
especially
love
early on.
BK.
Especially early on. I feel like out of the older S ranks, I think B is pretty fair assessment because if you think about it, Danzai was intended to be a support, external support for her. Starlit Astrologos was external support for her. She needed her weapon at the time, right? And then she got a
Yeah.
divine key that finally made her feel smooth enough to play, which was her finally her storyline weapon. Um,
I'm also going to go in the vein of like if you're a new player, and you do get access to her, she isn't like her S0 kit is strong enough to not need to heavily rely on damage from a weapon. And it makes for easier gameplay in the sense that her defense can, like if you're bad with evasion for some reason, her defense is a good like, okay, I can handle that
ranking
boss
Abyss
pretty
Flower
fine.
or just BKE? Yeah, so she is weapon
Just
dependent.
BKE.
Yeah, she is definitely weapon dependent, and that's why she's not higher ranked for sure.
Yeah. For
Um,
higher tier fights, she is weapon dependent. For low tier fights, like if you're talking about like bare bones, I'm just new to the game, I got her. She is viable to be like I would pick her over like a huge number of other DPSs that I might have got
I
early game.
do very vividly remember though, like having BKE versus not was the difference between whether or not you cleared the double zombie duo elites or not. That that was
Oh.
that was the pain.
What
That
was
was
BK's Abyss Flower like fight was the tank, right? MHT, was it? The
mm,
biggest one initially was MHT. Yeah, it was.
was did MHT come back?
MHT and Jizo.
Jizo for sure, but MHT was always like a Psy favored one, right?
Oh, MHT was after
Kiana,
Deseo, I think. Do you remember like in the Abyss? In the Memorial Arena? Wait, was it? Oh,
no,
maybe I'm
no, no, no,
remembering
no.
wrongly. Maybe
You're
that
you're
was
thinking
Jizo.
you're thinking of MHT because when Triple S was introduced, it was just MHT and Jizo, and they would just alternate. But yes, Jizo was
Oh,
her
yeah, okay,
signature fight
okay.
to start with Abyss Flower.
Okay, it was Jizo.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she's now irrelevant in many cases. I mean, still decently strong, but too heavily dependent on equipment. But I think the argument still stands that like her base S0 without equipment, I feel like in terms of like like carrying you through story and everything, I mean, also slightly irrelevant because like now in story they give you all the
Yeah.
characters that are in the story. Um,
I think the
yeah,
the
that's
biggest thing
basically
too
it.
was also just the comparison to Twilight Paladin, right? Because like a lot of people already had five
I made
star.
2 videos on that. That was
Yeah,
insane.
yeah. It's like if you already had a equipped and established Twilight Paladin, and S0 BKE was only going to help you on a few edge cases like duo
Yeah.
elites. Um,
So she's still far behind Toilet Power, but I think she's a solid B rank. It's just
yeah,
where in B rank does she stand?
and that's geared
Maybe
up.
behind V.
That's
I think behind VK.
yeah, yeah.
Like if
Better
it goes
better
to
with
VK and
ranks, but
BKE,
not.
yeah.
But at S0,
If
yeah.
Vermilion Knight and Bright Knight, I would pick Vermilion Knight for many fights. So that's where it's gonna stand. Okay, talking about the knights, the Godsbane battlesuit. Where is Argent Knight Artemis gonna stand?
Ooh,
C rank for me. C rank for
this is
me.
actually one of the battle suits I didn't play enough. I know Cupcake actually used to compete against Silverwing scores with his triple S Argent
Ooh,
Knight.
yes, I
And
remember.
That was one of the one things I remember too. Even on the, like Nupskate and Central was like there was this sense that like Argent Knight was a high skill ceiling character that you had to play
Yeah,
perfectly to get those scores.
yeah.
And I never
She
had time to farm the Pry Arm for her.
she like if you don't play, she's one of the characters where it's like if you don't play her right, she has like no damage.
But if you do, it's
Okay.
like you can really
Yeah,
go
when
far.
you see her damage come out, you're like, where did that come from? Holy crap! But like, okay, someone's playing elevator music from my Twitch side. Thank you for that, Archangel. But yeah, um, she's very like I think that makes her that lowers because like in terms of like ease of use,
Yeah,
she's not really
I would
there.
say it, when you weigh ease of use, skill expression, but then also like accessibility, um
Mm.
I would say that putting her in C, I probably maybe make her like a higher C because she is farmable now, and her weapon is an exchange shop in a way, and she also like yes she's gear reliant, but all her gear is acquirable if that makes sense.
Mm. But okay, another thing to consider: no time fracture, and she
Yeah,
needs
she
to
was designed to be like an abyss monster, right, rather than an MA
yeah,
battle suit.
and she needs a lot of time to like mark enemies before triggering it. But
Yeah,
when
so
she does,
there's
you
ramp
do have
time.
high payback, a high payout. I guess it's the word I was looking for.
Yeah,
And I
so
forgot.
my chat's correcting me on the sense that she was not
No
accessible at
worries,
the
Archangel.
time, but I say now she is more accessible now because
Mm.
she's completely farmable,
Yeah,
and her weapon is
we
an
are
exchange
we
shop.
are
But the
we are
problem,
considering like current relevance and like accessibility is one of that. That's one of the reasons why the Husha of the Void is up there because she is the 7-day login for anyone who starts playing since the Husha of Sentience is patched according to what am I someone said that earlier. Sorry.
yeah,
But
now they're
yeah.
about to give away a free HOHE this patch, the
Oh yeah, that's
H2O.
insane. So HOHE, where does she stand? Oh, I'm nobody at all. Thank you for that. HOHE is very, very equipment reliant. And unfortunately, I think that is one of her biggest flaws. I don't know if I would place her at an S rank.
Um, I would probably I would say high S, low double S. I more than anything, she
Whoa!
needs her weapon
Okay.
because
Yeah.
if you're playing Scuff H2O, you can use Old Welt set for the Hersher mode buffs. You can,
Uh-huh.
well, G4 exists, right? Ice G4 exists. You can use Ice G4 as a placeholder. You can
Okay.
even get away with G3 if you just hug the enemy. It's not pretty. It's not elegant, like you know, but you can at least do something. And you
Nice.
can always scale down depending on the level of difficulty that you're playing at.
Hmm. Okay, okay. I see that.
Floating character, I don't like that her animations take so long, but she has a lot of available supports. Uh, so in a way, it's doable to build a team around her.
I
Um,
do think one thing I do appreciate about her because when we saw her SP cost, everyone was like, "Oh my god!" But then they give us a lot of ways to charge it back up. So while it's not great, it's still manageable.
oh my God, Simser, is that Cyrene from the international hit game Honkai Star Rail?
It
Oh my
probably is.
God. I
Oh,
will say though that playing triple S H2O against Hephaestus this last cycle definitely it was both satisfying and frustrating at the same time because
okay.
of because like and I'm sure there's a lot of other teams where players with 9S teams go through this phase where you're trying to figure out where the heck the damage variance is coming from. Like, did I refresh one buff at the wrong time? Did I miss some damage window? Um, I yeah, that was
Yeah.
definitely a whole thing.
Okay. In that vein, where do we put
She is S
triggering?
tier for the wrong reasons for the pyramid outfit. Oh my God. So where is Kira?
Oh
Okay,
my
back
god.
to the thing. Where is Kira?
Where's Kira?
I feel like Kira.
Would you put her like in part of Phyllis's level, or like maybe she's more of like a Haxor Bunny level
So
character?
she's like a slightly better Haxor Bunny, but also a worse Haxor Bunny, if that makes any sense.
I can see that.
Because she actually
Um,
forces you to hard swap to her to come back on field. Um, there's just like a lot of nuances with it, right? The aiming control scheme has some buffering issues, but she's also just like numerically superior.
yeah, she is.
And you can feel that if you play all three with your current ice DPS. You'll notice that. Her
Yeah.
stigmata surprisingly wasn't as relevant. So when we consider, at time of release, did she come out with OP gear? I would say her gear was relatively skippable, and that, in a good way, is that you can mix and match her with older gear, whether that's extra
Force
sets of
freeze, nice.
Turgenev, old Irene dupes, JST, blah blah blah.
I
Um,
would say ease of use is there too.
Ease of
Like
use is
she's
there, but she also
yeah, it's
still
pretty
has
in your
somewhat.
face how to use her.
She still has somewhat of a skill ceiling as far as like lining up the timing, right? One is lining up your shot on MA triple S Hephaestus after they changed the barrels. That's so dumb to me, but it is a opportunity for skill expression. And at the same time,
Mhm.
her ult is like you can even aim at the wrong thing and it'll still hit because the AOE is so big. So low barrier to entry, but still some skill expression involved is good. Um, Getting around that cooldown timer after you do an off-field QTE versus when you need the ult to light back up is a bit of a fuss. I don't like that part, but I do feel like managing it is its own fun little mini game that Haxor Bunny was like. You're just waiting for the cooldown for ult to come back up.
Mhm. Okay.
In a weird way, I felt like when I was playing the 9S team versus Hephaestus, timing that refresh on the Kira buffs felt like playing Astral Ring and you're like waiting to refresh your shadow buff. That's what it felt like.
Do we still use her on the twins shot thing? I don't think so. I
Half
think
the
it's been
kit is
updated.
locked by the weapon. Yes, that is
That's
fair.
true.
I would say that at lower tiers of content,
What about low S then?
so low S almost A, right? If we evaluate the reliance, and that I would even argue that that weapon reliance is more felt at the higher levels of content.
Yeah.
The higher the disturbance. I think
I
at
feel like
lower levels you could probably get away using Eden's weapon as a placeholder just for that passive
and
total
I feel
damage
like
drop.
at lower level she is more viable. Like she's more flexible in the sense that like if you have the right equipment, you could even use her as like a DPS somewhat.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, that was one of the advantages of the old SPA ranks was you could use them as filler DPS for
Yeah.
their respective typings. Uh,
Okay. We'll leave her at low S. Probably like borderline A.
we don't
Would
use
you
her on Warden anymore because Luna exists and Vita also works. Yeah, yeah, I would say that her
Oh, that's
damage.
the oh yeah, that's the updated.
Yeah, so I would
Okay.
say that her some of her like mechanical advantages have been taken like have been power crept.
Okay, Shadow Dash. D rank
Yeah, yeah, D rank.
next
I
to
think
Waste
I
Strike.
think at one point she could have been C. In an older meta.
Oh, that's ages ago. That's like
So
okay. What
yes,
about
she's SS rank reliant, Ken, but a lot of SPA ranks were SS rank
yeah?
reliant.
And the thing is, like, they're not that hard to obtain because they're usually like Astrite farmable. So
And
I
launch
wouldn't
launch
be like
version usually gives you S rank already. So like if you spent 25 pulls to get a card, you were already really close to double S rank.
yeah. Okay. Snowy Sniper.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh,
true, Simster. That one husk where like if you didn't have the double S, you had to do a little bit of extra farming. Snowy Sniper. Ooh. I want to give her like high C low B just because of her utility. For the
high C,
free the freeze was so good.
but she has a high SP cost. Plus, I think the increased damage taken by enemies during freeze is a double S skill.
I'm okay with that just because of how strong in the meta she was historically. And because Bronya Slothby is really easy to craft. But
But that's
I would
true.
argue in favor of her being a B tier support on the account of, there were a lot of times where Saloon Elf was needed to fill trauma, but you could work around it by using Snowy Sniper. And even apart from
Okay.
that, like you remember Dirac C, that one of the old teams was like Swallowtail, Snowy Sniper for the freeze, and CH. I remember Toki showed me that one like way back in the day, and I was like
I remember that one.
that was kind of nuts. That was kind of
I
nutty.
don't. I'm not like a. Okay, Snowy Sniper. I feel like I I feel like her ease of use is not like if you play her with Sloth, it's annoying that you have to factor in her backward dash when you switch her out, which will it will lose you some SP before you can cast your ulti.
Yes.
And
Okay.
there have been
So
times when that got
I
messed
would
up
be
for me.
okay with her being relegated to C tier on account of her just being really old at this point. Uh,
Mm. I feel like she has some inconveniences, and she's very, very. It's hard to get her to do what she needs to do. Like that's one of my qualifying factors, right? Like, what is their role?
I
How
will.
easy is it to get them to activate it?
So in that vein, that almost competes against Wolf's Dawn, right? Because like yes, Wolf's Dawn. Well, I don't know. See,
No,
here's my
Wolfspawn is infinitely easier. Okay,
here's
okay,
my
go ahead.
perspective. I've historically used Snowy Sniper way more than I ever used Wolf's Dawn. Because by the time I got Wolf's Dawn to double S, I had so many other options available. Like
I can
Phoenix,
see that. Yeah,
right? Phoenix, well, Pardo
yeah. Which we
existed.
haven't ranked yet.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, Sony Sniper, go ahead.
So based on that perspective, I would definitely put Snowy Sniper in B. Because it was always
B.
yes, and again, it's that similar thing, right? If you were on a new account, you kind of would have to pick: do I want to build Snowy Sniper or do I build Wolf's Dawn? And because by the time you get one of them to double S and you get that buff, you already have some other thing already farmed to replace the
Yeah,
opposite one.
fair. But okay, 75 SP cost is not that high. I kept thinking it's like 100. Okay, 75 is fair, but I don't see the case for B though. I think she doesn't have enough of a
Again,
SP charging
that's kind of
utility.
my perspective. B is more for like niche supports that have fallen out of meta, whereas C is like old DPSs that you just don't use anymore.
I can put her above Black Nucleus.
I can leave it there. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Actually, Black Nucleus, I'm downgrading to lowest C tier just because of the like how niche it is, right? Like,
Yeah.
she can't be above Violet Executor because Violet
Yeah,
Executor you
and
can
again
easily plug and play. You know?
for me, Snowy Sniper quantifies as a B because she's support and not DPS. Whereas like most of our C tiers are like just
DPS that have fallen off.
DPS that have fallen off, or they were never that good to begin with, but we use them in
Yeah.
desperation scenarios.
Okay. In that vein, let's talk about Phoenix. Phoenix is a solid B for me.
I would say solid B in current meta because of how old she is. I would definitely
Yeah.
say if we broke down the factors, the subcomponents, her
Mm-hmm.
kit is actually really nice, right? Because
Yeah.
she does elemental damage for the team, enemy damage taken, enemy elemental damage taken. She feeds
Mm-hmm.
SP by way of SP pack, so the whole party
Yes.
gets it.
Yes.
There is a cooldown. She ignites at double S, and enemy damage taken is also at double S. But
Mm-hmm.
she was farmable, and a lot of the old strategy guides that we used to have for new players was like you need to farm her to double S. But even
Yeah.
at S0, she's 2/3 complete. I remember I used to tell that to my chat. It's like, yeah, she doesn't have she doesn't have the enemy damage taken component, but you still have elemental damage buff and SP feed.
Yeah.
She has like a time lock, or she has like some kind of localized time stop on her first
Her
evasion or something like
her
that.
evasion and her ulti.
Okay, yeah. Her
Like
ulti ignites at double S, which is nice. She had some really fun animation cancels, and God, was it satisfying to do dodge counters with her.
yeah.
Her combo mechanic was super fun, with like building up your combos and tactically deciding if you wanted to do a full combo or if you wanted to just get your buffs and quick swap.
Hmm.
I feel like on an older meta, I would probably have put her at A or close to S. In the present meta,
Yeah. Definitely S in the past.
I think present meta B is fair just because now there's just better options for what she does. Like Pardo was like a
Mid range B.
yeah,
Yeah.
Pardo was a hard power creep even before like she power crept herself with AE, right? That was like a huge
Yeah.
one. But Pardo is easier to farm. Um she really shows her age, but I was really glad that,
He
when they
really shows
introduced
her age. She's 50,000 years old. Oh my god.
ah! You know what would be really fun is if they added Phoenix to Elysian Realm, but they also gave her the ability to do like double ego signets at the start. Oh man.
Yeah. That would be crazy.
But yeah, I
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
there's just
I
better
think
options for her now.
yeah,
Solid
she
B is
does
fine.
work. So, in comparison to her, Fallen Rosemary is pretty much in that vein of like her level of support, more
Yes,
or less.
I would also probably classify her. So it's weird, right? Fallen Rosemary as a support would probably be low B, but Fallen Rosemary as DPS is like mid B, almost C in the sense that we don't use her as DPS anymore. But also because Sleepy Terry exists. She's hard power crept by Sleepy Terry. And she
Hmm.
was power crept as a quantum when Vil V was released. When Vil V was introduced to the game, like that
Yeah.
was the gap, right? Could you
Yeah.
did you have Vil V to play that, or were you playing were you playing Fallen Rosemary as Quantum, as a Quantum fighter?
Yeah.
Which reminds
Not
me
sure.
that the canon exists for Haxor Bunny. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Um, I think let's see. Let's actually get her ranked down. I think she's right above Phoenix. And she's below Rondo just because of like accessibility is like an issue.
She
Um,
was kind of gear dependent from the weapon standpoint, in the sense that like before and after her Priarm was introduced was a very night and day difference. That
yeah.
much was for sure. But if you were old enough to play during her time period, like her weapon was made available within a year from a mini spending event selector box.
Okay. Hmm.
But that's kind of
I
like a back then problem.
casting charge attack boosts team elemental damage by 35%.
Yes,
See, her buffs are strong.
people forget about that a lot. And I remember
Yeah.
like that was like, if you were starting out back then, that was an easy huge buff, right? If you think about how
Yeah.
long it takes for Phoenix to activate that same buff, like you got to sit through a whole combo and a half and then switch out to get that buff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I think she's a solid mid-range B because if you get her, she accomplishes what she has to do easily. SP charging is not really an issue for her, and then she gives elemental damage to the team. That's great, and then because as SP charging is not an issue, the quantum implosion is not inaccessible. But she is slightly gear dependent. But I mean, Irene Adler is farmable, but it's not like it's no longer her like strongest kit.
Not for
Um,
damage and not for support. But Ken
yeah.
also brings up a good point that like on her initial release, she's farmable by legacy, but her gear was also buyable with resonators.
Oh yeah. We can't really factor that in right now though, but her gear is still easily accessible.
Yeah.
So, but I feel like it's always that factor of like S rank just makes it instantly infinitely less obtain, like, easy to obtain than like an A rank. A ranks are like, okay, you want more of this A rank? Go ahead, like use Astrite to buy it, or like Witcher's Orbs. I don't know, maybe not Witcher's Orbs, or like
Yeah,
similar, but like
and that
Astrite.
was kind of the thing, was that at the time of her release, it was before the onslaught of SPA ranks. And then when the SPA ranks came the following year, like they just did everything better. They were faster on almost everything, right?
Yeah,
Party farming SP, they were faster, especially Pardo, right? Team
yeah.
buffs, they were faster. And we can go from, I would say, like we could go from Fallen Rosemary to Eden, right? Eden provides just numerically better buffs.
She's
And she was
also
also
easy to use.
easy to use, came with a G4. She was very weapon dependent. And I would say that at the time of her release, I thought I could get away without her weapon. Um, but the gameplay feel with and without her weapon became very apparent very quickly.
Wait, why is Void Drifter at S rank again?
You argued for her to be S rank. I would probably put her historically at, I would,
I
well,
can't remember if
did
I
we argue her for S rank as part of like story reasons as well, just because like she had a really good story arc,
I can't
and
remember my
then
own argument.
I remember I said something about her being a Kiana, right?
That's true.
Um, maybe I would probably long
Oh,
term,
because she was kind of like a range upgrade or something like that.
but
I think she can go down to A rank.
we used her often as like melee, right? Because of the
Yeah.
QTE slash charge. I would say that if honest assessment, I probably wouldn't put her in A tier just because she was very gear reliant and she was team reliant. Well, they all are team reliant to an extent, but she was
Yeah.
definitely, was she that? I remember I used her on Doom the first day I went into Exalted, and it was a struggle because I had to rinse and repeat that rotation for a long time.
Yeah. I feel like she's kind of irrelevant now. Oh, she's actually below Fervent Tempo. If I would, I put her here. She's Hawk of the Fog level.
I would even put her below that. I would definitely put her.
Below Night Squire, but above Sakitama.
I feel like that's slightly accurate, but I feel like she brings less utility than either Sakitama or Starlight
Oh,
Astrologos.
that is true. Okay, next to Moonbeam.
She bring we should probably move her down a tier because
What? Okay, fair.
again, right, she's kind of like, she was peak DPS for her time, but nowadays she probably would be desperation DPS. Just put her next
I
to
might have just
May.
so sometimes when we talk
put her
about some
put her next
characters,
to Danzai.
oh my god, I might have just like been scrolling on them and I just released on like the tier, so I might have just like put it there and we didn't notice. I was like, wait a minute, she's not S rank, definitely not. Okay, Shadow Knight. Where's Shadow
Shadow
Knight?
Knight. Oh, I want to say like, God. So from a DPS perspective, right? She's fallen off, but
Oh yeah, for sure. Like
but
Rogue,
the time at which she fell off, she held on for a lot of double S scores up until
I don't
Mobius's
know.
releases.
Yes and no. She's super hard to use. She is
She
she's
wants
equipment
double
reliant.
S. She is equipment reliant,
Yeah.
but her equipment benefited a couple of other characters. So oftentimes is like you would try to get her equipment while you were building Hawk of the Fog at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
C tier for me. High C. Highest C.
High C, I would probably put her. Uh, in my mind, like she was always kind of categorized in the same vein as the other two Fuhuas from that era, which was Hawk of the Fog and Night Squire, because her kit lined up very nicely with both of them. So I wouldn't put her in C because she wasn't a budget DPS. She was definitely a
Okay.
premium DPS for her time.
Yeah.
but she's old enough to not be an S, and she's old enough where I think she was like, I compared to the others on the list, I'd probably put her in A.
In A. Oh, I feel like it's a little bit high for like accessibility to capability. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are the ways we can
Yes,
obtain her? Like, it's like
I
form buff,
I
and
I
like you have to grind.
agree, but the results that she was able to produce for her time.
Okay, but I feel like her time is gone now.
I
She
okay,
is also
I
like
would probably put her in a
next to
sense.
BK. I feel like, oh,
Yeah,
okay, where is it?
I
Here.
think next to Delta is fair, but it's a bit of a struggle because like
Next to Delta? Delta's up here.
oh no, not Delta.
Rotom Cherry.
Yeah, I think where you have her right now is fair.
Okay.
It was I think for me it's more like the score bias for the fights that she had. But
Mm-hmm.
the unfortunate part was like when Andreas came out, you know, with fights that you could do with FR, you just couldn't do the same. Because
Yeah.
I remember
Okay.
we had people try to test that, like, can we play Shadow Knight against
It
Andreas?
fell off like pretty hard. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
and didn't
just the way her kit is built is just not is not like I feel like they missed an opportunity to buff her up with like a Priarm or like a Divine Key.
Divine Key. Yeah,
Yeah.
if they gave her a Divine Key, I would say though, like, I feel like her Priarm being usable on characters like Carol and Hawk of the Fog is in a way an extension of like your concept of Shadow Knight, you know, and that concept of Shadow Knight is still more than B tier.
I just think of like current accessibility to capability. You know,
Oh,
it's
but
like
also shared skills with HOS. So a
does
lot
she
of
still have?
times, so a lot of times we were farming Shadow Knight to boost our HOS too, and in that regard, she also had starting SP. Oh my god.
Oh, she did.
She had starting SP, and in terms of, well, I maybe not for brand new players,
$25.
but she was made farmable,
Starting SP and elemental damage.
and
Ooh, that could
she
be
was made farmable and made fairly
early on.
accessible
Yeah.
multiple times during her time period of relevance. Like when you remember
I
on AE's
still,
release patch, like a lot of
yeah.
people farmed her to double S, which was like her effective sweet spot.
I still would not put her at A rank though. I maybe
She's like right at that edge of like high B,
I
low
think
A.
where she is right now is like pretty relevant to what she can do.
Yes,
But
if we factor in time, yes. Factor in
yeah,
time. Because, like, when's the last time you used her in an Abyss or an MA? Not for
yeah,
at
she's
least,
been
like,
dead
a
for
year and a
like a
half to 2 years,
long,
right?
long
Two
time.
plus years.
Yeah. Okay, DA. Where does DA go?
Oh my god. DA was so meta breaking for all the wrong reasons. I feel like. So here's my, I would probably put her at A. Because she hasn't quite
Wow,
fallen off entirely if you don't have
that's true.
FOV.
That's
She
true.
functionally works with all modern supports. She's had enough banners and battle passes where you could get her up to enough relevant ranks that she still holds her ground. She is
And
somewhat
her,
gear dependent, but now her stigmata are at least farmable.
yeah, I want to say that too. Like her base kit is strong enough to support less powerful stigmata and still work to some extent.
She definitely she has some things that like were very reliant on her signature gear, but even in the time of Super String, when you didn't have her gear, she was competing in Red Lotus quite heavily, right? There were a lot of people doing just signature weapon with was it Thales? It wasn't Thales. It was the It's the other set. The one that came with Valkyrie Gloria.
Um,
The
Let me
G3
look for it.
fire.
Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. Let's see, where is DA? I might have it. Nope, I
Yeah,
don't have it.
it wasn't perfect, but at the time, like, you can make it work. And I've seen people use DA with a Lucia, crafted lance too, if they were that scrappy
Yeah.
and desperate. Leeuwen Hook,
I think.
yeah. Thales M with Leeuwen
Oh,
Hook.
Leeuwenhoek.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think where she stands is like exactly where I put her. Um, where is it?
But
There
it's
you
the
go. A
fact that
rank.
she still somewhat holds up even after FOV's release if you skipped FOV. She
So are
definitely
you saying she's like silver wing in terms of like ranking?
I wouldn't put
I
her
wouldn't
to
say she goes to
no, I
HI,
wouldn't go
but
to S because here's what happened, right? Flame Scion happened. And a lot of the
yeah.
people who skipped DA were able to get by with Flame Scion. And I feel like Flame Scion would be in that S rank category because starting SP, Time Fracture, a lot of support utility with Turgenev and Eden Pistol, even if it's there was so much that you could do with Flame Scion, aside from just DPS.
I'm gonna put Flame Scion here, right above Miss Pinko.
Yeah, she's modern enough for that. I think I would probably
Yeah.
even put her ahead of Haxor Bunny just because Haxor Bunny's kind of like, in a way,
Yeah,
like more catered to
I can
one
see that.
team. Yeah.
Okay, where are we gonna put Susanna?
Oh my
Valkyrie.
God, she's like a high S, low double S because she is gear
Value for
dependent in some regard, but because she's an SPA rank that just did so much freaking damage as a quantum physical and bleed, um, and the fact that, like, if you didn't have an impair source, you could just play double Griseo with Susanna.
Yeah.
It's just a stupid amount of like value, right? Like you could
Yeah.
play her
Yes,
with
I agree.
some like scuffed gear and stuff, and it's like that amount of flexibility is just
Yeah, I agree.
like that's
Again, it's that
if Pardo wasn't
accessibility
so
to
old,
skip
Pardo
ranking.
would be double S, right? If Pardo
Hmm.
wasn't so old on that on the timeline.
But Pardo also loses points for her weapon
Yeah, yeah,
dependence.
and
And
that's maybe probably one of the things keeping Susanna out of double S.
oh
Uh,
yeah, yeah. Also weapon dependent. But I think it's more fair to for oh, I don't know if I can say this. Like it's more fair for a DPS to be weapon dependent than a support, if that makes sense.
yeah, but Pardo was also heavily marketed to be like a budget ice DPS at the time.
Mm-hmm. Hence
She
there's
was
two
kind of she's very
S
much
on
like yeah,
there's two S on Susanna. No, no, no.
but
Susanna's
Pardo is
just
like
one.
Susanna's also oh, you know what's the funniest thing though? Susanna has a pay to win skin. Her like her bear street outfit has like the
Oh
extra
yeah.
bear paw on the light up. I
Oh no.
playing with and without it is like having cheat mode on.
True. Okay, let's move to let's see, Griseo, young Griseo.
So
Possibly
we
next
are
direction.
kind of getting into that realm of like modern SPA ranks from last year
We
and
are.
like
Yeah.
20 late 2022 into 2023. And I feel like a lot of them quantify in that like nebulous high A low S area. But I would say both. I would say definitely
Starry
small
expression is above
Griseo.
it.
Yeah, Starry Expression definitely is like a she's in that nebulous zone with Susanna, Carol, and Pardo, right? Because starting SP, AoE
Yes.
bleeds. She had passives that chipped at multi hit count shields.
I think
Uh,
she ranks higher though. I think she ranks higher than the three of them.
because of the starting SP.
Also, like because of ease of use, I think. Like, okay, if you don't
Yeah,
have a
her
cross, you can't
QT.
deploy on QTE, but the QTE alone and the SP and her SP regen that works towards her ulti, and her ulti isn't high SP cost. So I think like 75 is a sweet spot, and then I think it's not hard to work towards her ulti, even if you don't have her gear.
Yeah, she's also
But
had
she
really
also
nice
plays her role.
longevity in terms of
Yeah,
support, right? Triple support in
yeah,
triple SMA, support in early days support with the PE team. We used her for all sorts of like bleed teams, starting SP fights.
yeah. So
There
where do
was
we
a.
rank her older form then?
I would probably put it slightly higher just because recency bias, and we're still using her in a lot of like bleed scenarios for Luna.
She's I feel like with Cosmic Expression, she's bleeding into that meta of like we wanted everyone to be able to deal damage and support. And we can see that in her ability to deal damage sometimes.
Yeah, and she was also like one of the early Stardust things that we Stardust types that we
Yeah,
had to rely on, right? But as we get
true.
to these like more like the 2023 to 2024 battle suits, which is most of the ones left, with a few
Yeah.
exceptions. They're I feel like they're all gonna be in that,
Okay,
almost.
let's speed round. The harder to rank ones are Siren. Siren,
Siren is a
where do we put
solid
her?
A. I almost want to put her in B because of how annoying her animations are to work around, but her numbers tuning kind of keeps her from falling that low. I floaty character, slow animations, easy to interrupt, but she is
I
farmable.
for the record, I do not have anything against floaty. Okay, and the vein of floaty characters, Aponia.
Aponia is like low A, borderline B, because at the time of her release, she was heavily reliant on Eden for her. You guys remember Jennings? Jennings quit because he tried to get triple S Aponia and he hard stuck at double S2, but he didn't build his Eden. Then he was wondering why his Aponia did no damage.
Oh, I remember that one. That was hilarious. Okay.
But yeah,
Spina
so
Siren.
Simser makes a good point in favor of Aponia being A instead of B, is that Aponia is a very cozy, like comfortable to play unit.
She is.
Yeah.
For ease of use, I would even upgrade her to high A. To like mid to high A because of how easy it is to use her. I mean, some people
Yeah,
might
I
get bored with
I would
using her,
probably
but
put
like
her ahead of like the old A ranks in that regard. And she was
yeah,
given out for free at least once, right? Or recently, or she's about to be
think so. Maybe
coming
not, but like
close.
maybe like more easily accessible, like in terms of fragments. I think I don't know, vaguely
I
remember.
would put I would
Um,
put Spina up there too. I so here's my thing, right? Spina is numerically less than Siren, but mechanically way better to play than Siren.
true. I agree with that.
And she was given for
Uh,
free. And she had the refund banner. Oh my god.
okay, given for free is not. It's not too relevant to current players, but it is relevant to players who have played from that point on. So
Yes.
I would put her like above Night Squire, but below Solito Phantasm. I
I
feel like
you
in
know
terms of
what? I think you should put her but next to Dea Ancora because they're both fire type and it's the canon pair.
uh, okay, okay, I can see that. I mean, I feel like that shift in like I would say though, like this would be where I put her because Swallowtail more accessible, and for
Yeah.
the trouble you go to get her, she gives more value
Yeah.
in the general sense of things.
Yeah, the one
Uh,
downside with Spina was that because she was a farmable S rank, she was on that farmable patch, right? Like Fallen
yeah.
Rosemary, like Delta.
No, she
No,
isn't farmable, is she?
no, she was not. But she
She's not
had
farmable.
she had
But they gave her
bonuses.
an advanced supply on her first release.
Yeah,
I forgot
yeah.
what
They
happened.
had and her she had stamps in the shop. So it felt
Yeah,
like she was accessible.
yeah,
But it was also kind of a bait because it was like her key skills unlocked at like S2 and double S.
yeah. So I think because of that, like that lowers her rank a little bit. Spina, yeah. And
Her
sights are not
stigmata
like
was really nice though. Her stigmata was like very good for fire DPS. It was like a G3.5.
I put her above Siren, but I would not put her like too high. I think where she is now is okay.
Yeah.
Um. Okay. Fire. Vilvi.
Ooh, high A. High A
Oh,
only because of her.
hi.
And I say
Okay.
this as someone who skipped her, and I felt the pain of not having her. She was definitely a
Because she's
comfort
quantum.
character. Yeah, quantum,
Mm.
quantum with like. At first, I didn't understand, but then I later on realized like, you can on demand. She has like something weird with her alt cooldowns. You can on
Mm.
demand chain alt, and like that's why she was so good on Cosmo. Was because she could like you had these crazy like alt cancels and like snap alts just for collapsing.
Yeah. It's on the first activation, and then you have to release it. She sort of plays like a on-field Sleepy Terry. You have to like activate, and then you have to like deactivate it. But like she,
The
in my
only
personal opinion, she is
yeah,
easier to use.
the only downside that keeps her argues to put her back to B rank is like the fact that as a flame chaser she's so old. So I think like low A is fair. I think low A
Yeah,
is fair. And she did have a there was a thing like for high end you did want to have her at double S.
yeah, kinda. But I feel
Because
like she was viable
she had a
as
Silverwing
zero
banner,
S.
right? She had a Silverwing banner, right?
Yeah,
Because she was
she
released
did.
right before H2O.
Yeah, that's why we got her at
Yeah,
double S.
Kronos, exactly. Why didn't they make her float when she's escorting you on store? Why didn't she have that T-pose jetpack? They should have
Oh
made
my
that
god.
her idol form.
Okay, let's knock out the older ones. Fischl.
I Fischl definitely has an argument for S rank as a SPA rank type. Um, in
I
addition,
feel like she's fallen off a little bit,
she's fallen off, but so I would. She's kind of like
but
Kira.
it's like if I needed to sub like a lightning DP lightning support, I can put her in the like she's next best in slot is sort
Yeah,
of like that for
yeah,
me.
yeah. Next best in slot after Eden, and I would definitely like if I didn't have HTR, I would run Eden with Fischl.
Okay.
But yeah,
But
her
not S rank.
stigmata was so good. She was easy to play. I feel like Fischl's gameplay during that collab made that was the highlight of the collab for me. It was like how nice her
Mhm.
gameplay felt. She had really good
So
gameplay and she was buffed with that SP bow later on.
mhm.
It was a little bit annoying going
Oh,
into aim mode. I would say going into aim
yeah.
mode is kind of annoying.
Yeah. Okay. I'd say she's not S rank, but she is a very solid high A.
Yeah.
Like I don't think she can go above S rank because of equipment dependency. I'd say is one of the biggest factors. Like Cerulean Flare is free, but it takes a while to get to it. Or is it even
You
was it an event thing? No, no, no. We can farm it, right?
it was given I don't think it's farmable right now, but it was definitely
Oh
given
crap.
out for free at various points.
Oh, but that definitely lowers her ranking by quite a bit because, you know,
Yeah,
not
I would
accessible.
argue that Eden is probably more equipment dependent than Fischl unless you're at the very high end.
Ooh.
Because Eden without her weapon feels bad on QTE, whereas Fischl, like, even if you're using the crafted bow, you could
Mhm.
spam QTEs all day, and it's like a consistent loop.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
Eden does provide the buffs that she needs to provide just by, you know, doing her ulti and like her like combo
ye-
attacks.
but you have to sit through those things. Whereas for
That is
Fischl,
also
it is
true.
part of her natural rotation to do those things.
Hmm. I can see
Whereas
that.
Eden is like if you have her weapon, you just skip having to sit the combo, and you can just ult as soon as you have the SP. You're doing the
Yeah.
combo for the SP, not for the buffs at that point, right?
I feel like that's a good like not so much that's borderline dependency, but it's more like a good upgrade if you have it kind of deal. Like she's still
I think
functional, but
to justify official being A rank is more the fact that she's just older than Eden in
yeah,
terms of release
yeah, I
order.
agree with that. I agree with that. Official is definitely still strong. But Eden's just like too recent to beat for official.
And to compare with the other SPA ranks that are S tier, more so Carol and Griseo are still being used. Susanna's still being used. I think Pardo, the advantage
He's the most
Pardo has
tanky.
is just because she can buff not just ice. Yeah, and I probably would move Pardo down a little bit
Okay.
in that regard. Only because Kira has been like taking her lunch, so to speak.
Yeah.
My
Okay,
chat
then.
is freaking out
Yeah.
every time we move Pardo down a little bit. Yeah.
No. Okay. Okay. What about? Well, since we're talking about ice supports, what about Sushang?
Su Shang, I think, gets an easy bid into S rank just by virtue of her being farmable. I
Yeah.
wouldn't put her.
And
I would probably put her like right middle of the pack. Right. The fact that she's still actively being used probably leans her towards the top of the pack. She can get by with old equipment. I've used Margrave with Cosmic Duality on her in
mhm,
older, Red Lotus.
yeah, I
Um,
can see value.
her animations are long, but at least she has time stop on all. There's a couple of
Yeah.
things I wish were better, but like as it stands, she
I'd say
she
the
carries her weight,
idea,
right? She carries
yeah,
her weight.
and the idea of like having like supports eventually, like the part two idea, she was in that range. Like HOS was in that range, Sushang was in that range. Yeah, and like who was the other one? Kira was like borderline in that range. Like you can see the supports starting to have like massive damage in some of their attacks. So I'd say like she was kind of in it. And then what about Misto and Shariak?
Recency demands her to be like S rank, but it's probably like low mid slash middle of the pack S rank for me. I wouldn't drop her down to A. Um,
Hmm.
again,
I put her above here. Here.
this is just the fact that like they still have abyss weathers catered to them, right? And they're like ease of comfort on certain MA rotations is like if you're not going for cap score, they're still relevant. But the fact that they still have abyss rotations made specifically for them.
Hmm. I see that. Wow, there's quite a bit of S tier actually. Honkai Impact, good job. But also B tier is pretty full and C tier. Never mind.
Wait, did you
Yeah, I
put
take that.
her? Did you put
Okay.
her below Bright Knight? Hold on. If she's below,
No,
no, she's above.
she's above Bright Knight. Bright Knight is nowhere near her. Bright Knight is like, where's Bright Knight again?
Somewhere low B.
Yeah, yeah, right there. All right.
It's already flawed by
Do
that point. Yeah, if my
hmm,
chat is relentlessly arguing Pardo to be triple S. Weapon aside, just on account
weapon aside.
of the
Okay,
fact that she just does so much. I can see like yeah, cuz
I
like
can see. Okay, we can put Pardo back up here. I
probably
don't know if I would put Pardo above Eden though. Like it's hard to rank Eden and Pardo,
well, here
but
so if we look at it objectively, right? Pardo
uh-huh.
feeds SP and gathers faster than Eden on both counts. Because Eden technically has a gather, but you're almost never using it.
Yeah, I agree.
Eden buffs lightning and then bonus damage on bonus lightning damage on paralyzed targets. Pardo is like TDM, so you can use Pardo.
But
Uh,
Eden also provides SP to the team.
it's mainly on field character while the song is running, right? Whereas Pardo is like when can drops
it's
and when yellow combo.
it says for to all Valkyrie. Oh, on the field. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
on
Yeah,
field.
you're right. You're right.
So Pardo is doing a little bit better. And they are both
Hmm.
weapon dependent. They are both weapon dependent.
Pardo is more like universal.
Yes, and that
Maybe
is
if
that
that's
is
the
her great advantage.
okay. let's do Helia.
I would
Helia is very hard to like place, to be honest.
so Helia and Coralie
Oh,
are by definition the most A rank Valkyries right now, right? Because they are the only A rank part twoers, and they are like you need them for Astral Ring to an extent,
yeah,
especially Coralie now that Vita's back in. Um,
but they don't break S tier.
I
There, okay, Coralie, I can see breaking S tier because her buff is like,
I don't see either of them breaking S tier because they both have flaws like long animations and like wacky things that you have to do.
okay, are they a solid like mid A tier?
I would put them high. I would probably put them as top of A tier just because of the fact that they're part two and part two like
Because of
forces
recency,
them to
right?
be
Yeah,
relevant. Yeah.
yeah, I can see that. I would put Coralie above Helia. She seems to have shown more like team comms.
Yeah. I feel like
Um,
so I would say that the remaining battle suits kind of line up with their in-game base ranks.
okay.
Um I think
Ichan is like a solid A,
I would
just because
say
of how
I
she
Chan is
finishes
solid
higher.
A, but her flaws keep her from going higher than A. And
Prometheus.
Prometheus, she is so close to. I would say Prometheus might be S tier on account of the fact that she's in that same vein of like really solid SPA ranks, right?
I can see that. Yes.
Starting SP, Shield
Use
Break,
damage.
OP, Stigmata, wide range of. She can use gauntlets. Not that she wants to use ones, not her signature ones, but she can.
Hmm.
Um, she fits in that triple support team. So like by virtue of fitting in a triple support team, like her, Graseo, and Carol, like they work together to mutually maintain their S ranks. I probably
That is
wouldn't.
true.
I probably wouldn't put her above Pardo in that. Well, she is more relevant in recent meta, and that's the only thing
Might
keeping
be
her above Pardo. But yeah,
right above Carol.
well, right above Carol's good.
Yeah. Okay. The remainder of the trio. Finality.
So
Oh, finality is hard. Finality is a solid double S.
for you,
I
right?
feel. For yeah, that's where I
Because
really need
so
people to like.
for context, when MG rolled for the trio, he got Triple S, Kiana, and May with an obscenely low pull count. You guys have to go back and watch that VOD. He had
Oh
the
my god,
insanest luck.
that was crazy.
Absolutely insane.
That yeah, that
And
is
I
accurate.
will argue that because Finality got the Divine Key recently, it does give her a bit of added value, even though it does feel a little bit pay to win with the rank ups
Yeah.
on that Divine Key. I feel like Origin has a benefit right now in that stamps are available and a free copy was given out recently. Was she a free giveaway on her original release too? I feel like she was, wasn't
No,
it?
she was not.
She was
It was
not.
Origin. Origin
Right,
was
right.
the only one that
May
didn't go.
was. Yeah, May was.
Yeah.
Yeah. So May stamps are available. I'm kind
Oh,
of
did you say? Oh,
yeah. I meant I might yeah
you
May.
meant Origin?
Yeah, I
Sorry,
meant Origin.
I'm calculating how many pulls I took to triple S Origin finality, and the answer is 267 for triple S.
Yeah, which for
That's crazy.
nowadays that barely gets you S2.
Yeah. And you know the craziest thing is that it's the last card that took 77 pulls. Every other every other one is below 35 pulls.
I remember that. Yeah, that was
That
insane.
yeah, that
So
was so insane.
I feel like as a gestalt with the trio, I would say probably I would
I feel like her role as a fire DPS has been greatly diminished because of FOV. And then she never like even before FOV, she
even
never
before
really
FOV,
stood
you never
stepped
really
into
ran
that
her.
like
Yeah, you
yeah.
never really ran her as solo fire DPS unless that was the only
Yeah.
one that you had. I
And
feel
even
like
then,
that.
like Siren could take some of the ignite meta, right? So
Yeah,
she
yeah,
never really
Siren.
filled the role of like a fire DPS.
Yeah, because Flame Scion was just all around better at that
Yeah,
job in a lot of ways. And I
yeah.
felt like Origin, I felt like was even more unique than Finality to a degree because of, like we actually had to use her as a standalone DPS on at least one cycle.
Do you think we can give finality a double S? Would everyone agree on a
So
double S for
only in the
finality?
context of the trio, right? Because we not only used the trio on imaginary weathers, we had to use it for symphony weathers, like Symphony Benares and then Symphony Kevin.
So does that? I feel like that diminishes her rank because then it becomes a requirement rather than like
Right.
a buff.
And I feel like that to a degree also affects Origin May.
Yes, it definitely does.
Um I remember, so as far as new player experience goes, that trio teams is really expensive to build if you're coming in now. But at the
Yes.
time, if you got that trio team and that was like your first major team, you could basically use it on all content for those first, 2 to 4 patches as you were catching up on all the other stuff. But it was not. I think they hold S rank because of they're still within 2 years at this point.
It feels like the game has to build itself towards making them relevant. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, and that I wouldn't put them less than S rank just because of.
I mean, inherently they're powerful. They're still
Yes, they're
like they have
numerically
yes.
just strong still.
And utility wise, they have things that many other battle suits actually are unable to deliver on. So they still stand in that, they have unique abilities. Like, I mean, I don't want to say absolute time fracture, but like Van May also has like parry abilities that sometimes factor into like when we're dealing with phase transitions and stuff
Yeah,
like that. So I'd say they are solid S based on their own merits, not just because they're part of the trio. I think like if anything, being part of the trio actually lowers their rank because of the requirements for
based
it.
on how this tier list is developed, you have to move AE down. Yeah, I think we ranked AE high because she was one of the earlier ones that we looked at. If we
I
compare some of the other things that we did judge other characters by, I
yes.
think that the again,
See,
right?
I was fighting for AE to go lower, but you're like, no, 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 no.
So again, right?
Wait, what's
It's the time factor, the recency factor. Um
yeah,
yeah.
AE definitely has to like when we're factoring in. She's even below Sushang right now. I feel because she is also harder to
Yeah,
clean than
cuz she
Sushang.
she was hard power crept by Pardo. She was hard power crept by Pardo.
I do okay. I still want to say I feel like Infinite Ouroboros is a little bit high for my like opinion, but I will not touch her rank.
I don't I think IO is fine just because like for those that have her since launch, she's probably at double S rank and she still has weathers made for her, right? I would probably put AE right next to CH at this point because both of them were from that older era, but they
But higher than CH. I would rank her higher than CH
yeah,
in my
she
opinion.
did she did bring a little bit more to the table than CH.
Mm. Okay, then we have the four hardest to because they're so
Okay,
recent.
Senadina is low S. I feel like they fumbled her design, but she's required in so many teams for part 2
Because of the Astral Ring,
because of the
she
Astro
took.
Ring. Like she's not allowed to be A, but
But
her
she's also
design,
not spectacular.
yeah, her design prevents her from going high into the S ranks.
I would place her slightly below Mistalin.
Yes, I would put her even behind Flame Sign because Flame Sign just had
Whoa.
smoother gameplay by
You
all
know what? You're right.
counts.
I agree. Yes,
Yeah,
I agree.
like
Oh,
Senadina is similar to Flame Sign in that she's intended to be main DPS, but she also is forced to fulfill support roles. But the ways that she does it is just clunky.
But we need to factor in that that is the part 2 mechanic. So
Yes,
every part 2 character is going to be in
rely
that
on her.
vein.
Yep.
But like I agree with you that like after the release of multiple part 2 S ranks, Senadina does fall short
Yeah.
from the other S
Yeah.
ranks in many ways.
Yep.
Um yeah. So where she is here is pretty solid.
Yeah.
Like whatever you said about like she can't be A rank because of that is
Yeah.
also very true.
I think Song Tre is also a solid S rank. Her mechanic is just absolutely broken for Imaginary, but you have to play
SD,
poke.
right?
Yeah, it's SD type, but you have to do like really dumb things, and a lot of her damage is reliant on having Serapium in some fights. Like
Mm.
if you play S0 Serapium or no Serapium, and you look at all the other people in your lobby or on the Myriad list that have Serapium, you feel it. You feel it so hard, and you're just like,
I
I hate it. I hate it here.
or even like yeah, or even like low rank. Wait, you did mention low rank because I pulled Seraphim at like S rank, and my god, the moment she was back on, I went to
Yes. So Kronos also isn't wrong. Senadina's like roller skating on her yo-yos is probably one of her redeeming qualities to justify her S rank. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, I will say this about Senadina though. Senadina definitely holds like if we're comparing like part 2, why she's above like Lantern and Songshare right now is also I would even rank her like slightly higher because her ultimate, if I remember correctly, and I might be wrong, is a standalone like elemental support. Um in some
Was it
cases,
or was it well, her astral ring is just stupidly good with the breach.
yeah, increases lightning damage and further increases lightning damage. Wait, no, that's just a self buff. Uh I don't know, where was it? I remember
I
like
I
oh
I
man.
would say that I would rank her higher than the other two because her gameplay loop at least feels satisfying to press.
Mm-hmm.
Um, whereas for the other two, it's
There we
a
go. Oh, elemental breach from charge attack. Team members protected by World Star gain 12% elemental breach and 25% elemental damage bonus. Wait, what? When Astral Ring is active. Oh wait, never mind. It's part of Astral Ring. Oh, then it's yeah, it lowers her utility by a little bit. Like
but
because
yeah,
like Astral
but you
Ring
still
has
need
that
her right because you need her for the astral ring.
yeah, but it has that like I feel like when it's locked behind an activation that needs certain like requirements in combat,
Yeah,
it makes the ability less accessible. Like if she gave that by like I think I even made this comment back when she was released. I said like I would think she's a stronger character if they made that not require the astral ring. If they gave her like a certain other requirement and then like oh do this before you do your ulti outside of the astral ring and you get that buff, she would be like SS tier. But because of how a lot of her stuff and I feel like this is one of the things is like because they're designing a new system, it just falls short, right? It's like how we talked about how wacky the old
yeah.
battlesuits are. It's like
So yeah, and
it,
and
it
so chat my chat's bringing up a good point about Senadina with her like initially you couldn't switch her out otherwise you lose damage on all the Dark Star characters. And then
uh
they had to fix that by changing her stigmata to not make that take effect.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, but that's also like I give them leeway because it's part of tweaking the new system. Like
Yeah.
I've tried to be very understanding when they're introducing a new system. Like we've seen hoyoverse do that with many systems. Like even in Honkai Impact itself, not even like outside of the game, like they've done that so many times, right? Each time they're trying to introduce like a new mechanic, a new like this, they always need time to tweak it.
Yeah.
And so I've become tolerant of it. Um and so like I feel like Senadina is right there because she's like the
Yeah.
number one R2S rank and it's like, you know, she's strong for what she is, but I still
And
always
she
stand
could have
by
been
that. Like,
I feel like she could have been better. Like from a
yeah.
design standpoint, I wish they designed her well enough that she could be double S or triple S tier. And I
Yeah. And
felt like
even like
she should have been, right? She should have been because she's supposed to have been the poster character of part 2.
even for this ulti, they what they could have done, like for her ulti, like 12% elemental breach and 25% elemental damage for 25 seconds is a very good buff. but you need the astral ring. What they could have done is like if you do it outside of astral ring, take one of the two, like elemental breach or elemental damage, and then if you do it inside astral ring, you get both. That would make her like such a like she could even like synergize with the part 1 characters.
Hmm.
But like because they lock so much of her kit behind the astral ring, I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
it's not what you think the astral ring is like all throughout the entire fight. It's so hard to access, and I feel like that's where she falls short as a character.
Okay,
So
so what about
worse
Sleepy
than that.
Terry? I skipped Sleepy Terry.
Sleepy
So
Terry,
for me, Sleepy Terry is like solid or solid S tier by virtue of part
solid S
two.
tier.
Yeah, solid S tier by virtue of part two. Uh,
Solid S tier. I almost went in for more ranks because I only got her at S0, which is very rare for me. Usually my minimum right now is S2, but I think part of what made me not want to
Sorry, my chat is saying that she should get a higher ranking because she can auto ER.
that is true. That is kind of true. I'd say like how it feels to play her. She's played very much like Vilvi,
Uh
except
huh.
that like how the whole thing about Vilvi's mechanic of like activate the tank and then get off the tank for like quick implosion.
Hmm.
She is in that vein.
Yeah.
She is definitely in that vein. Just like activate her ulti, switch out, and then like do like a combo attack or a weapon active on like on like finality or something. Switch to Vita, and then like switch her back in
Hmm.
to instantly like it's sort of like Vilvi's phase 2 with her ulti. So she's definitely in that vein. But in terms of like her being a lightning support, the implosion, let's take it as like a bonus, right? Her being
Hmm.
a lightning support, she's pretty easy to use, I would say. Like, so she has no SP issues. I mean, I can say that because mine is S1, S0, right? So,
Hmm.
um, I would say she's a solid like mid to high S.
Yeah, I can see
No
that.
complaints about this character. Yeah, I think she's like pretty high
I
up there.
I I think if I still play more seriously, I might consider going back for her.
Hmm. I mean, maybe like I wonder like what the rotations will be with her and Sparkle existing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
like
like, will we do
double
like double
collapse
and
and stuff, or
yeah,
will they spawn more bosses with like more shields?
yeah. Wow, I did not expect the last one for us to rank to be Vita. That's crazy. I
So
thought it might be Sparkle because of how new she is, but there we are.
I would say Vita is like somewhere between double S and S rank for me, right? Double S because she
I'd
comes with a
say the same.
Gundam, and S rank because she's a floaty character.
Okay, floaty character does not lose points for me, so I'm here to I'm the floaty lawyer right now. Excuse me, Michael.
Okay, okay. So and she's recent, and because she's recent, she has high multipliers, right? And she
Yes,
utilizes
her
Kiana
multipliers are
in her
insane.
Astral Ring kit. Okay, so if there was one character from A or S rank that you would like to promote, would there be one? Because I'm looking at it now and it's like I almost feel like Flame Scion should get promoted just so that she's not too far behind her peers in that old trio. And my chat's yelling for Pardo too.
Yelling for Pardo. We've moved Pardo. Pardo is the most moved character in this.
Simsir says Pardo should be EX rank, exalted, exalted rank. All right, triple S, not high enough. She needs to be an exalted rank.
Back then when I made like because back then I was still making overview videos and when I was making her video I like having to do that much research into the Battlesuit, right? She
Yeah.
really did feel like SP A rank Jesus. Like nobody could beat
Yeah.
her, like
Yeah,
she was
yeah.
like God. But having made that new account to want to have that new player experience and having to utilize her with a, like when it's a brand new account, you're so bare bones and trying to even form a team is difficult.
Mhm.
And I felt like, wow, I have Pardo now, like easy, right? But like
Yeah.
that made me realize how heavily she relies on her weapon. Like she is so hard to use without it. Um, and it's like even with a player like me, I was like, where? How do I build? Where do I go from this?
And you
And
had
it's
double
like,
S rank too, right?
yeah, she
What
was at
were
double S.
so at that time? What were you using on her for the weapon? Was it the 5-star crafted one?
I do think so. Let me.
Okay.
Oh,
Was it
yeah.
Gilded Libre?
Yes. Yes. And even then, it's like I wasn't seeing the numbers that I would expect from like having a Pardo.
Yeah.
Like it almost feels like wow. Now I have the. Oh wait, is it Gilded Libre or is it? Yeah, I think so. Um. So you would expect like oh now I have a Pardo, now I have an edge of against like the game and stuff like that. But it was like no, it wasn't really happening. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
You would not. And then I think like I went back and I read what her weapon does, and I was like,
okay,
of course,
so apart from Pardo, I would probably say Thelema and Flame Scion. Flame Scion, I think the arguments, right? Time Fracture on demand, aerial combat, a lot of time fracture, time stop alt. For Thelema, and Nefer's mentioning this too. Thelema actually has like a hard clock stop after alt for like multiple
Yeah.
seconds.
So you do like a three basics and one weapon active is what you can squeeze in.
Yeah, three
Plus
basics, one
your
weapon
attack, right?
active, hold weapon, and then that's
Yeah.
your. But
I think
but
when you hold
the
weapon, the time stop already breaks. Like it's beyond the time stop timing.
well, if you have S2, you just go into that second charge after.
I'm double S though. I really, oh my god, I must be. It must be a skill issue. My bad. Sorry guys.
Well,
I'm
that's
just.
that's
I'm
the
just
fun part, right? Like you can do combo alt combo on Thelema, and it's like
Yeah,
it's just a lot of free damage.
yeah. Are we saying she's higher in the list? I would say she's not next to IO though. I still maintain. I feel like you're being very generous with IO. Okay, Velma can go higher also because she has support capabilities. So if Sleepy Terry is here, I would put her above Sleepy Terry. To be honest. I
Yeah,
don't know if people would agree with that. Lantern, I would keep low. Maybe not this
I
low,
I
but Lantern, I would keep
I
low.
think the biggest thing too is that Lantern's gameplay just was not it, right? Like it was too boring for a part two character in a way.
I feel like I saw you complain about her jump attack because it's like
Yeah,
what like you jump just to go back to the ground faster. Like what is
yeah,
I laughed so
like
hard when I seen that jump
Thelema
attack.
has like a completely different set of animations for airborne attacks, which is like, maybe it's not always optimal in Abyss, but at least like she gets something.
Yeah.
Lantern
Yeah.
literally her ability when you press anything is it just grounds her so that she can attack faster on the ground. Like
So
why
my
have jump even as a button at all other than for the jump dodge? What a waste of design.
I agree with that. And I feel like the thing about Lantern as we play longer, I would sort of liken her to like if we were playing Felma on the battlefield, she's like a really fast moving like buggy that has a gun on it. But like Lantern
So
feels like
here's the
a
thing, right?
turret planted on the
Yeah,
ground, right?
turret
And
on
it's just
planet on the
shooting.
ground. But Silverwing feels more dynamic compared to Lantern by that metric, right? Like,
Yes.
because
Yes.
Silverwing, at least she can shoot from the air.
The only to be honest, like the only thing that Silverwing loses to Lantern at is the Astral Ring.
Yeah,
If
they're
Silverwing had an
almost
Astral Ring,
essentially the same character in a weird way.
yeah, like if Silverwing had an Astral Ring, Lantern would not be a great character. Let's just put it that way. But I have a bias towards Lantern. I like her design a lot more
Yes,
than like many of the recent characters.
yeah, I think her
And
design
like,
is
oh,
nice. I would,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
her lore and stuff like that, like puts her like really high up for me. But it's just that gameplay thing. Honestly, like I'm right up there with you. Like the jump just lost it for me. It's like the jump.
Yeah.
When I saw the jump attack, I was like, why? You could have done so much more
Mm-hmm.
of it. You could have like switched her to daggers in the air or something because the daggers are such a cool part of her kit.
Yeah.
But you only use it during that like the Astral Ring like assist attack, and I was like, come on, guys, you could have done better. Because then it would play into like her ability to switch between so many weapons, right? Oh, she
Mm-hmm.
can use this weapon, that weapon, and that weapon on the ground, and then when she's in the air, she uses daggers and like she flies around. That would have been so awesome. Um, but no, no, none of that at all. Oh Jesus. Yeah. I'd say this is a pretty like and it's hard, right? Because like this is a good representation of like where I see the characters now, but it has to come with a lot of explanation
And a lot of
as to why
context.
they are where
Like
they are.
a
Yeah.
lot of where these characters are listed also like
But
the history
generally
versus the spot in the lore versus like historically how well they perform versus how they're performing now.
generally my goal in this tier list, not that I'm gonna be like, hey, like give it out like here's the new gospel, but the point is like I feel like if it could be helpful in a sense that if people see it, like when I look at tier lists, like when I'm new to an I recently realized this, like when I'm new to another game and I have no clue what's going on, right? Like let's say I mean, I'm playing Counterside. I'm not exactly new to Counterside, but sometimes it does get really like, man, which do I build first? When I look at the tier list, I want to be like, I want it to tell me if I had like 10 of these characters, which one do I focus my resources on? And I
Mm.
feel like for the most part, this tier list is pretty
It's a little bit bell
um
curvy.
accurate.
I feel like in some ways like Hersher of Sentience and Hersher of Thunder it
In
is a
that sense,
little.
reason, yeah,
Yeah,
also should be up there.
by those metrics, we probably could shuffle a little bit from the top sections.
Hmm.
And I think right now the reason we place HOS and HOT high early on is just because like they had a really long period of dominance and they still got divine keys that kept them relevant for
But
longer.
then it's also like they can still be used in fights, right? And then I feel like reason could actually go down to S rank. Um, But then if that's the case, it's like, do you want to play it by relevance? Because it's like by
Right,
recency also. Like if you're
right,
playing it by recency, then this list is basically the most recent battle suit. Raise that one first. That's like no brainer.
yeah.
But
Um,
then in Honkai Impact, it goes as high as to needing like 9 characters because of like the Memorial
right,
Arena.
right.
Yeah. So there's also that to be considered.
Yeah, I feel like in this list, probably a lot within the triple S to S ranks you can shuffle around.
Hmm.
Um, Especially the higher S ranks that are newer.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of those ones that we have on our S tier are SPA ranks that have a lot of flexibility.
Yeah. It's hard. I probably would not be like, oh, here's a tier list, people. But like, if people would have seen the discussion, then I think like this tier list is accurate to what it was. But as like a glance, like one glance, and be like, oh, this is how I'm gonna play Honkai Impact.
How is
Maybe it's a little bit
Thelema lower
dangerous.
than HOR? That makes no sense in my opinion. Yeah, you could argue for that HOR shouldn't be rated higher than Thelema, but
True.
yeah, uh,
Actually, I can see that. How about this?
or yeah, we could bring Thelema up. I feel like Thelema to double S is more reliable. I think HOR.
Would I put okay? Can I put HRR here? Actually,
I don't know that I
or
would necessarily move her down. I feel like HOR and Flame Scion would be low double S both, just because of their breadth of coverage and like
like
HOR.
what you're meaning to say is like even till today, if you brought them into like a high tier like Abyss or
Yeah,
NA,
they
they would
both
still
still
hold up.
clear. Yeah.
Hmm.
How are we
With
looking
good
at it?
timing.
Because again, like when we were talking about Senti and HT, part of the reason they rated so high, in addition to being somewhat relevant now with new gear, was the fact that they were also very budget friendly and like they had completed kits at S0, right?
Yeah, it's also like the relevance of like if you like same thing for like what we just said with Flame Scion and Reason. It's like if you brought them into like a high end like Memorial Arena fight or Abyss right now, will they still score high? And yes, they still have the damage, they still have the utility to get where you want to get. Hmm. I don't know. I feel like that's one of the reasons why this list is a little bit tricky is because like we place them so high up and it's hard for people to understand why they're up there without explaining. Because one could also argue that reason should
Or
truth should
truth,
be up
yeah,
there,
truth.
and then like maybe some.
HDR and Vita should both be triple S because they have robots. No, I feel like again like the initial instinct was like our first triple S's and our first double S in this tiers was the fact that they just felt so complete, right? They just felt so complete with their kits. Um, I think
I feel
HT
like.
I think HTR at double S tier is probably still accurate because she is weapon dependent.
Hmm.
I
Oh.
Yeah, I feel, and you know, like if we were to go back and redo this with like citation on each one, we could say like this character was at this tier with a note like it back in this date range or this time frame, you know.
Oh. But now they're down here because this.
Yeah, so uh,
I'm just looking at like S rank and above. I'm looking at like should everyone who should be there, like everyone who should be there is there, right? And I'm like pretty much, yeah. I feel like yeah, there are nuances to where we put some of them. Like some of them because of availability, like Miss Pink Elf is one of them that is like due to the how easily you can get them
mhm.
and what they can do for you, they are worth raising. But are they necessarily like the most powerful? That is not what it is. But I would say like in this tier list, like if they rank higher, then raising them would be a good use of your resources because you would still utilize the character in some way or another. Like they would still bring value to your your just like your teams in general. But it's also like, oof, should we just make a tier list of like usage?
Well, no, because that would just be like all the recent stuff, which is this list already started trending in that direction as soon as we got more and more closer to like recent battle suits, right?
Yeah.
And you could kind of see that where like once we got to only part 2 battle suits, it was like, well, by virtue of this being part 2, mandatory can't go to A rank. Has to stay
I feel
S or
like
higher.
maybe if we started with part two, it might have been more relevant because we would
Yeah.
have ranked them like with the current merits, and
Hmm.
then we would have ranked downwards with like, okay, who can that's the standard that we compare them to, and who can like rank against it.
Right.
Yeah, maybe we started it like in the opposite direction, but
Yeah.
Luna Val up there I can agree with because she is a DPS. She is the very embodiment of part 2 meta, to be honest. And the
Yeah.
irony is she's not even a part 2 character.
She is a really well designed part 1.5 character that like even at S0, because like at S0 she feels feature complete. The only thing that's off a little bit is like the numbers tuning that S2 really gives her that benefit. S2 and double S.
Mm,
Um
yeah.
and part of the reason HTR doesn't rate for triple S was the fact that on her release, one, weapon dependency, and two, rank dependency, right? Like S2 was such a huge SP skill for
Hmm.
her. And the only reason that she doesn't go below double S to where some of the other supports are that weren't as comfortable to play is like the fact that um
If there were one character that
yeah.
I'm unsure about the ranking, it's definitely Sparkle.
Yeah,
I feel like
Sparkle
Sparkle
has so much potential. I would agree.
should probably be up here or up here. This would be where my estimate for Sparkle would be.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that is one that I
Pardo
would
is the
pick.
one character.
Pardo is definitely here, right?
My chat wants Pardo to
Yeah.
be exactly right there.
I don't know. Like, if Pardo were used more right now, like, okay, to be honest, like right now, GD would probably rank higher than Pardo, in my opinion. If I were to solely, it would be based on solely my opinion, because GD is still very relevant, right? We still see her in combat. Um, and Pardo has been phased out for quite a bit, but it's also like why she can rank this high is because we also factor in like accessibility
Hmm.
to capability, and it's like if you were to be a new player and you're missing all these other parts, but Pardo is accessible to you because you can buy her with astrites, then she would be your go-to for just about anything that you need like a general support for, because she buffs the team's total damage.
Hmm.
If it's ice that she's supporting, it's even better, and then she can also give you SP. If you, I mean, I guess she can do like some amount of damage as like an early game support. And the added bonus of like if you happen to time your ulti with like an exposed core that's like on the brink of death, you execute it.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember used to meme around with triple imaginary supports back in the day. It was pretty fun.
So yeah, I mean, like this tier list is definitely not something where you just go show people and be like, "Hey, this is like how Honkai Impact is played." It definitely needs a lot of
There's
nuances and
so much nuance, especially for the
yeah,
like the A through D tier, right? A lot of that is more like a history lesson in some ways.
yeah, but they are accurately ranked. Especially like if you see a character in D tier, never train them if you don't have resources. Just never do. Oh, the six serenade. Oh, you are my favorite.
Okay, I'm kind of running a bit out of steam at this point. Is there anything else that you wanted to go over, MG?
No, I think like I did think like I might like tweet this tier list for fun, but I feel like I might not.
You
If I do,
should be like just for fun. Ask about the context.
yeah, if I do, it would be accompanied with like millions of
A wall
words,
of text and a 3-page essay on Hoyo Lab.
Yeah. So I probably would not, but it's a fun tier list. I did hope like we would have some kind of tier list like that, but this only proves to me that Honkai Impact is an impossible game to have like a tier list to guide you. Which might be the reason people don't really want to pick up the game, right? It's
Mhm.
just so hard to understand it. In that just like it's not as easy to I feel like in that aspect is like if I were to do this for like Genshin or ZZ, it'd be so much easier. Just use this one. Why? Because they have this, they have that, and like that's it. But in Honkai Impact, there's so many things to consider and so many niches. And this is
Mhm.
I guess the best that we can do based on experience. Oh my god. But yeah, maybe in future we might try to like make some a guide out of this or something. But yeah, for now, yeah, I'm also. I mean, I had work today, and like I've been working
Yeah.
like the whole day, and yeah, I
I need
thought I
to
would
take
take
a
a nap,
nap.
but
I need to go take a nap
yeah,
before I decide to go back into work later.
yeah, but yeah,
Can
this
we
has
put
been very
Pardo
fun.
number 1 just to see how it feels?
There you go. Oh, it's like you put the final Infinity Stone in your in.
Yeah. Quick
Oh my god.
screenshot.
Oh my god. Okay, she's right here. But yeah, I'll screenshot this one just for the fun of it. Yeah, but thank you for taking time out to do this. It's been
Yeah,
I
thank you
think we
for
should do
inviting
this
me.
more often. Yeah. Yeah, next time I'll be up to like troubleshoot the Twitch thing with you.
Hmm.
Of like, yeah, whenever I have time, like we'll go ahead and do it. Like see, yeah, so we can it'll be easier for like future. I mean, it'll definitely be within the week, right? Because like of the Honkai incentive thing and stuff like that.
Hmm. Hmm.
But yeah, that's all for me. Thank you everyone who has given us your opinion on where Pardo Phyllis should be. But yeah, I mean, definitely like some of the other nuances were really good for like placing the characters. In my opinion, I still thank you for a follow. In my opinion, I still like I don't know, man, but like I trust your judgment. I trust your judgment. IO to me just feels like hard to use, but I can see where you're coming from with like the damage. So yeah, I guess she is aptly placed. I can also see like a lot of veterans without the nuances would think Miss Pink Elf and her Chef the Void are also badly placed. But you know, that's why it's like there is a lot of explanation to be done before this list can be useful. But yeah, that's all we have for today. And stay tuned for more. I guess I'll be a lot more active on streaming Honkai on Twitch because of the thing. Maybe not. I mean, like historically, I haven't really been that like chasing events like that.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a nice incentive to have, which is exactly what it's named, an incentive program. So maybe. And yeah, follow Fen on both YouTube and Twitch. He streams a lot more on Twitch than I do. Like in general, he streams a lot more.
I've been playing a
And
lot of WoW recently for the new
oh yeah,
expansion. It's been pretty fun.
yeah. I've seen it on and off. But yeah, thank you guys for joining. If you're
Yep.
new to
Thank
Honkai
you.
Impact, and you are looking at this tier list, please just watch the VOD to get context to it. Don't be like, oh, this is the Bible now. I know how to raise my characters. You are going to die.
Get the React content going.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you guys all so much, and we will see you guys when we see you next time.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Okay.
All right, MG. I'm gonna drop from the call because I'm fading out. I'm fading out quickly. I gotta go take
Yeah,
my
so am
nap.
I actually. But
Yes.
thank you for hanging on, and like that was really good good tier list, I guess. All right, I will see you. Yeah, in the next couple of days, I guess. To like, yeah, let's do the Twitch thing. Let's whenever
Yeah.
you're free, just let me know.
Sounds good. All right, man.
All right, thank you.
Bye
Bye.
bye. Okay, guys. I'm turbo sleepy right now. And I need to nap for like a little bit before I try to go back to work. Otherwise, I'm not gonna make it back into work today. Which probably is what I need, is just like hard rest time. But I also don't want to fall behind at work tomorrow. It's just not good. Alright, dailies are done. Hooray! Honkai! Woo! Alright, chat. I guess it's time. It's time to say goodbye. Yeah, Honkai tier lists are kind of hard, especially when we're trying to encompass so many different factors. You know, when you think about certain characters releasing with certain gear now, but suddenly that gear is both a blessing and a curse for that release. Outfits tier list coming soon. You guys are just gonna hear me ranting about the asymmetry, right? Me complaining about hoyoverse asymmetry. The fenrysk Honkai pants asymmetry rant. Not fun when Nyx keeps getting slandered. I tried to defend Nyx a little bit. All right, thanks everybody for the follows and the subs and the raids and the everything. I gotta go take a nap, guys. I'm dying. I'm dead right now. Or AE shoulders. Yeah, AE's broken shoulders. Thank you all for hanging out. This was really fun. I'm gonna just end stream and go to bed now. Don't forget to check out the directory. We got a lot of people streaming Honkai 3rd for the Twitch event. See you guys next time. I'll probably be back tonight to do a bunch of variety WoW stuff and try to finish the Star Rail quest with Star Rail, Dark Bolt Jonin. I'll see you all next time. VOD will be up on YouTube right now, so if you missed it or you want to go back over some funny parts, you can. But I started falling asleep towards the end of that broadcast, so I'm gonna go lay down now. Thank you all for being here. Have a good rest of the day. Happy Thanksgiving if you celebrate. Bye bye. I'm out. Peace.